The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Phenoms from around the planet have converged on the U.S. chess capital for the 2024 St. Louis Masters. The inaugural event's Swiss format offers unique opportunities for players to face off against elite grandmasters in a norm qualifying tournament. Reigning U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana isn't pulling his punches, starting 2-0 out of the gate. Recent U.S. transfer Zhou Jinchao is doing his new federation proud, winning his first 2 games to join the leaders. Winners play winners in this exciting format, so the possibilities for crazy upsets and daring victories will keep you on the edge of your seat for hours. Day 2 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Hello chess friends, welcome to day 3 of the St. Louis Masters, a prestigious event filled with strong players, young stars, and an opportunity to play the elite players in the world and in the United States. So let's go back to the studio and let's see their games. 59 of some of the most talented players from around the world are here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And the top players are trading places at the top, but with only 3 rounds left, it's still anybody's tournament. All the action starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Nazi Paikidze. Yasser, Nazi, great to be here. Hello.
Obviously, we're having too much fun together. This has been great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the St. Louis Masters. I tell you, it has been a great event, competitive chess throughout. But our tournament favorite goes into round 5 with the clear half-point lead. And I'm talking about no one else but Fabiano. Tell us about the standings, Kate.
Right, let's take a look at the standings after round 5. We have 2 leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Emilio Cordova with 4 points, and then a big pack of players with 3.5 points. The tournament is really, really tight.
Absolutely, a great chasing pack, but a tie at the top. Tell us about the format for this St. Louis Masters.
So this is a 59-player Swiss system open tournament, invitational open tournament with 9 rounds. We play classical chess, but with only single time control, 90 minutes for the whole game and 30 seconds increment per each move. And classical scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, 0 points for a loss.
Gonna mix it up on you? Tell us about the schedule.
So the schedule. 2 rounds a day. Today, round 5 and round 6 starting very soon. Tomorrow, Friday, we have another 2 rounds, and on Saturday, last round, round 9. There will be no playoffs, even if players tie for the first place.
And I know that on Saturday, the rounds will be starting our broadcast early for that. More details to come. Nazi, we know in Swiss tournaments, there's going to be a lot of upsets. Tell us about some.
Yes, sir. We've had a lot of fighting games and a lot of decisive games, and also a lot of upsets. Let's take a look at just some of those, starting from round 1. As I remember, Tatev Abrahamian, WGM, defeated Grandmaster Batsuran, and that was the biggest upset of round 1, because if you look at the rating point difference, 227, that's huge.
That is very, very considerable.
Also, Grandmaster Oparin went down in round 1 against International Master Heimann Mark.
Yes.
He did recover after that.
Yes.
Let's take a look at round 3. There were some upsets there as well. Emilio Cordova beat Grandmaster Sam Sevian. That was an intense game.
Right.
And there's a big rating difference there as well. Also, International Master Wang defeated our friend, Grandmaster Christian Kirilla.
Christian's trying to get noticed for all the wrong reasons.
Let's take a look at the next round. I believe it was round 5, which just happened this morning. Again, Emilio Cordova. He's having a great tournament.
He is.
He just defeated Grandmaster Sam Shankland. That's a huge win for him. Congratulations to Emilio.
And what a game. I'm going to use that as a highlight, actually, coming up very soon. Thank you, Nazi. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Sabina, who is at the playing hall and has been interviewing the players. Sabina, over to you.
Hello, Yasser. Ladies and everyone who's watching, great to be back here. This tournament is definitely gonna keep us in a suspense mode until the end, very likely. Today, all eyes were on the game between Nicolas Theodorou and Fabiano Caruana because not long ago, actually just last week in the US Masters, Nicolas Theodorou was the player who actually was able to take down Fabiano. Fabiano did recover, winning his remaining rounds and winning that tournament. And today they played with different colors. I can't wait to hear your thoughts about that particular game.
Whoa, I was about to say, we just lost Sabina. We've had some internet connection problems with the Chase, but I wanted to say, tell us about the results from round 5.
Let's take a look at the morning round.
Yeah, that just completed.
So we have Nicolas Theodorou, who won against Fabiano Caruana at the US Masters in Charlotte. This time, Fabiano Caruana made a draw with black pieces. Then Sam Shankland lost an important game against Emilio Cordova, who, as Nazi was saying, is having an incredible tournament. Then a lot of draws, but a lot of decisive results, Yasser, right, for this round.
Exactly. I see that Robbie, big shout out to him, beat Ivan Saric, a top guest from Croatia. And Grigory.
And Grigory's recovering, bouncing back.
And Michael on board 9 lost with the white pieces to Grigory. I'm anxious to see what happened in that game. And because of that draw, the standings shifted.
Right. So after round
1.
5, the standing is that we have 2 leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Emilio Cordova, with 4 points out of 5, and then really a lot of players. How many is that even? 10 players.
Yes.
10 players tying with 3.5 points.
Yeah, well, it's definitely tied at the top there, especially with Emilio and Fabi. I just have to show you this highlight because as a French defense player, I have to say that I have suffered with a light squared bishop throughout my career.
I don't play French defense exactly for that reason.
Right.
It's a suffering with that light square bishop.
But once every 10 years or so, the light square bishop gets to be the hero. Well, this is what you're about to see is really heroic, as I'm talking about the game of Sam Shankland and Emilio, who was earlier today. French defense, I don't like this system with A7, A6. Trust me when I say I've tried just about everything, and I rejected A6. I actually would play an earlier bishop E7.
And just castle and kind of with F6 try to attack the center.
So the idea behind this knight E2 is to reinforce the center with C2, C3, and we get some very, very standard French defense. Black has locked down the queen side. White has a very nice grip in the center.
In general, very nice pawn chains for white and for black as well.
Exactly. In the good old days when computers were really terrible, these were ideal positions to play against the computers because they didn't play closed positions very well at all. And that's no longer the case. So we have a situation with opposite side castling, but if you notice the queen side is so closed, white's play is basically on the king side. White should be playing for the break F2, F4, and playing for F4, F5.
And that's why white even removed both of the knights, right? They were sitting nicely on F4, F3, but they were blocking the F pawn.
The move G2, G4, I thought was a little bit, it wasn't my choice. Let's put it this way. And now King H1, and already the seeds of the destruction are being sown.
The bishop on c6 is becoming hopeful.
Right, but there's no way, ever that you're going to get to play d5, d4. So Sam thought that was fine. Once again, I'm all about f2, f4, and f4, f5. King h1. And the players continued their maneuvering. Bishop e7, rook g1, and we can see once again that, that the play has shifted to the king side. And now the bishop on c6 is saying, get me into the game, coach, get me into the game.
Once in 10 years,
yes.
I want to be the hero.
Brilliant sacrifice. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5. What's the follow-up? What's the follow-up? Bam!
Wow.
Wow. And it's such a visual. After you capture the queen, discover check. Oh my goodness. That is really a monster diagonal. We have no choice.
But who's going to be blocking the check?
Exactly.
Knight,
we have to
the
put
only piece not to lose the queen immediately.
And then h2, what? And this was just a fantastic combination. The crazy part was, having made this combination, you don't get more than a bishops of opposite color position. You kind of think to yourself, oh, you know, I deserve more. At this moment, I truly thought that Sam Shankland was still a favorite to draw the game. I didn't see this.
I was even thinking maybe White can try to play f4, h4, and just push the pawns forward.
Like
but the
here with this,
yes. But a lot of pawns are just hanging.
I think the loss of the previous round, Sam Shankland was still carrying that loss.
That was a devastating loss against Fabiano Caruana when he had the normal, very good position.
Right. And here, in this exact position, I think under normal circumstances, he would probably been able to save it. As it turned out, he did get further outplayed. He lost his h-pawn and went on to lose the game. But what a highlight. That bishop on c6. What a hero. Over to you, Nazi. What caught your eye as a highlight?
I was just watching your analysis. That's amazing. That's the game you show to people who want to play the French.
That's it. That's it. You become a French lover after that.
And maybe in their lifetime they'll get one game and they can do that. Well, I have a different game for you. It's a game between Mikhail Antipov and Gergely Kantor. It started as Jacopiano, and they actually followed the mainline theory for a while. I'll show you where novelty, at least according to my database, was. It was here, where if we check the database, it says there's one game with 93, position equal, maybe a tiny bit better for White. But White played instead h4, maybe a little bit aggressive. But look at this response.
You want to play
Black
G3.
Was prepared for it. f5. There's already a lot to calculate because White has this option to play d5, which happened in the game. And looks like maybe Black is already losing some material.
Exactly.
Bishop f7, take on f5, and look at this move, bishop d5.
Ooh, wow. We're not worthy.
So I'm sure when Gergely played f5, he already had this prepared. But let's have a look what's going on. First of all, if White takes the knight, Black has this check, knight h3. Look at that hidden bishop on a7 doing an amazing job hitting at this f2 pawn. So if we don't take, and let's say move the king somewhere, obviously here, very nice fork.
Right.
Even king h2 is not that much better for White. Bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight f2, then queen is coming to h3, and this is just game over. So because of that, White included this in-between move, knight e3, which looks very logical. At least I'm covering up that bishop on a7. But
I can see the computer didn't like it.
You're right, and it didn't help White. So Black simply moved the bishop back to c6, and is threatening still the same thing.
But the knight on g6 is hanging, right?
It is hanging, and White took it. As you can see, computer.
Another question. The most logical move in the business. I'm going to support you on this one.
Like,
come on.
Knight is hanging. I want to take it.
Of course.
Right. Knight h3 check. And
the
king went to
check.
f1. Because of all the lines that I explained earlier, it works the same way in this position.
Right.
So Mikhail played king f1. Maybe he's thinking, I'm completely fine here. I'm off a piece. e4. Now, rook is coming to play. Since we can't use the bishop to attack f2, we are using the rook now. And according to the engine, it's already minus 3.5. The game is over.
Wow.
Even though black is down a full piece. I was trying to find some complications for white, but there is absolutely nothing. So let's check what happened in the game. White played bishop a4, a desperate move, but black could have simply accepted it too. It's also winning. Mm-hmm. Instead, black played b5.
Not bad.
Just ignoring the pieces.
Not bad.
Check, king h8, bishop d5, trades to trades, e takes f. Now black gets the material back, and we still have a terrible king with f2 hanging. This knight you can never take because of a beautiful checkmate after bishop takes e3 on g2. Mm-hmm. So here white played knight d1. But look at this position. This is just very
painful.
Sad to look at. And in just 2 moves, white resigned. So it was a very quick win for Kantor with the black pieces.
Wow. Talk about an echo. That bishop on c6, just like Emilio's bishop was so powerful. Yeah. Here we have...
That's a beautiful cooperation of all the black pieces just being really active on the king side.
f5, bishop takes d5, bishop c6. What a great... That's sparkling.
Can I just have one question after f5? Mm-hmm. Can I go knight g4, knight g5? With the idea, I want to take that light square bishop and maybe bishop b3, make a skewer.
That became a monster. That
now,
light square
in
bishop.
hindsight, now that we know what happened in the game, this had to be played. Knight g5 was the best move. And after f takes e4, just take bishop takes e4 and not allow all these tactics with knight h3. We can pick up this bishop, and white has some advantage for sure. Knight e7, and game continues, but I mean, white's definitely not losing here.
And that bishop on a7, which was hidden, it's still kind of hitting that pawn on d4. The moment that diagonal opened up, we saw knight
that's
h3.
Disaster for white.
You feel bad for Michael because he just walked into a buzzsaw there. That was wow. Bishop takes d5. Bishop c6, great.
That's a really difficult move to find because the knight is hanging on g6, so you are considering just removing the knight somewhere to safety, and then your opponent is just like, I don't care.
Exactly. And Sabina actually caught up with Alex Donchenko from Germany. Over to you, Sabina.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko, who just won his game against Grandmaster Ilya Nyzhnyk. Alexander, thanks for joining me. Tell me a little bit about how this game went.
I'm happy to be here for the first time. The game probably looked quite smooth, but the biggest advantage I had was honestly on the clock, because out of the opening, Nyzhnyk started thinking for maybe half an hour or 40 minutes, and the position wasn't trivial, but in general, when you play this time control, you just have to decide on a course of action. Even if it's not the best, it will get you somewhere where you can play easier moves later on. And after that, there was some forced calculation part, but I had the time to figure it out, and I hope I did well there and didn't let him off the hook there.
It seemed like a pretty smooth game in a way because it was Meran, and I feel that he maybe took in c4 too early, let you play d5, and those positions are slightly better for white in my opinion. I played them too, so that's why now I'm learning a new idea too. So let's hear your thoughts about it.
It rarely works for black unless he has some other advantage, and unless he can establish some very solid blockade or push b5, c4. It's generally risky to do, but that's what I said. He didn't see a clear idea because the position is generally slightly better for white the way he played it, and when you have several unpleasant positions, you can sometimes choose an even worse one, but it looks like you might have some counterplay, and sometimes it works out, but today it was probably not the best choice.
And you came to play, you played in Charlotte, I believe, first, and now here. You're coming from Germany, where most tournaments have 1 round a day, maybe occasionally double round. Tell me a little bit about your feelings with this tournament, double rounds, and actually playing 2 tournaments back-to-back like this.
I was actually a bit surprised. I think Tina Belinkaya, who was invited me to Charlotte initially a couple of months ago, and then more recently I basically added this one on after. It's of course kind of a deliberate choice. I think the last time I played a tournament with full double rounds is at least 5 years ago, because I generally don't believe that you can play 2 top quality games in one day. It usually doesn't work in one way or another. But this is also the point why I'm coming here. I think if I challenge myself like this and force myself to manage my time, to make easy decisions where I can, it can help me evolve as a player, hopefully.
And you're a very strong grandmaster. What are your hopes in your professional chess career? How far do you think you want to go?
That's a good question, yeah. I'm currently quite a bit away from my peak, but I hope I will be getting there soon enough again. But it's mostly, well, first of all, I just want to gain rating, see how far it goes, and also play well in the important tournaments. I recently qualified for the World Cup, and these are the tournaments where, let's say, maybe you won't shine or or win the tournament, but it gives you a chance to, let's say, put yourself on the big stage and see how well you can do.
And what's the strongest grandmaster or highest rated player you ever beat in a classical time control?
That would definitely be Alireza Firouzja in Vaikanze. Though I have to say, it was probably one of the worst games from both of us. He has that title in my career right now, but I wouldn't be very proud of this game.
I see. Well, yeah, of course, it matters how you win, but in the end, the result does count a bit. So it's, you know what they say, the person who makes not the last mistake, but the one before that, is the one who gets the point. So that's awesome. Are you excited to play against Fabi here?
If I manage to play against him, I'm very excited to do it because it usually means I'm doing very well in the event.
Well, I hope that happens for you. You're on the right track, catching up. I appreciate your time, and I wish you good luck in the next rounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Alexander from Germany, as we have the pairings for round 6. Kate, do the honors.
Fabiano Caruana playing Emilio Cordova, who is doing really well in the tournament. So definitely eyes will be on this game. Then we have AC Khan, who I think won the last 2 games. So he got here to the second board with Grigory Oparin, Gergely Kantor against Aram Hakobian, Alexander Donchenko getting closer to playing Fabiano Caruana, doing really well in the tournament, and right now playing Robbie Kevlishvili,
who's bounced back after his loss to Fabi. A big shout out to both Oparin and Robbie for bouncing back. That's hard in these Swisses.
Absolutely.
And then we see the rest of the pairings. I wanted to, I mean, it's a highlight. Whenever, Fabi is playing and he's tied for the lead, he's up against Nicholas in the earlier round 5. I just like to show how Nicholas made a draw. So Nicholas, very, very strong grandmaster, and as we know, having defeated Fabi just a week ago with the different colors.
With black pieces, so now we try with white pieces.
Exactly. And as we saw earlier, Fabi is playing this particular move order, knight b8, d7. That was a specialty of mine. And I really loved it when my opponents played g2, g3 here. Mm-hmm. Because I always thought that when you're playing the Catalan, one of the really neat things is to leave the knight on c3, knight on b1. There's a lot of lines in the Catalan where the knight is actually misplaced.
Right, because b5,
earlier.
b4 can be attacking that knight.
So I always like to capture. And when they played bishop to g2, I like to go with this whole line where I'm playing for b5, b4, and the knight's a target. That did not happen. What happened instead is Fabi just played bishop e7, queen d3, because eventually you're going to take that pawn, and it's not that easy to win that pawn back. Queen d3, b7, b6, captures. Now here's a very, very key moment. Nicholas castled. I think if you're going to try to get an advantage with white, and I'm not saying that you are necessarily going to get it, you go for this, where eventually black is going to go c7, c5, and get the hanging pawns and or an isolated pawn. When you allow black, after castles bishop b7, to be able to recapture with the bishop, the position for me is too even. Like it's going to be next to impossible to get an advantage with the white pieces. However, The problem is, Fabi is trying to win with the black pieces. And so that was why he captured on c3 instead of going for the c5 variations. And
I
again,
like this move, bishop e4, to just control the light squares in the center,
Yeah.
and then you can lock the bishop in the center by playing c6.
Exactly. Now, our predecessors, our great predecessors, if you will, would have said, "Oh, this is the way you make a draw with black. You play queen d5. You offer your don't take the pawn. You'll get your queen trap.
Pawn.
Yeah. You trade queens. You trade knights." And then the whole point is what you just said. Your bishop on e4 is actually doing a great job neutralizing the Catalan bishop. And these positions, these endgame positions, were just simply considered balanced. But once again, Fabi saying, okay, I've got to create an imbalance. How am I going to create an imbalance? And we get to this position, and remarkably enough, he's achieved the imbalance, but it wasn't enough. I mean, the position's actually a little bit too dry.
Especially because white has this time to push d5.
Exactly.
Right? If I didn't have that, then it's a different story.
Exactly. So here, a more or less even ending, but once again, I got to give Fabi credit. Somehow, he managed to create something here. So obviously a draw offer? No. Fabi says, I'm willing to risk. Are you going to play a4? Ooh.
That's a good question.
Are you willing to play a4? And what was the idea?
Because if you play a4, then maybe rook goes to d8, and then rook goes to d4, right? And you're going to be targeting that pawn.
Except I will be able to defend it with both knight c4 as well as rook c4. It may have been that Nicholas didn't like the looks of this. King to d6 and king to c6, and then you get the
Trying
chance
for
of,
a passer.
A passer. So what happened is that Nicholas went back with his knight, and Fabi was able to achieve, well, I don't know if you were going to say a great imbalance, but you can see that the pawn on e2 is a little bit soft.
The bishop on b6 is targeting a nice diagonal,
Exactly.
but it's, I guess, difficult to progress with black. So you have to try to push the pawns.
Exactly. And they did end up getting into an ending that, well, you can see. I mean, you know, it was a great fight, right?
Yeah, black is trying.
And then eventually a draw was achieved. But boy, from almost nothing, you know, imperceptibly, Fabi did get the upper hand in this one. A great fight, a great draw. And what about you, Nazi? You have a highlight for us?
I have an interesting endgame for you.
Okay.
It was in the game between Grigori Oparin and Titus from Lithuania. So we have this endgame. It's knight versus bishop. White is up a pawn, but we do have two sets of double pawns. And it's not that easy to break through. I know you can see the eval bar white's winning, but it's always hard to convert this type of endgames.
Good luck.
Especially players are down to 10 minutes. So white started with knight g3, which turns out to be a tactical mistake. Black had this opportunity here to play e4. Strong move. I'm attacking, putting pressure on the pawns. So I have a couple of variations here. If you take with the pawn, rook e5, and on the next move I'm picking up on h4, computer says dead equal.
Okay.
Because after this we're also picking up h5.
Okay.
If white takes with the knight, of course, simply rook h5, and this is pretty simple.
But taking with the rook.
Taking with the rook is the best option. Here black improves the bishop. So the doubled pawns, black decided it's better to give up one more pawn and improve the bishop than have two double pawns. And here, if you play c4, I go rook a5, and it's very hard for white to break through here. Yes, white has two extra pawns, but they're all separated, doubled on different sides, and black is holding this. Black missed this opportunity, played normal move rook a5, and then let's continue. White was winning up until a certain moment, so there's a lot of maneuvering. White doesn't have to rush to win this. We're improving the pieces, traded a pawn for the e pawn, and here white played very tempting move h6. but there was some miscalculation.
I see the tactical ideas of getting to the back rank.
It sure looks good.
it
I
looks
mean, that
very
looks
good.
like a great move.
So instead, just to comment
Rook
here,
E6.
Rook G6 was good, and just F4 and play slowly.
Keep your positional.
By the way, this is a great illustration of how the knight can be better than a bishop, right, in an endgame.
Yes.
Absolutely, and we have the active rook against passive rook. This should be completely winning. But after H6, let's have a look. G takes, Rook G8, King E7. Why isn't immediately Knight G6 winning? Because of King F7 and double attack. But White has this move H5, which is what I think Grigori was counting on.
Exactly.
And now Knight G6 is unstoppable, and we're winning the piece.
Sweet.
But guess what? Black has a defense. Bishop
Rook
G7.
A8.
Oh,
This tricky move, but
that is pretty.
very pretty, yes. And Black is surviving, and kudos to Titus because he found this with 1 minute on the clock.
Ooh,
Not easy.
Not at all.
And
So we can take on C6.
Take.
Oh,
Now the double attack.
right.
right, we take the pawn on H6, but turns out this is holding for Black. Spoiler, White still won this game,
Right.
but Black definitely had chances to draw. I will show you
The key moment.
the
where-
ideas.
Yeah.
So it's about going, Black is just attacking these two pawns,
Right.
and White King has to bounce back and forth. And if they play Rook F8, then I go Rook H1.
Right.
And that's how Black's holding the draw. But it's still not simple, so let's have a look. F4, King D6, this all happened in the game. Check, King E4. And here, the only way to draw is to take on C3, allow H6, allow H7, and then, again, only move.
King C5.
King C5.
Hide the king.
Hide the king from the check. King E5, Rook H6.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's almost study-like.
It is study-like, yes. So Rook doesn't
Oh.
move, King doesn't make any progress, and if you play F5, then I'm happy to trade and
King
just move the King
C4.
C4, and
C5.
eventually I'll give up my Rook. It will be enough once you force me, in 3 or 4 moves.
Exactly.
So this was how Black would hold the draw, but as you can see, players were playing with just 30 seconds on the clock, so Black made a mistake, played King E7, and now White is winning. It's a very straightforward win. White keeps the pawns, and Black doesn't get the counterplay. So King G6, H7. The pawn endgame is lost if you take King E5, and White wins. And this is how the game ended. Rook E1, C5, and Black just resigned here. Yeah. And Grigori is now tied for third. He came back after that first game loss.
Yeah. And we have an interview with one of the players, Mark, who with Mark Heimann with Sabina. He's in that tie. I wanted to say tie for third. Over to you, Sabina.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with international master Mark Heimann, who just drew his game. Mark, congrats on that. You're on 3.5. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts about the tournament, how you feel you're doing, and
I mean, yeah, thank you so much. This is an unbelievable tournament so far. This is my first time playing at the St. Louis Chess Club. At least since I was an undergraduate student about 10 years ago, I went to Washington University in St. Louis, and we played like a couple small tournaments at St. Louis. But this is my first time playing in a big tournament with a bunch of grandmasters at St. Louis Chess Club. It's just the organization of the event is really great, and then of course I'm really happy with my performance so far at the halfway point.
yeah, you played against a grandmaster. I want to ask you, considering that, how many grandmaster norms do you have so far?
I have 2. I got one earlier in April in Spain. Fortunately, that was a 6-day norm at a Swiss, and then I just got one at the U.S. Masters in Charlotte that just finished a couple days ago.
That was a great tournament. I was watching your performance. You played against Fabiano in that tournament. Are looking forward to trying to play him in this one as well.
Yeah, no, I told my friends, I was like, there's no way I can possibly engineer a rematch and I feel this strong. I mean, if somehow I'm able to, that would be incredible. Playing him was a huge honor, and it was a really fun game. So we'll see. I knew that if I won, I thought the chances might be good if I play Fabiano, but it's not so easy to do that, I guess. So I'm very happy with this result of this game.
And you've had great. After graduating, it seems if someone is Googling your name, there's a lot of stories about what you're doing, and you are also doing powerlifting. Tell me a little bit about how important chess is for you right now, what you're trying to achieve with it, and if you're still focusing on other things.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I do have several other hobbies in my job outside of chess. Yeah, powerlifting is another one of my big hobbies, perhaps paradoxically for a chess player, but I really enjoy doing both of them, as contradictory as it is. Powerlifting actually is kind of what got me into chess in some ways, or at least playing at the level that I'm currently playing at now. I wasn't even considering that until a couple years ago, and there's a funny backstory to that. But basically, there's a powerlifting competition located right next to a chess tournament. The National Championship for Powerlifting in 22 is located right next door in the same resort in Vegas as the National Open, one of the big U.S. chess tournaments, and I just couldn't resist the opportunity to do both. And one day I thought that'd be too funny. And then I played that chess tournament and I was like, oh, wait, this is actually kind of fun. Maybe I should play more of these big tournaments. And here we are.
And I remember that tournament because we played against each other. So that was a good game for you.
Well, I mean, actually, I think you were like much better for a while. So I was very lucky to come away with the win that time. But anyways, regardless, I was just like, I remember I played against you were internationally titled. I played against a couple other internationally titled players. And I was just like, it's actually kind of fun to like, before and when I was in graduate school at the University of Michigan, I played in some small weekend tournaments and they were FIDE rated, but they would mostly be against people who mostly play locally and are maybe national masters. And so I was like, well, playing against people who actually compete internationally, are titled for that, is actually a lot of fun. So that game was actually kind of impactful in some ways and making me realize that like playing chess at this level is something that I might enjoy.
Well, awesome, Mark. You heard it. He's looking forward to getting his grandmaster title. It all started from beating me. Okay, remember that. But anyways, it's a pleasure talking to you. I wish you good luck. I hope you get your final norm here.
Thank you. Yeah, well, the other thing is I also just crossed 2,500 live with the draw this game. So that's one of the rating requirement for it. So I just need one more norm. I can't even say. I don't want to jinx anything. But we'll see what I can do the rest of this tournament. So thank you.
All right. Well, we won't jinx it. To try your best. You got 4 more rounds. Back at you guys. Thank you.
Great. Good luck on your journey, Mark. Much success.
Congratulations on crossing 2,500. That's a big accomplishment.
It is indeed.
And let's take a look at standings after round 5. So we have 2 leaders in the tournament, Fabiano Caruana and Emilio Cordova, both with 4 points out of 5, and then a pack of 10 players who are tied for the 3rd place.
Yeah, including Mark is one of those, as he is looking for his grandmaster title. That's what these Swisses offer. Wanted to talk about a very important game that Robbie defeated Ivan Saric in, and that was from the earlier round this morning in a Najdorf. A7, A6, Bishop E3. This is, I know there was a big controversy some time ago in the Millionaire Open. You may recall there was a game that went knight G4, bishop C1, the knight dropped back, the bishop went to E3, and the players made a 3-fold repetition as that was considered like best play. And so a lot of players would start with F2, F3, and then move the bishop, or H2, H3 as Tatev played, and then move the bishop. So this idea of playing the English attack, but when are you supposed to play bishop E3? In any case.
But I feel like Robbie is not worried that Ivan Saric, who has almost 100-point advantage, is going to go for a perpetual or repeating moves.
Exactly. And indeed, Ivan said, no draw for you.
I want to fight.
Exactly, I'm going to fight. And away we go into a main line. And for me, I must say, I absolutely, as a commentator, but also as a chess fan, and I do think of myself as a chess fan, I love these games where the people are castled on opposite sides. Because you know that black is going to throw the kitchen sink at the white king, b5, b4, go, 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 go. And you know that white is just going to do exactly the same against black's king, g4, g5, h4, h5, go, go, go. As Bobby Fischer might say, sack, sack, mate. And let's see who got there first with the mostest. Here we go, b5, g4. And I believe this is still where in the realm of theory until I see this move knight d2. I'm more familiar with g5.
G5, just forcing the knight to decide what you want to do.
Exactly, and I think there are lines with g5, a4. It's crazy stuff. Anyway, knight to d2, knight c6, g5, knight d7, and we have a position where all the pieces are on the board and a very, very exciting game ahead. A4, King B1.
Those pawns look a little scary on the queen side because they want to play B3 and just really open some of the files towards the king.
Yeah, and exactly. And for me, this move that Ivan played is, I don't know, I want to say a little bit controversial. I don't like jumping into the D4 square. I don't like the choice of knight D4.
So what would you play instead of that move?
The crazy part is because this rook on F8, this bishop on E7 is a little bit cramped, I start thinking about playing moves like F6 and or F5, actually. So yes, I do understand that I'm opening up the king side a bit, but I'm getting myself more space. And if, for example, you were to trade, you can imagine that my bishop is about to cheer as I get to play B3. In the game, I think that Robbie actually had an easy game now because this pawn on D4, well, it's a very natural attacking and knight E5. I definitely don't want to trade.
Yes, because that would just help Black to kind of restore the structure and guard the pawn on D4.
Exactly. What we would say an egregious strategic error would be to take, and suddenly Black's game flowers into life. The bishop on E7. Queen to G3, B3, okay.
That's the idea what Black has, right? They need to, Black has to kind of sacrifice the pawn, just try to open the A file.
Not interested in capturing and opening up the A file. Not interested in actually even in capturing the B pawn and opening up the B file. Right now, I am, Robbie's saying, you know, I'm keeping you at bay. And by the way, I do want to play rook takes D4. That's a pawn I really want to capture.
But the problem now for Ivan Saric is it's difficult to find a move for Black. Because those knight on C4 and D5, they are restricting Black's pieces.
Exactly. And again, it's not going to be easy for you to save this passer. Takes, Queen C7, rook takes D4 must have had an issue. It must have, probably as simple as rook C8, I want to say, something like this. I think Robbie felt that the D pawn isn't going anywhere. The B3 pawn is still on tap. He played rook C1. Ooh, queen D7, bishop D3. And now white is for choice because the king is actually pretty safe suddenly.
And when we look at the bishops, the bishop on D3 is very strong, whereas the bishop on E7 is
much
very
more
restricted.
Yes. Queen, this is nice. Robbie says, look, I know you're the higher rated player. Would you like to trade queens? I guess you do. And this ending, really, it's white because the pawn on B3 is going to be picked up. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. Later in the game, you'll see that white managed to have two connected pass pawns.
And you see that pawn on D5 was untouchable. You could have never recaptured it because they were either discovered attack or double attack on E6. And
the worst part, too, is that winning the pawn on D5 doesn't really give you that great enthusiasm. You got the double D pawns. In the meanwhile, the two connected pass pawns on the king side, on the queen side, went on and won the game.
Yeah, the 2 pawns are just very strong.
Exactly. Robbie, with this victory, boosts himself up into that chasing.
For third place tied right now.
Right. Pretty nice. We're having some pretty nice highlights from these games, Nazi. What about you?
There were a lot of draws this morning, but I have one more win by Alexander Donchenko.
Who we just interviewed, right?
Yes, we had a great interview, and let's take a look at his game, because he won a very nice game against Ilya Nyzhnyk. So it started with the semi-Slav opening. I think this is a very popular position. I've played this with both colors, white and black. Don't like it with either color. So at some point, black needs to make a decision. You can play C5, you can take on C4, you can plan for E5. You have to do something in the center. In this game, Ilya decided to take and then play C5, which allowed white to play D5. And now we get this type of Benoni structures with pawn on D5, which is preferable for white. After E takes, knight takes D5, this is not very typical, but it's really nice to open up your bishop, and now you have two bishops looking at the king side. There's nothing immediately to worry about, but eventually something will happen. Rook e8, e4, supporting the knight on d5, and now the pawn structure changed again. Still looking like Benoni, but now different type of Benoni, right? And let's take a look how the game continued. Rook e1. Black played a very strong move here, c4.
Yep.
Another Benoni idea. Sometimes you play c4 to get the c5 square and also to weaken the e4 pawn. So bishop takes, rook c8, rook c1, and here Black absolutely had to play b5. That was the key move. And after trades, well, we can't take, of course, on b5 because the queen's hanging. We have to drop back, and now Black can trade the queens, trade the rooks, and this key move, bishop b4, because we need to get the pawn back.
Yes, we do.
Pawn. Of course, if you move the rook, I'll take here, and if you go up, then I'm taking on d5.
Right.
So this was the way to play for Black.
And sorry, just to continue that thought there, and if you play rook to e3, then you chase the...
bishop c5 probably, and chasing.
Yeah.
I mean, this can continue with bishop d4 and b4. Now our compensation is that we have the b pawn.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But that was required by Ilya. Right.
Absolutely. For Black to not completely equalize, but get as close to equality as possible. But instead, he played bishop f4, which is an attractive move. It looks like White's about to lose material. But d6.
Wow.
Nice.
I was actually thinking that the bishop f4 looks like a very nice typical move. You just force the rook away or, for some exchanges.
But no, we can't move the rook because the bishop on c4 has to hang. But this move, d6, turns the tables.
So wait, what is happening? So if I capture with queen...
The fun is beginning here. So Black,
E5.
queen d6 happened in the game, and we'll have a look. What Black should have done was queen b7, but White has this move. Bishop takes f7, king takes check, and then knight h4.
Wow,
Complete
checkmate
mess.
with the knight.
It's coming, it's coming. So Black's only move to not get mated immediately is g5, and then take, we can take and just play e5. And
oh my.
yes, we're down a piece, but these two pawns are much stronger than any piece, and Black's king are completely exposed.
There's a theme going on in round 5. It's the great bishop.
Yes.
Like that bishop on b2 roaring down the diagonal. Sorry, Nancy, please continue.
Oh, no. So in the game, Black took on d6.
E5.
Strong move.
Genius.
And from here on, game didn't last very long because White
Hold
is
on,
just...
very important point. Sorry, after e5, Ilya could not have played knight takes e5 because there's a very nice...
Start with bishop takes e5.
Right.
Bishop e5.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, and this
yes.
is hanging. So if we take back...
Takes, and then the discovery at the end.
Yes, very nice. And we're up in exchange, and Black king is very weak.
Wow.
Nice.
All of the chop, 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 chop. And we're up in exchange. Right. So
That's
sorry.
what was missed. No, thank
It looked
you
like
for that line.
the queen is in trouble on the c file, right? But it's actually the rook that's in trouble all the time.
Queen's on the c5 was in trouble. The queen on d6 was a tactical target. And then the rook on c8 became a tactical target. It's like too many things went wrong for Ilya in this game.
Indeed. So he played queen b4, takes a bunch of trades, but White has two pieces for the rook, two amazing bishops, and Black king is very weak.
But it still continues. Rook c8. Right? Or no, rook c8, bishop
I still have
f7. The
bishop
same.
f7. Yeah,
Is that right? Hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes. Because if you take on b2, I take on d7.
With a check.
With a check. Yes.
Nice.
So he played b5, but here he realized that after h3 there is nothing he can do, and he just resigned.
Yeah, the minor pieces.
Did he resign? Is it that clear to win?
Yeah.
+4.
Oh, because queen h6 is also a threat.
Yeah.
Queen h6 is on tap.
Okay, so if I go knight e5.
Let's take a look. Many different options, but easiest is this.
And rook e6.
Check.
Check.
The good thing for White is that even every endgame is winning. So if you go queen f8, I Actually, I don't have to take. Why take when black king is completely open?
Right.
Yeah, keep the 2 bishops. And I mean, I agree with you. I think he could have continued to play,
Right.
but he probably felt miserable in that position and he wanted to just be over.
Because you have to think that you have another round coming up,
Yes.
right? But for me, it's just not that clear still how to win. Because
Yeah.
I know I mess up this position myself, so I want to give my opponents the same opportunity.
Right. One question though, you go back after knight e5, just for a moment, because it was sort of like I'm a pawn grubber.
Knight e5.
Yeah, in that late,
here?
no, in that later position where we had the 2 pieces, almost the moment where he gave up, right? The moment where he gave up. Yes. Keep going.
Here.
Yes. Bishop takes e5 and queen takes h6.
I don't think there's a bad line for white.
Yeah.
Yes, this is
I was
also
wondering
winning.
if those.
It's just whether you want to have knight and bishop or 2 bishops.
Exactly. The thing that I had in mind is if you played queen f8 in this position to defend your queen, I could take it and take on b5. The 3 versus 2 and the 2 minor pieces,
Right.
winning.
Yeah.
But nice game by Alexander. And by the way, very well spoken.
Great interview.
Germany.
I really
Wow.
liked it.
Nice.
Like players are very happy to be here in
Yeah.
St. Louis to be enjoying the tournament.
And we are getting ready for round 6, but tell us once again about the schedule
Right.
for the event.
So today we have round. Okay,
Whoops,
let's
that
take a
was-
look. Here we go. So today we have round 6 still to
Which
go.
is coming up.
Right. Tomorrow 2 rounds, round 7, round 8, and then on Saturday morning, by the way, we have round 9, and there will be no playoffs if there is a tie for the first place. Players will just tie.
Exactly. We will be on the air actually 10:20, I think, just to let people know. A warning. Tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 6 that, again, is getting ready to begin.
So big match, Fabiano Caruana is playing Emilio Cordova. Those 2 players are tied for the first place right now. So a really important game of this round. And then we have the pack of the players who are trying to catch up.
Right.
And Isikan, who is kind of having a very good tournament now, winning last games, now playing Grigori Oparin.
Nice.
Then Gergely Kantor against Aram Hakobian, Alexander Donchenko against Robbie Kevlishvili.
Right.
And you wanted to say?
No, I'm looking at Mark versus Nicholas, and because you think about it, chess and powerlifting, they have so much in common. And sorry, the pairings once more, if you don't mind, because I just wanted to say a big shout out to our very own Darush Svirts. He's coming up. Darush, he wasn't in the top 10 seeds, so that way he wasn't on the first boards in round 1. But now he's up against Ray Robson and Andy Woodward, still I think he's the youngest player on the top 10 there. Sam Shankland is wondering, oh my gosh, I just lost back-to-back. Sam Shankland has had back-to-back losses. And sometimes in a Swiss tournament, when you get into that, self-depressed state where bad things can happen, Benjamin
He
Bach.
will need to fight back, right? He needs to
Exactly.
get back on track.
And there's a couple of IMs who have very good shot at Grandmaster Norm in this tournament.
Exactly, in the end there. By the way, speaking about norms, Gabriela Antova from the St. Louis University team, Varusian's very proud. She's in a norm possibility,
She
right?
can score an IM Norm.
Wow.
She had a good start. She had 1.5 out of 3, 50% against, I believe, 3 grandmasters.
3 grandmasters.
Yeah, that's very impressive. So,
Okay, we'll keep an eye.
yeah, we hope that she
there.
finishes well.
So we're just going to take a look at the playing hall because I know the players like to arrive earlier. And here's the Chase Hotel, which, by the way, if you're in the Central West End, you should just go to the Chase to look at all the decorations.
Yeah, it's a beautiful hotel, beautifully decorated.
Wow.
There are chess sets actually in the hotel, not in the playing hall. Even if you just walk
Hotel
around the
lobby,
hotel,
right?
hotel lobby, you can play chess. It's very beautiful there.
Well, I wanted to see the security checks and everything like that, but okay, we just got an idea of the players coming down the stairway there. But I was going to say the Chase really looks so festive. I mean, with a lot of
Christmas
trees.
decorations.
Yeah.
Very
Look really good. And there you go.
There we go.
There we go. That's what we're talking
It's
about.
just so nice to walk around and enjoy the atmosphere.
Exactly. Very, very grand. The grandeur of the old style of the hotels from the early 19th century. Big rooms, big lobby areas.
This is just the one side of the hotel.
Yeah,
the
the
other
other
side of the lobby. They
Which has
have
even
50
bigger,
Christmas trees.
bigger lobby, yeah,
Exactly.
more trees,
Exactly.
more
That's
boards.
Nicholas Kacherava arriving.
Yeah.
Last night he won that long game,
Yes.
opposite color bishops,
Yes.
big fight.
Exactly.
And it's nice to hear from those interviews how players are really enjoying themselves and feeling very grateful and happy to be here in St. Louis playing such a strong event.
Yeah, true that. I must say that in so many of the Swiss tournaments that I grew up in, we brought our own sets, we brought our own clocks. We were just happy to be sitting, elbow to elbow with one another as we see the players.
Here we were following Gabriela Antova
That's
from Bulgaria,
Okay,
and currently a SLU, local player here.
There's Tatev Abrahamian.
exactly.
And
Were
Ruth
you-
Paudmini, so a lot of female players here as well, I believe 6 or 7.
6, I think,
6.
are in the event. I wanted to say that some players arrive early, some players arrive late, some players arrive just on time. I was always the early bird.
Me too.
I liked filling out my score sheet. One of the locals, Julian, there I recognized as our arbiter, Chris Bird in the blue shirt. But you liked arriving earlier. I like to get the zen of the.
I remember at the U.S. Championship, me and Nazi were always there among the first ones, getting our tea and just like walking around.
But that's
Always,
the.
yes.
But you want to feel comfortable in the playing hall, so you want to get used to the noises. You want to get
in the mindset.
Exactly.
And also, just in case, there's twice that I got stuck in the elevator before. So now I always go early. Yeah.
What dare I ask? What did you do? I mean,
And it wasn't my fault.
Of course not.
It just happens sometimes. And Chase is a gorgeous hotel, but it is an old hotel, and sometimes there are some issues. They fixed it quickly. It was less than 10 minutes. But, if you leave your hotel just 10 minutes before your game, then you will miss your game.
right? You'll be late, right?
Yeah, so I always leave like half an hour early just in case.
Right.
To leave time. I have a question for both of you.
Sure.
In the interview, Alexander Donchenko said he believes that when there's 2 games a day, you can't play both games well. There's not going to be 2 good games.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say it's twice as hard to play a good game.
I would say it's very difficult to play 2 games at once, and I try to avoid these tournaments. To be honest, I know that in US you have to play these kind of events because you don't get to play those long tournaments 1 round a day unless it's a US Championships or another prestigious event.
Well, I just want to tell you, young ladies, in my day, we used to play 3 games a day, and we walked home barefooted in the snow.
And what was the quality of those 3 games?
Amazingly bad. and when the lights didn't work, we just brought our candles with us too.
Sure.
As we see Ivan Saric getting wanded and welcome into the playing hall.
People are in good mood in the
I used
playing
to
hall.
play
That's
three rounds a day. We've 3 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. Very, very, very difficult. Today, 1 round a day is considered.
I mean, sometimes I played 7, but that was a rapid tournament.
Yeah, that was, and Blitz. And speaking of Rapid and Blitz, coming up with the Big Apple, the World Championships over the Christmas holidays, as we see Sam Shankland taking his seat.
Oh, I thought he was playing black. Oh, he is playing black. He just wanted to get a chance to enjoy sitting next to the white pieces.
Exactly, getting the new score sheet.
Hopefully he didn't prepare with the
I
pieces.
am ashamed to say, not once, not twice, but probably as many as a handful of times, we didn't have the internet, so we didn't know the pairings. But we had a pretty good guess of what our opponents might be, but sometimes we got the colors wrong. And I would prepare a game with the black pieces, and I'd come and they say, "No, Yasser, you're playing white." I say, "Well, like, why do I have to play white? I prepared with the black." So I've sat on the wrong side of the board. And my opponent says, like, excuse me, dude, you're in my seat. I had to move.
Have you ever continued to play with the wrong color? And
That I have managed to avoid. I managed to avoid.
Here we see Aram Hakobian, who is also having a great event.
Very, very, very nice event. Have you made an illegal move?
I hope not, but maybe as I was a child or something. I don't remember. I don't recall.
I have, and it was embarrassing. It was World Youth Championship under 12,
Yeah.
and I was board one, so our game was projected on the big screen. But so I moved my knight from h4 to e4.
Excellent move.
Excellent. My opponent didn't notice it either. Neither did I. We kept playing, and we can see that on the screen nothing's changing for many, many moves.
It's frozen.
I won the game.
Brilliantly.
And then my opponent claimed that I made an illegal move after I won the game. But apparently the FIDE rules say if you already signed the score sheets, game is over.
And that had happened.
But it's still so embarrassing that neither of us, we're already 2,200
Right.
rated players,
Right.
noticed that knight went from h4 to e4. The game went on.
Was that like in time of trouble?
Not at all. It was early in the game,
Right.
before move 20.
Right. I have twice made illegal moves, and both have great stories. But you think it's bad, and it is bad to make an illegal move. It's embarrassing. But there was the World Rapid Chess Championship, and it was between Garry Kasparov and Evgeny Baryev. And they're on the big screen. They're there in France. 700 people are watching, and everybody's holding their breath as they get into a time scramble, and they're banging the pieces, and everybody's like nervous, and the players are nervous. And Evgeny has a black rook on a3, and there is a king on g3, and there's a pawn on f3, and banging away. And of course, the strongest move in the position is f4, played a la tempo, and the answer comes, and the screen is frozen. After mad time trouble, Garry wins. They get her from the board, they sign their score sheet, and everybody's shocked because the whole screen is frozen and the players are playing. And this is the World Championship for Rapid Chess. It's a World Championship, FIDE World Rapid Championship. So the commentators are like, what just happened? I won. Yeah, but what did you do? The screen didn't change. Garry made an illegal move. And and the players didn't see it. The arbiter didn't jump in. Nothing happened. And that was during a world championship, so I didn't feel so bad.
Of course. What was his reaction when he realized?
Okay.
By the way,
True confessions.
okay.
As we see the players getting their copy, Fabiano tied for first at this round 6. True
By the way,
confessions.
by FIDE rules now, if you make 2 illegal moves, you lose the game on the spot.
But
2
does arbiters
illegal
play that, or?
moves.
Actually, I don't know if arbiters can jump in, but I was very surprised because I was preparing kids at the World Cadet Championship, under 8, under 10, under 12, and the second move just loses the game on the spot.
Interesting.
Which I thought it's very brutal when you're like 6 years old. They castle through a check or something happens, and like...
And then they continue like no problem. Okay, I was a class player. I'm playing against an international master, John Watson. He's a top player from California. And I'm a class player, and I'm getting checkmated. I'm getting checkmated. Okay. But I got pawns on b2 and a2. I'm black, who are promoting to a queen. If I wasn't getting checkmated, I'd be winning the game. But I can see that checkmate is coming, and I don't know the rules. I reach over to my set on the other side, and I promote a pawn to a king.
To a king?
To a king?
To a king. He checkmates my king on g8, and I continue the game because I'm thinking he's an international master. I've never seen anybody promote a pawn to a king before, but it was my only choice because I was going to get checkmated. So he took my king on g8, then all of his pieces came back, and he took my king on
Yes,
b1.
I'm confused about this story.
So wait, did you get checkmated twice?
I got checkmated twice in the same game. So, of course, I go back to Seattle, and I show all my friends. I say, I played this international master. And they all stopped after I showed them checkmate. And I go, no, the game continued. They go, Yasser, you're checkmated. I go, yeah, twice. Let me show you the second checkmate. And they couldn't believe that the international master allowed the game to go on, and he did. Apparently, he
was having fun.
He was having a lot of fun. As we are getting ready, in fact, not only ready, but round 6
the games
does
are
appear
on.
to be underway. Sorry, that story was just too hilarious.
Too good not to share.
It only happened once. I'm going to start with a game of Fabi and Emilio. That is on board 1. I noticed
A lot of moves there.
that we have a single move, and I don't know. Fabi has played. We saw Fabi getting his coffee. He's played the opening move, but Emilio,
E4, and he feels very confident.
right, might get stuck in the security check. Nazi, what's caught your eye as the early moments of round 6 are underway?
Well, we can just have the bird
Yeah.
eye view because players have only made a couple of moves. On the second board, we have, what is this opening called? The Scotch variation.
I even call it the Scottish and the Scots ending.
Ending.
Because it almost by force you get an ending, like
I
it
just
goes
recently
very
analyzed it, and I feel like everything is equal there.
exactly with Queen F3 and Bishop G5, and you
Capture
end up capturing.
D5.
Yeah.
On board 3, we only have 3 moves. It could be Catalan or Queen's Gambit declined.
Catalan.
There we go. Great, Catalan.
You're an influencer.
In this game, Donchenko against Robbie, we have Queen's Gambit declined so far.
Right.
They're following the main lines. There's a lot of games in the database, both in their prep so far. And here, only 3 moves. Mark Heimann against Nico Theodorou. We have the Rosalimo Sicilian, Bishop B5. And Nico is thinking, because it's an important decision here, whether you play G6, E6, or D6, you will get very different type of middle game positions.
Absolutely. So early days, and I'm looking at the game of Darush and Ray Robson. It's a Sicilian, not a surprise, but this Bishop B5 check. It's not a Rosalimo because the knight's not on C6. I always think of these positions, Bishop B5 check. And remember, I told you I was a French defense player. And so when my opponents would play against me Bishop B5 check, and I would play Bishop D7, it's almost like I felt I had made it successful. I'd gotten rid of my passive bishop. Now, I told you I was a provocateur. I played very, very risky. And one of my fun variations was when they played C4, and some of them did, this was considered a gambit that was way, way too risky to play.
It looks like it's the queen is developed. All the other pieces are stacked
Exactly.
back and open file on the king.
And an entire book was written about this variation. And it was Garry Kasparov versus the rest of the world. As Microsoft challenged Garry, and you remember that Irina Krush and Alexander Holithman were helping the rest of the world, and the rest of the world would poll. Garry Kasparov won a game that lasted for like 3 months. He said it ruined his summer vacation, but it was a remarkable book, a remarkable story, a great variation.
And Ray Robson did play Bishop D7.
But Ray
Recapture with knight. That's another
Recapture with the
possibility
knight.
to do for black.
Again, the classical player in me. What are the best squares for the knights?
Well, you like C6, right?
Of
To target the
course.
center.
Of course. So I think F6, C6, C3, F3, most natural developing squares. Knight takes D7. Okay, I understand the idea behind this is that you're protecting E5, but on the other hand, it makes it a little bit easier for me to play for C3 and D4 if the knight isn't on C6.
Dariush went for your C4.
C4. It's not mine. Lots and lots of players love the Maroczy bind setup. They like to play C4, D4, knight C3, and have the pawns on a C4 and E4. Nazi, I'm going to toss it back to you. You've got a Benoni.
Yes, this is a game between Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland. I think these players soon will be competing against each other in the U.S. Championships because Andy will be joining soon, right? We're expecting that.
We hope so. I mean, it's very hard to get into these championships these days.
Definitely, but he's the future of U.S. chess, so can't wait to see him there.
Right.
So I don't know if Sam often plays Benoni or not.
Right. I think
don't
it's a
think
risky...
Yeah.
He saved it for the Swiss.
Exactly, because typically he's a very solid player and he's extremely well prepared. But he's coming off of 2 very painful losses and he really wants to bounce back with the win. So he chose this very aggressive line of Benoni instead of just playing regular Catalan. So let's take a look. It could be said that this is a good version of Benoni because white already committed to g3. And if black started with immediate Benoni, then white has a lot more options than going for g3, and g3 is not the most ambitious. So maybe that's why he went for this line, since white's committed to the g3 line. This is all common theory. White does have an option here to play e4 and knight e2, something I've tried before, unsuccessfully. So as you can see, they're following the main moves here, bishop f4, but here, instead of a6, which is the typical move, provoking a4 because we don't want to allow b5 and transposing into the main line of Benoni, Sam played knight a6. Sorry, bishop f4 and knight a6. So here Andy thought for a little bit, and we do have a move on the board, rook e1. As you can see, we only have 182 games in the database.
Went down a lot.
Big time.
Right.
Yes. And
Bishop g4.
the most common move, if h3, we take on f3 and go knight d7. Want to control the e5 square. Let's have a look. Knight d5, bishop e2. Now, that's a bit strange, but I'm guessing if bishop g2, maybe there's some c4 ideas.
Right.
And
Knight
as you can
c5.
see, if Albert drops very quickly, yeah, 2 knights on c5, e5, coming to d3. This could be very good for black.
But Nazi, knight d7 is dropping the pawn on d6. Can we just pause
Oh.
there?
I'm glad you noticed. Let's
I
check.
saw,
Let's
I saw
check.
queen b6, so I
Is it-
hesitated.
Queen b6 immediately.
Okay, so that's the idea.
And
Queen
if I
takes
drop
b2,
back,
Queen takes
Say bishop
b2.
f4, queen b2, and then
and I don't have even knight a4, right? Because you're going to grab my rook on
take
a1.
on a1.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
a big problem.
But knight e4 apparently is an option. And even though you're winning an exchange, white often sacrifices an exchange in Benoni to have compensation with the black squared bishop,
Right.
taking over all the black squares. But that's not really what white wants here.
Exactly. Well, when you took the pawn on d6, it wasn't your intention to sacrifice the exchange.
No, it was just to
You
get a pawn.
wanted to win the pawn. And
But yeah,
the
Sam
current
has played
position?
bishop g4, and now Andy is thinking.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Except because you're a Catalan player, Nazi, I have a question for you.
Yes.
From the Catalan move order on move 3, so c5, you would play d5.
Yes.
I would take. And I had many games as black in this position where I played b7,
b5.
b5,
Yeah, this is a fun line.
right? And do you answer bishop g2?
No.
Because
I'll
if
go
you do,
e4.
right.
Yeah.
Because if you do answer bishop g2, then I have the Benoni that I want with
Because
d6.
you already got the b5.
And I got the b5 move in. But you had the correct response, which was e4.
Thanks for testing me.
Yeah. But that is such a counterintuitive move. The move e2, e4, you just played
Oh,
g3.
sorry, this is the wrong position.
Yeah. But that is actually the right move, and white is for choice in
It becomes
these lines.
very sharp and complicated, but yes,
Right.
white is better. Yeah.
I know. Ooh. We'll keep an eye on that one. Again, if Andy Woodward is the future of American chess, and he does get to the U.S. Championships, he is going to be facing the Sam Shanklands and the Ray Robsons. So you might as well get used to the competition, right?
Right.
Let's go.
And maybe let's take a look at one more game between
Please.
Sams. So board 8, Sam Savian against Sam Khanin. Because we have kind of simple, easy, calm opening. Joko piano. But then it kind of gets very sharp. With
Yeah, we have
blacking
seen.
in the center.
Yeah, we have seen these lines where white does get the early bishop g5. He provokes the move g7, g5, which means you're not castling kingside anymore once you've played g5. a7, a6, these days, the Joko piano is such a hot mess.
Yeah, and by the way, you see this move bishop a7. The idea is that black is really waiting for white to castle before white starts the attack on g5. So that move is always helpful because white is going to play d4 or b4, kick that bishop away. So you want to make sure the bishop is safe. And now after castling, you can start considering g5.
Exactly. Now that we know the address of the white king, g7, g5 makes knight takes g5 less likely. Bishop to g3. So the problem from white's point of view is while the king does look a little safe, strategically speaking, the bishop on g3 is a very passive piece. Queen to e7, b4, knight to d7. Okay. Essentially what black wants to do is play h5, h4.
So we need to defend that g5 pawn.
Yes, but we also need, for example, after knight d7, let's say I play a4, we also want to be in a situation that we meet we don't want to allow this. So the idea behind the move knight d7, oh wow.
Wow, a quick draw.
Very fast draw. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
So Isikan and Grigory Oparin, boards too.
Sometimes you're just tired.
I mean, it's the second game.
Second game in a row. Let's call it a day. And that's what happened. If you play a4, one of the ideas behind the move knight d7 is you actually want to get your knight to g6. So now when you play h5, I'm just going to make another move. It's not a very good move. I'm just making some moves for white. Now you're ready to play h5 and h4, you will just take it. So the current position, I'm just going to refresh, sorry, is that white is anticipating knight f8, knight to g6, and h5, so you better play fast.
And white castled, white is ready to push, right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing to wait for. Maybe a4, but Sam is deciding to play b5 immediately.
Right. So I know there's a lot of analysis. The desirable d4 actually doesn't work. There are a lot of lines where you simply play g4 and you take the pawn happily and you say you don't have compensation.
Right.
So Sam has played move b5, and I know that this is all prep.
Because you look at his time, right? 1 hour, 29 minutes. He knows what he's doing. He's playing fast.
Exactly. Nazi, one game has already been declared drawn. Wow, and that was fast. That was on board 2, and both these players had a chance to jump for a tie for first.
What happened?
What happened?
On board 2 of Oparin's game?
Yeah, a very, very fast draw.
Yeah, this is the very drawish line.
Is this the Scott?
I mean, Katerina told us. She analyzed this.
Right.
It's all draw everywhere.
Exactly.
And she was right. So they're following the main lines here. Yeah, this is very famous.
Yes.
Quick draw, right? So
yes.
Maybe white player didn't try to push. I mean,
white didn't, because there are some chances where white can try to play with some queen f3 or h3 instead of bishop d2 move, by the way.
Yes.
So earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of bishop d2.
E takes d5 variation, I think.
Okay.
You capture
Here.
on d5.
E takes d.
E takes d.
C takes, and then bishop
and now
g5.
bishop g5, there is h3, queen f3.
Yeah,
You're
and
trying
you go
to
like
put some
C6.
pressure. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it seems like the Isik, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, came into this game prepared to make a draw.
Exactly.
Maybe he's tired, he's playing a very strong player, so draw is a good
Also,
result.
he may be trying for the grandmaster norm, right? So he's doing very well, so you want to keep it up and maybe just score one more game when you feel you are comfortable, maybe the morning round more.
Absolutely. So they ended up in this end game. I believe there's, 47 games.
I was about to say, this is still reminds me of a Wesley So position, you know, like that he had played already. So a draw.
Yeah, it was a draw, uneventful draw.
Very good.
Should we check board 3?
Please.
Let's take a look. So it started as a Catalan a5 line. Okay, bishop g2 takes queen c2 and c5. I think that's a rare move. At least to me it is. And yes, according to the database as well. So I'm used to seeing bishop takes d2 or knight c6 is also playable. But c5 seems like a not completely new move, but only 35 games in the database.
So rare.
Quite rare. So let's see how white is thinking now. So Girgerli is also maybe not very familiar with this or trying to remember what to do. And let's have a look-see. D takes C, bishop takes back, castles. Now, this kind of reminds me of Queen's Gambit Accepted.
Yep.
But
because of the fianchetto bishop, it's definitely still in Catalan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But does white actually have any advantage? According to the engine, not really.
Really?
You can play knight a3.
I would have thought some smidge of something. Because on one hand, it's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, and yes. But then you look at the pawn, you look across the board, and there's a pawn on a5. You put the pawn on a7, you put the pawn on b6, you put the bishop on b7, and you go, okay, that's pretty even. You know, like I'm not going to get anything there. But you put the pawn on a5.
There's definitely something, right?
There's some weakness.
B5
So now if
square,
black
A5
has to
pawn.
play something like b6,
I believe so.
I mean, that looks a little scary, no?
There's no tactics.
Knight
Right.
fe5. Well, if I do that, I want to jump to c6.
Takes.
Wait, I can capture the rook?
So it turns out it's bad because of knight c4, and you can't retake back the
Bishop is hanging on d2.
Yeah. But we do have an interview. Sabina is with Grigory Oparin.
Hi guys, ladies. I'm here with Grandmaster Grigory Oparin, who just drew his game. Grigory, you had a tough start of the tournament, but then you came back. You're on 4 right now, 4 out of 6. Tell me a little bit. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, this was not the most exciting game. I mean, I should have chosen a different first move if I wanted to play for a win, I guess, because e4, e5, that's like the main issue. Like, there is these 4 knights against which you pretty much cannot do anything. Yeah, I mean, bishop d2 is basically just, I mean, bishop takes e3 is just a forced draw. There is nothing to do about it. Like, when I play e5, pretty much, like, I'm fine to play some kind of Spanish for a win, fine playing for a win some Italian, but yeah, 4 knights is just completely empty. Like, they're just impossible to find any ideas. But yeah, as for my tournament, I mean, it's going all right now. Like, after I managed to squeeze out the Ruken game in the morning, like, yeah, as I expected, like, I checked the game afterwards, my opponent had a draw. Actually, like, if we can pull that game up.
We can, I think. Okay.
Yeah. Like, I was completely winning out, like in the middle game, got this completely dominating endgame with a knight on a4, and somehow, like, I managed to mess it up. And at some point, I thought that I'm winning here by force with h6. I mean, pretty much any move is winning, but I thought I'm winning by force. Takes, rook g8, king e7, h5.
Oh, with knight
I thought
g6,
that there is no defense against knight g6, king f6, there is knight d7, and rook e8, like all the pawn games are lost. But I just missed this bishop g7 cute
It's
move.
kind of a nice move, yeah.
Yeah, and now, I mean, I have to go for this Ruken game, pawn up, but yeah, I mean, objectively it is a draw.
Yeah, for a really long time I was watching your game, and then suddenly I was doing a few interviews, and then I noticed you won, and I guess you were really excited. We had an interview which hopefully you guys will be able to show later, but you were able to kind of trick your opponent a bit later.
Yeah, actually here I think I made a pretty serious practical mistake. Like, I should give a check on d8 because we'll come back to this moment later on. I played rook h8, rook h3, king e4, and now my opponent had a very instructive draw. Rook h3, h7, king c5, and this is a mutual zugzwang because king e5, rook h6, I just don't have a move. If it was black to move, it would be winning for white. That's why I need to give a check first. Now again, black needs to go to c5 because king e7, rook h8 is winning.
Yeah, at the end you'll have rook a8, rook a7.
Yeah, I mean, my king, like, ideally goes to the c6 pawn, king c5, and now rook h8, and like the
Oh no, we got frozen out, as we say. I'm looking down on the board of Benjamin Bach, and I have happy memories. There was a time early in my career as like 18 to 21 years old. I was playing the English for a living, as they say. And one of my go-to lines against e5 was to discourage d5. I would play the move e2, e3. Okay. So what my opponents would do is they would go bishop b4, queen c2, and they would capture immediately. There's a whole branch of theory that goes castles, and I had a lot of games that went like this: knight d5, rook e8. Do you know this variation?
No.
Because there's a really nice move here for white that I played it as a religion. Queen f5, a very, very, very surprising move. If you like to lose a piece, you could go like this. Because there's a knight g5 business that goes on. So instead what they do is they capture the knight. They don't allow me to run away. And I remember many, many, many games, but the one game that really stands out for me was I was on the white side against Grandmaster Luc Vinance from Belgium. And Luc made a terrible error here, castles, and after c5, strategically, I was almost winning, like from the very onset. My very next move was b2, b4, bishop b2.
You have great spatial control of the board.
Everywhere. And I have this 2 bishops, and the knight on f6 was frozen. It's very, very important that black include the move c5, queen h4. Most of my opponents in this position have captured, and then away we go. Bishop takes, castles, castles, and bishop e6. The position's about even, although I did like playing.
You do have the pair of bishops, or maybe one of the bishop can get, the dark square bishop can get on that long diagonal.
Yeah, usually the strangest part is usually in these positions, I was playing for e4, not necessarily the long diagonal, so much as just playing e4, f3, and setting up a center with bishop on e3. So,
I have a question for you, Yasser.
Please.
Since you've played this before,
yes.
Has anyone ever played g5 in this position against you?
Never.
What is that?
Not even an engine.
It's an interesting line.
G5.
Let's
wow.
try to analyze it, yes.
Okay.
G5.
No.
Queen g5, rook
Sure.
g8.
Okay.
Where do you move the queen?
That's a darn good question. If I go to h4, rook g4, how do I avoid? I guess I go to f4?
Right, if you go to h6, I have quick repetition with rook g6, right?
Exactly.
So queen f4 is the only move to
play.
Rook g4 still.
And I only move to play. Queen
F3?
h6 is a repetition, so queen f3.
And here I can just take d takes c4.
You're not a pawn down, and if you get to play bishop e6 and castles,
Yes,
my development is not great.
Right, that's an interesting line. And I could have even tried bishop e6 immediately.
Right?
Without taking the pawn.
I mean, it feels like great compensation. I mean, you don't play the move g5 lightly, but wow, that's I mean, like, thank you.
Visual,
I'm going to use it in my game.
You now need to prepare. Someone can try it against you.
Right,
Yeah.
G5. Thank you, Nazi.
There's like only 2 games in the database, and it could have been Rapid or Blitz too. But I thought that's very.
That's a
interesting.
stunning move. I mean, come on. I mean, wow.
And black player is thinking maybe he's considering g5.
Ooh, that would be really quite something. But I would say prepare it before playing it for G5. Yeah. I think we're getting ready for our first break.
Right. So Grandmaster Christian Kirilla is known to us as a brilliant chess commentator.
I would just say chess commentator.
Let's say brilliant. He's also chess coach at the Mizzou team. He's the host of C-Square podcast, but he's also a brilliant player. So as we go to break, Sabina had a chance to talk with him about his chess career, and we will be right back.
Christian, thank you so much for joining me today. Looks like the roles have reversed. I'm the one taking your interview. We're used to you being behind the scenes, asking the questions, talking about the games, but you've decided to compete in this tournament. Tell me, what was the drive behind it?
I actually have no idea what I'm doing here or why am I playing this tournament. My last tournament was in August last year, but finally I decided, you know what? I've been competing with my students during training, but I don't do it in a competitive field like this one. So I decided, Fabi's playing, he's pretty good. I have a chance to beat him, so that motivates me. I have a chance to beat some of my students. A lot of them are participating in this event. So yeah, that's my drive. I'm just trying to prove that I can still move the pieces. We'll see if I'm going to be successful or not. Look, to be honest, it was kind of a decision that I took maybe a month ago, something along those lines. I just wanted to play some chess, and this seems to be like the right opportunity. It's not too long of an event. It's close to home, so it makes perfect sense for me.
Did you do something special in order to prepare for it?
No. I was actually doing commentary for the US Masters that just finished in Charlotte. I was going through Fabi's games and other players that I was interested in. But no, I was not doing any specific training.
Everyone says this, but I feel that as soon as the tournament starts, everyone is going to show their secret weapons.
I don't have any secret weapons, but maybe I will find some throughout the event. That's my hope. It's a hope.
And you're used to playing one round a day. Well, in Europe, when you were in Europe, you used to play one round a day. You probably got used to 2 rounds here. How do you feel about the format of this event?
I like it. There's not too much time to prepare, which is probably good for me because, I'm a little bit rusty when it comes to my own repertoire. I prepare a lot for other players, but not for myself as much. So I will maybe take some ideas from other people's preparations that I have and that I've done. But I also feel the 2 rounds per day, I always felt like this was in my favor, mostly because I consider myself to be in pretty decent shape. I have good energy throughout the day. So I feel like that's probably going to help me. And to be honest, I don't feel too much pressure. I think this is going to play well for me as well.
It's interesting. I actually know that you're doing, was it jiu-jitsu or karate or something?
Jiu-jitsu is my thing.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yes. But that's not the only thing I've been doing.
You've been doing other exercises.
Yes.
Those are always very, very awesome to stay fit as a chess player, but also as a commentator, because you always have to look good.
Absolutely, no. Commentating, coaching, I feel especially here in the US, as you just mentioned, with the 2 rounds a day, there's a big emphasis on stamina, and I think we're going to see that throughout this event. Like, for example, take Fabi. He just came back from Charlotte. He played 9 rounds in 5 days. He's going to go on and play another 9 in the next 5. So obviously it's taxing. You have to be in good shape. Well, he's also running the winner's tie right now because he won Charlotte, so that was a very good event for him, very good result for him. Gets him closer to the candidates. So yeah, he has good opportunity, good chance, and I'm sure he's going to try to take it.
And Christian, you're doing a lot of commentary lately. You're becoming one of the best commentators in the world, and you also have time to compete, to be a coach for Mizu. Mm-hmm. But also, I love that you find time to record the C-Squared podcast with Fabi. Tell me a little bit about what got you started into it and how you guys find the time to do everything.
Yeah, finding the time is not easy, especially because both of our schedules are pretty busy, but especially Fabi's when he travels, and I don't want to disturb him too much whenever he competes, obviously. So we're trying to do things whenever we both find some time. As to when we started and how we started, it was kind of a in-the-moment decision. I think we were somewhere in Bucharest, and I felt like this is probably a place that can get disrupted in the chess world. And I'm watching podcasts myself. I spend a lot of time. So I felt like chess and the chess world needs that as well. And it seems like it filled the void. So I'm happy that people like it.
Yeah, I think it's great. I love listening to it. And especially when you take on maybe more delicate topics as well, and you try to bring attention to the world and tell your viewpoints.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
great.
you. Yeah.
Christian,
Go subscribe. Go subscribe.
Be sure to subscribe, yes.
Yes.
Great pleasure talking to you. Hopefully next time the roles will be reversed again very soon. But I wish you good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing you here, and hopefully you get the chance to play.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. And he's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by grandmasters Nyzhnyk and Kevlishvili, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show.
Go, go, go!
That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone. Pick from a masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games, custom accessories, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, a variety of locally made goods, plus the region's best selection of chess sets. And now, you can even pick up your own copy of Monopoly, St. Louis edition, featuring the World Chess Hall of Fame as one of the properties on the board. This new version of the fast-dealing property trading game showcases the rich art, culture, architecture, history, and communities that make up the spirit of St. Louis. Next time you visit the chess capital of the United States, be sure to remember your experience with St. Louis Monopoly. Available for purchase at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame and online at qboutiquestl.com.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out qboutiquestl.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Nyzhnyk. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back everyone to round 6 of the St. Louis Masters. And let's take a look at the results of round 6 so far.
We have an early draw, right? Single.
Yes, we have one draw. Isikan drew very quickly against Grigori Oparin.
Well, in this particular case, I would say for Nyzhnyk, he's playing for the Grandmaster, Norm. He's playing against a much higher rated player.
Doing very well. So let's secure
Norm.
the second round of the day easily and then come back strong tomorrow.
Absolutely. I want to turn our attention to that top board, Fabiano and Emilio. This was from we got the position I'm about to show you from a Rossalimo, and I must say that this particular move, knight d4, I don't like. I know it's all standard. I know it's a theory, but I do have my biases about double pawns and
in the center?
Yeah, and what you're about to see, though, much more importantly. As black, I always thought that the idea behind knight e7 was single-mindedly, you want to play a6, you want to recapture with the knight so you don't get the double pawns, and essentially you want to drive the bishop back, and thanks to your knight being on e7, you would then play d5, and that's the way I play it as black. I don't like what Emilio did because of the position that white now gets. It looks fine. it looks fine. No problem, no problem. Until you see this move, Queen H5. And you start to think to yourself, well, this is annoying. If I had started with the move Knight F3, you would be more or less happy with Bishop to B4 and or Bishop E7. You would say your double pawn is
and just let's castle,
let's
finish
castle.
development.
But this move, Queen H5, immediately
I like it because if black just goes Bishop E7,
yes.
Now you may go with this Knight F3, right?
Yes. And then instantly when you castle with the queen already stuck out here, you can see yourself coming under an attack. I get an attack for free. I'm not only threatening ideas of rook e4, rook g4, I'm just bishop g5, knight g5, and the queen on h5 is more than bothersome. It's something that you really got to pay attention to. Another thing that black often likes to do with the pawn on d4 is he often likes to play bishop c5 and d6. So the move queen h5 crosses you up on that
both
plan.
ideas.
And that was why we saw Emilio playing queen f6, but it's not like that's a happy move that you really want to play. You say to yourself, you know what, my queen really, really belongs on f6, because it doesn't. I will play knight f3, and away we go. Again, it's not a huge advantage or anything like this. It's just that I do feel that white has a much more comfortable and easy play. Nazi, one player who's playing really fast is Sam Shankland. I was about to say, I noticed as we came in, he has more time on his clock than he started, it feels like. I mean,
yes, he has 1 hour 31 minutes.
Exactly.
And he already has a 30-minute time advantage.
Against Andy Woodward.
Against Andy Woodward.
Yeah, but you had a different game for us.
Yes, I have a game between Zhou Jinchao against Nicolas Katerina. It started as the English, but it's not your typical English. So black played f5, quite ambitious. D4, E4, knight goes back to G1, bishop F4. By the way, there's already less than 10 games in the database. I'm not that familiar with the English Open, so I'm not sure which one came up with a more rare move, but let's
I played a lot of games.
Yeah.
This was my game from Benton Larson. Benton Larson played f5 like a religion. I mean, it was pretty fun.
There's only 7 games in this position.
I know.
Might be your games.
Right?
So C6, and I like this move H4.
Yep, secures F4 and G5.
Knight A6, knight H3. Not a standard development, but it looks like white is completely focused on this king side and not rushing to castle short. King H8, H5, and here Nicolas made questionable move Queen E8 that the computer really does not like.
I don't like that move at all. I think it's mistimed. C5 for me is an advantage white.
Immediately C5.
Yeah, I like this.
You know what the computer says black needs to play here? Go back.
Yeah, and sometimes admitting that you made a mistake is the best
It's the right thing to do, yes.
Right.
But instead, white played d5, which computer also likes. It says it's +1. Now, if black tries to close everything up,
right.
I guess the knight's already perfectly placed to go to g4 and f5 and keep an eye on e6. But maybe start with h6 first. Play g6, and then, queen d2, long castle, and it's going to be slow.
F3.
But the attacks come in f3, try to open up either f-file or go g4, and yeah, I would love to be here with the white pieces.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to figure out what to do with black pieces, right?
Right.
You cannot really push anything on the king side, and on the queen side, you just don't have enough ideas there because I'm guarding that b5 square very well.
Yeah,
exactly. Black's counterplay does not exist.
One of the things that Alpha Zero taught me, is I always underestimated playing h4, h5, h6. But Alpha Zero was putting that pawn on h6.
Reopening.
Right, like a religion. I mean,
I
my
saw
goodness.
It in Catalan, it has started to play h4 as early as move 5 and 6.
Crazy.
That's really crazy. Yeah.
King's Indian defense as early as move 3. Grunfeld's as early as move 3. My goodness. We'll keep an eye on that. If you don't mind, pull up that game of Sam Shankland, because we did mention it. Because I was curious how Andy was going to handle bishop g4. He did go for the main line.
So bishop g4, h3, this is the line we're looking at.
Right.
But instead of e4 and bishop e2,
right.
he played bishop g2 here immediately. Knight e5, rook b1, rook c8, This is where Sam had 1 hour 31. Now after a3, which computer really didn't like, Sam found the right move within 5 minutes, played c4, and now, according to the engine, black is slightly better.
Slightly better. That's a bit of a
For
surprise for
Binani,
me.
that's almost a win.
But this a3 move is very surprising, right? Because it really invites c4 and creating that hole on b3.
Exactly.
Yeah, a3, hard to understand. Could he have tried b3? So that if now black goes c4, I want to take and at least have the open file, right? But it's still unclear because rook comes in with a tempo. We have to move the knight. b6, queen b3. Yeah, this is very sharp, and clearly Sam knows this position very well and is not as familiar.
And this is something that Sam wants, right? He's playing a young player. He wants the player to be outside of the book and just keep thinking and to have something dynamic that both players have to keep being creative at looking at some plans.
Absolutely.
And as we said earlier, Sam really wants to win. He needs a win to bounce back.
Well, yeah, he just had those back-to-back losses. But when you're in Andy's shoes, you kind of feel really nervous right now because you know you've walked into some really good preparation. We've reached that point in the show where we'd like to invite Ben Underwood, our local statistician, to tell us the predictions. Shall we do it? Pre-tournament.
So let's take a look.
So if you wanted to have the field against Fabiano pre-tournament, you weren't making a good bet.
Yeah, 56.7% to win the event.
I take the field. It's just so hard to win these events. What happened after day one or before day two?
So after first 2 rounds, Fabiano Caruana still leading because he was leading the tournament 68.6%, and Sam Shankland kind of closely getting behind him because he also had a perfect score.
2 out of 3. Wow, just an amazing advantage. Okay, now tell us.
Now we have after round 3. So Sam Shankland there, I think he was leading the tournament with 3 out of 3, but still not leading the chances here to win the tournament. But good score, 22.4%, but Fabiano Caruana against leading with 54.5%.
And as we know, Fabi went on to win their matchup in round 4.
And it's Fabiano with 68.8%. And Emilio Cordova, who is tied with him, who is leading the tournament, but only has 8.5% to win the event.
Wow, Fabi's winning percentage is just so high. I just think it's
we were looking at his accomplishments this year. He won everything there was.
That might have been what's triggered the stats in his favor. And as we see, Fabi thinking over his decision. Should he be playing knight f3? I played knight f3 more or less without thinking. And, if I was playing a blitz game, I would not be hesitating with the move knight f3 because it's a classic.
I'm wondering if he's considering move like a4.
Yes.
Just maybe to try to ask you a question. What are you going to do about those pawns?
Yeah, a2, a4, the queen's not one-dimensional. I could take on b5, take on a8, I'm not just attacking h7 and f7. a4, yeah.
Because the knight can also go to c4, right? f3 is not the only square the knight can land on.
The one thing that I have against it, if you were to ask me, the one thing I have against it is, it's strange. I want to play in the vicinity where I have the advantage. The king side is where I think I want to play. Oftentimes when I do things like a4, for example, let's just say I do play b4, I end up putting my knight on c4. And then I say, I come back to myself, in my room later and I go, and I'm thinking to myself, I was supposed to play on the king side. I was supposed to play knight f3 to g5. I ended up putting my knight in front of my bishop. And I don't know what I ended up doing. Like, was that a clever thing for me to do? Should I be playing like this?
Right, but you do not have to rush with knight c4. So after b4, a5, a4, b4, you can play a5.
Yeah. A5.
then planning.
Yep.
So I'm kind of disrupting the connection of the pawns on the queen side. I'm securing the b6 square, maybe something for the future.
All
I'm
good.
guarding that c4 square for myself. That's a great outpost.
It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. And let me just say, I want to put my rook on c8 so that I could at least pressure the pawn on c2. You can imagine in a distant galaxy, way, way, way down the line, an exchange sacrifice coming on c2. Yeah, and so you start to wonder, should I have started? The question for me is, in this exact position where Fabi is thinking, my knight on f3 is good. Even better square might be e4 square.
Right.
So I would be giving this attempting consideration. For example, e5. I'm not trading queens, by the way. I'm not letting you checkmate me on g2 either. But I am thinking that on a good day, I might be able to play knight e4, bishop f4, bring my double my rooks.
So if I go here, bishop b4?
Bishop b4, okay, that is a pin. I hate pins. I gotta get.
Of course, they're annoying.
They're so annoying. I might play f4, but okay, rook e2. Yeah. Here, I can imagine you want to play knight a5 in some variation as well.
Also thinking some knight e7, but I have to decide what to do with my king.
Exactly.
Right? I cannot keep my king in the center forever.
Exactly. You're going to have to choose king side or queen side. By the way, for the long, I mean, this is a deep think that Fabi is having. So I'm assuming
that's actually right, because he is
a4, knight f3, e5. These three candidate moves are really causing him to drill down deeply. And just to remind everybody, these two players are tied for first.
Yes, this is a very crucial game. They are tied for first with 4 points out of 5. It's a very important game for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, a victory by either player will just, because the players right beneath them have already made some draw. We've seen a draw by Grigory already, I wanted to say. And that's why we're looking over on the other side with the 3 points.
Right.
They want to get him.
Yeah, the pack of 10 players just ready, they want to score a point, and if Fabi with Emilio, if they make a draw, then there is a tie for the first place.
Again, we're in round 6. We've only got 3 more rounds to play. We'll be playing 2 rounds tomorrow, and of course, the final game on Saturday. Nazi, what's caught your eye?
Well, I was checking the game of Sam Savian against Sam Cannon, and we had the Gioco Piano. Nothing
and we saw
unusual.
it to knight d7 and b5.
Exactly. So this was the key moment where here Black had to take on b5. Then continue with h5, provoking h4, g4, and then knight f8. Knight's going to go to g6, put pressure on h4. It's very double-edged. White, of course, is going to play on the queen side, maybe try to open up the center. But on the king side, Black is doing a lot of damage. Like, it's already, I think we have to sacrifice this pawn on h4, right?
Yeah, we can kiss it goodbye. It's going to get captured.
Yes, well put. Instead, Sam played knight a5, and now the other Sam already has a much better position after queen a4, bishop b6, bishop d5, rook b8, d4. He played all the best moves, and the advantage is as big as plus 1.5 when I let it think for a little bit. He's supposed to just play rook e1 next move, which is very logical, and computer for Black goes g4, which is not a move I would play.
Counterintuitive, for sure.
Allowing knight to go to f5 and weaken the square unnecessarily. It wasn't forced at all.
But the question is, what do you want to do, right? You cannot play knight f6. I would like to improve that knight, but there's just so much pressure on that e5 pawn.
Exactly, it's just hanging.
So if you cannot push that knight, what do you want to do? You don't want to capture on d4, because pawn takes on d4. This is a very nice, or even e5. Wow.
Immediately e5 is already good. This is, wow.
Oh my.
It's impression.
It's brutal.
It is. So now we understand why computer suggests just g4, knight h4, knight f6. But let's see what happened. Ooh, Sam did not play rook e1. He played knight b3. on one.
Wow, I must say I hate the move knight b3, not because I see an yes.
This corner knight.
Not because I see the orange bubble, but I'm just thinking to myself, we've chased the knight to a5. Why come to its rescue?
I'm guessing he wants to retake with the pawn, or yes, it has to be pawn, right?
Right.
Well, a6 is defended, so we opened up a file, but that's not really helping us.
No.
Maybe black has knight f6 now, and we can sacrifice this pawn temporarily. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
f5.
Wow.
Position dynamic changed very quickly after this.
Exactly.
Now I have to take queen f6.
I like that bishop on b6, right? That diagonal can be very important compared to that bishop on g3.
Right, where a pawn up is white, but
Yeah.
the bishop on g3, the knight on f3, you're not.
Yeah, both of these pieces are now
Exciting.
not very happy.
Right.
While with black, you have so many happy moves.
Exactly, easy moves to play.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, a bit strange decision, knight b3.
By the way, that move f5.
It's beautiful,
That's
right?
really, wow, what a move. Knight b3, so maybe Sam Sevian has spoiled what would have been a big advantage
Very
after
big.
rook e1.
If rook e1, yes.
Okay, very cool.
So
Thank
what about
you,
the
Nazi.
game 3? Gergely Kantor against Aram Hakobian?
By the way, I'm not worthy. Fabi liked your move a4.
Yes.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know if it's that great move, but I understand that's what you want to think about, because as you said, the queen on h5 is actually doing two jobs at once.
Exactly.
It's annoying black on the king side, but it is also targeting the pawn on the queen side.
With the b5 pawn. Sorry, you were about to say where you'd like to
Yes,
to
so
go.
game 3, Gergely Kantor against Aram Hakobian.
Exactly.
Let's look
And
at that.
This was
Talking about the bad bishop on c8, which can have once in 10 years, did you say?
Right.
A good future?
Right.
How is the future looking
almost
now?
a generation. I mean, it would take Rashad Nejmadinov to rescue
So white
that
has
bishop.
this weakness on d3.
Yes.
That's the problem. The advantage for white is that white's pieces are amazing, right? All pieces are developed, centralized knights, rooks on the file or ready to attack or advance the pawn in the center.
Exactly.
I'm surprised it's equal.
Yeah, you would think with the isolated queen pawn, and as you say, white has his pieces more or less, I would say, on the most ideal squares, the doubled on the c file, and you were about to extol the virtues of this rather passive-looking bishop on c8. Even, I would prefer white
Right?
every time.
What is black gonna do? Just like knight d5 to secure that square?
If you like, you're welcome.
d4?
D4. Not necessarily because the pawn is weak on d3. It's just that I like the idea of securing the knight.
But we can play bishop f1. Maybe you reroute that bishop somewhere.
I don't know. For the moment, I'm kind of happy with where it stands. Should you play bishop d7? That's a good question. Like just asking white, would you like to capture this bishop?
No, I think I'm just gonna... You would capture?
I'm not saying I would or wouldn't. It's just something to consider. Would you say your bishop is better, or would you call it more or less even? I don't know.
I kind of feel that the bishop on d7 is bad for black.
And
I
you
can
would not
keep
like to
just
capture.
targeting that bishop forever.
Okay.
So, and if you want to hide your bishop to e8, then you're locking your rook.
My actual intent was to capture the knight, and in case of pawn takes, I was going to play bishop to c6. Or
So let's say I go bishop f1. I do want to improve that bishop.
I wasn't sure what the rook was doing. I'll take it back.
Okay. And now if I go something like queen e4. I don't know what I'm going to do next.
Yes, you do. I know what you're going to do next. You're going to play bishop d3 and checkmate me. I get that part. Okay. I'm going to
go crazy here with f5, f4.
That's what I feel like I want to improve.
Wow. What are you learning in Las Vegas? What are they teaching you?
The bishop on d7 is depressing me, so I have to do something.
Okay. I was thinking more or less, just I wanted to ask you if I take a direct approach, do your worst.
Okay.
Takes, take so I don't have knight f6? You want to play bishop d3,
take
right?
with the knight.
I want to take with the knight.
You want to take
I think
with the
I'm better
knight?
either way, like slight advantage.
Okay,
But-
so let's say I go here.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be some...
Bishop d3, let's go.
Let's go and
Some
checkmate
tactics.
me. Okay, now...
See?
But I wanted to wait for the provocation. I didn't want to just...
I'm impatient. I didn't want to wait.
Get off. Yeah.
Okay, I might go even
Snap.
queen e1 now.
Okay, queen to e1 now. And what am I supposed to do?
Just looking at that a5 pawn.
We'll munch.
Mm-hmm.
You said you're looking at my a5 pawn. How dare you? Should I play a4? Or, okay, bishop e8. Just, you've got your knight on a great square. I agree, but at
Well,
least...
now I win a pawn, knight c4.
You win a pawn. Knight c4, double attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. That's so unusual because normally speaking, I always have knight f4 in these positions.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow you're g3 bishop. Sorry.
I can't believe you played f5, Yasser.
Well, it was forced. It was forced. Here, I didn't want to...
Can you try knight f6? Queen b7. I don't have rook b8. Yeah, this is just losing the pawn.
Why don't you have rook b8? That
Queen
was it?
c7?
And then take the
Oh, you don't
pawn?
have to take the queen. You can go rook b2 immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So there you go. Maybe something like this. But the bottom line for us is we don't
It's
understand...
knight c4, right? Take the queen and knight c4 still.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, that's
Possibility.
not
Yeah.
important.
But the bottom line for us is we do like White's space, better development, awkward.
I just like the pieces, like they're all developed.
Exactly.
Rook on a6 is awkward, bishop on c8 is not developed.
And the engine says, no
And
problem.
I don't care.
Draw,
You have a weakness on
draw.
d3. I wish my pawn was on e4 and then just
Exactly.
perfect.
By the way, I noticed that in the game between Alexander Donchenko and Robbie Kevlishvili, very early draw has been agreed. That was that Queen's Gambit declined, and the two players have said, you know what? These 2 games a day are hard.
I feel like Alexander may have a chance of playing Fabiano tomorrow.
Well, still lots of games between them. But bishop f5 to d3, and with that move, White made an offer of a draw. And Robbie said, okay, why not? To my mind, you've got a board full of pieces. You're White. I like to play, but who knows what's going on.
Well, you know, Robbie, he had a very long game with Ivan Saric in
Yes.
the morning that he managed to win.
Yes. Well,
So
from
maybe-
Robbie's point of view, he's black.
Right, so he has black. He just wants to seal the day with a good result, a draw with black pieces, and get ready for tomorrow.
Well, guess what? That's exactly what's going
I
on.
want to draw your attention to
Please.
this one game.
Over to you, Nazi.
Our friend Dariusz Schwarz is playing against Ray Robson. Tough game, definitely. What do you think of this position?
It was
very rare.
Well, it's a Maroczy bind, but
Yes.
with the pawns on f3 and f2, that's not a common Maroczy
Not
bind.
at all. I checked the database. There's no games already. Even after move 5, there are only 11 games.
So what happened? How did we get to this position? Because it's a very common opening, and
it is.
4 moves later, we are...
So c4 was already a bit rare,
New
but still
territory.
400 games. And then Ray's response, e6, is extremely rare. It could still transpose to some of the main Marot's positions, but the way they continued, it's definitely not going that way.
I thought White was
95?
supposed to play d4
Exactly.
after e6.
So I feel like that's why Ray took advantage of it, because White didn't play d4, responded with 95 immediately.
Maybe a hand slip by Dariusz, knight c3. And okay, so knight c3, knight e5.
Maybe he thought there was no big difference between the move order.
And it turns out he was wrong.
Yes, because now you can take with the queen, you would just lose the pawn, so you have to mess up your pawn structure. Queen d4. Now this knight comes here with the tempo. b3.
The question is whether if it's a badly messed up pawn structure or if I can have some counterplay on the g file.
It's a badly messed up pawn structure. If you want me to answer your question, no, I don't like what
Okay, so I go
Dariusz has
queen
done.
I think there's some issues already. Obviously, this c2 square. Now, what if I go g6
G6.
and develop the bishop? You have to go bishop b2, right?
Right.
So Are you committed to castling long?
I see the weakness on d6. That's a pawn I want to capture.
I don't know. I mean, of course, white is objectively okay, but I feel like getting this position with the black pieces out of the opening I would be pretty happy.
Me too. I see queen h4. I don't mind about losing the pawn on d6. Like if you just imagine,
Really?
I go queen h4, and you take on the pawn on d6.
So let's say king b1,
Yeah.
queen h4,
Yeah.
rook d6.
Yeah, and you get a position like this after rook d8.
Yeah, no, this is always, there are a lot of dark squares that are weak.
Exactly.
I don't want this, but I want to capture with knight on d6.
I like the queen on h4. Yasser's not letting me double the rook.
No. Yeah, you know, and I get a passed h pawn.
Yeah, this
And that
pawn
could
will be
actually be pretty.
unstoppable.
And the knight on b4 is going to go back to c6.
Right.
It's going to go to d4. So I'm not saying that I throw the pawn away and just blow a pawn.
You
but,
would never throw a pawn away.
But you know
so
there
Nazi, I
are.
want to capture the pawn differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I love
let's-
queen h4.
Okay, I want to play h3.
Okay.
Sorry, a3. h3 is.
Knight guessing c6.
Okay, knight b5.
Ooh, trading the bishops. All right, let's go. Take, rook d8.
Can I take the pawn with knight?
That's what you wanted to do.
Yes, that was my idea.
From moment number one.
So I have a couple of options. Let's start with the check.
King
Ooh, I think
a2?
I have knight d4 next move.
Knight d4 is coming.
So like,
I have f6, e5.
Oh, you have e5. Otherwise, you would lose a piece.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, but your king on a2 is badly placed.
Oh.
Somehow we still have compensation because I guess the pawn on f6, knight on d6 are pretty good.
Right, but that wasn't her intention. She wanted to win
I
the
wanted
pawn.
to just kind of have a secured center,
Yeah.
which definitely did not happen.
You wanted your cake. Let's face it. You wanted to have a really nice everything going
Yeah,
your
this
direction.
is very position, and this is hard to believe. The third suggestion by computer, oops, sorry,
In the current
is
position.
king d1.
No.
No.
But Dariush is thinking for how long, by the way? Because queen e2 is a very natural move, right? What else? Oh, queen d2.
Queen
You can
d2
just
is
got
the
it.
alternative.
They both have spent a lot of time. I know both of these players, they like to get in time troubles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we have an interview. Sabina is with Robbie Kevlishvili.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Grandmaster Robbie Kevlishvili. Robbie, thanks so much for joining me.
Of course.
You drew your game quite fast today, but you're doing great in the tournament. Tell me a little bit about your, thinking about this game and in general the tournament here.
Yeah, of course, it's a super strong tournament, and I was quite happy that I played Fabi in round 2 because it's kind of a game that I have no pressure. It was a very interesting game, but I lost. And I think since then I played some pretty good games, especially this morning, and that also was pretty smooth.
I believe I watched one of your games. It was one of the last games against international master Nico Chasen. You had a queen and the pawn. The game was not live, but it was really interesting the way you kept maneuvering. You had a pawn in b7 and the queen, and he had the king and the rook and the bishop.
Yeah.
And did you know that was winning, or?
No, we were both playing on increment, and it was already a super long game. I had a feeling it was winning, but I didn't really see how. But he just blundered like one move before the end, so I was lucky to win that way. But I checked with the engine; it was winning.
It was winning, but it was tough.
I feel like I would have found it at some point, but I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, so for those of you who want to check out that game, you actually can do so. Just Results is posting the game. So, if you have some opening you don't want to share, it's already there.
Unfortunately, but yeah.
But it's a great instructive position to see, because you don't often encounter this kind of games.
No, I had no idea when I was playing the game. So, it just feels like I should be winning. My pawn was already on b7, and I was playing with white. So it was super close, but it got there. It got there at the end, and also with no time. It's just practically, I felt like I should trick him somehow, and I did.
True, and you've been in the United States for quite some time, and you've played around the day. How do you feel about how the tournament's been going on so far for you? Of course, you already mentioned you played against Fabi, but how do you feel the rest of the?
Yeah, no, it's a super strong tournament. So every game is, a real battle. Actually, this last round was probably less of a battle. But yeah, I'm super happy, excited to play strong opponents all the time and play some fighting chess. And I think, really showing after a while that I actually improved since coming here for the first time, which was like 2019. Yeah, and since then, I think now kind of at my peak. I'm still improving, so I think it's good.
Do you have any particular moments from this game that you want to tell us about, or?
No, I think the opening was pretty straightforward. I didn't do that much prep because I didn't have that much time. But I knew some plans here. A5 and knight a6 is quite interesting. But I forgot all the details pretty much. And here, I thought this is the first moment where I started thinking for a while. I played b6, because usually you play b5, trying to play b4 and c5 and trying to equalize like this. But I thought b5 here was not so good. I can see with the engine that it's apparently still good here, so maybe it was still in my notes. But I chose b6 because I thought I knew there were some I knew there were some positions where I can go b6 instead of b5, and I thought it looks good to me. And
this seems to be the new trend, because I played this myself with white pieces recently, and someone was playing
b6 as well.
No, they play b5 actually, and then c5, and it got very scary for white if you don't get f3, e4.
Yeah.
Very soon, I think it's.
I knew the positions with like where white has played f3 already, and then you play for b5, c5. I thought so, because he hasn't played f3 yet. I thought I can wait with b5. This was normal. Rook a1 makes sense. Bishop a6. I guess here he can either take or play bishop f5. He played bishop f5 rather quickly, and he's starting to take on e6, so bishop f8. And here he played queen d2, which felt like a bit of a mistake. b5. And I felt that I was like comfortable here because b4 is coming, and then c5, he can't really stop it.
So after bishop d3, he offered you a draw.
He offered a draw, and I realized that I was probably on like the more
better side,
the more comfortable side of equality. But I actually thought that b4, if he just takes, we were discussing knight b1. I didn't realize that this was so good, because I just thought, okay, knight e4, queen c2.
Something with c5.
Yeah, because I thought, okay,
maybe f5.
Maybe.
So
I just thought, let's say worst case I get this, I play c5, and other best case I take his bishop like this, and I thought a position like this, I'm comfortable, but I have this weak pawn. I'm a bit more active. Should be around equal.
But with 3 rounds remaining, this seems to be a good result of the black pieces against a strong grandmaster.
Yeah.
How much? I'm told you're going to be playing in the World Rapid and Blitz later this month. How much do you think this tournament is going to help you for that? Because there's so many intensive chess games.
Yeah, that should be pretty exciting. But I don't think. I'm sure it will help a lot, because I'm practicing new openings, and they're working out pretty well. But I think my main advantage was that I played U.S. Masters before this, and now I'm playing this, so I was kind of already in like playing mood. And I already checked some openings during that tournament, so that helped with my prep here.
And you're still a student, though, right? How do you manage everything? These tournaments back to back, and then.
Yeah, it's my 6th year, so I finished my master's, or I'm finishing up my master's, and luckily the masters at SLU, they end in November.
Oh, okay.
So I finished my last final, and then 2 days later I went to Charlotte for US Masters.
So you're basically on a break right now. That's why you're feeling energized.
Exactly, so I can fully focus on chess. And it's going pretty well.
And you have a lot of great teammates that I'm sure you're going to train for the World Rapid and Blitz. So.
Yeah, I'm sure you've talked to our coach, GM Yasser. He keeps reminding us that we have a very serious training, a very rigorous training coming up.
Awesome.
For the Rapid and Blitz, and also for the Pan Ams, which actually probably more important, which is...
in January, I think, right?
Yeah, directly after World Rapid and Blitz. So a lot of training coming up, and... these games are helpful.
All right, so Robbie seems very excited about playing some chess.
Of course.
The school is over. Thank you so much for stopping by, guys. Right back to you.
Of course.
Go Robbie, go Robbie. Tell us about the results in this round 6 thus far.
Yeah, let's take a look. We have 2 draws. Isikan and Grigory Oparin, they drew very quickly, but now we have another draw, Alexander Donchenko and Robbie Kevlishvili. But as we saw, maybe Robbie did have some chances to play with some advantage.
Much like Robbie, I shared his perspective that, well, it wasn't that much, and then he's sitting there, the engine keeps insisting that he's better. He didn't think he was any problems, but he didn't think he had an edge either. So there's the results. Wanted to turn our attention to the game between Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland so quickly. There's a school of thought in the top grandmasters have that the Dutch is too positionally unsound. And there's another school of thought that says the Benoni is positionally unsound. You can't play the Benoni. And as we see, Sam Shankland has taken a lot of liberties. He's presented white the center, this great pawn on d5. He's presented white the 2 bishops. And then with his last move, knight, bishop g5, I thought f7, f6 was an automatic here. You play f6, you trade the knight, then you play f5, and you open up the bishop. Sam Shankland shocked me with the move queen d7. So I'm sitting there saying, what? You know, again, you're taking all of these positional liberties. Why? Andy traded the knights, which I think was a reprieve. Why on earth wouldn't you go for the 2 bishops? Or in this case, the dark square bishops. And I was looking at bishop f6, bishop f6, queen f5. Now, there's no way I'm giving up the dark square bishop. I'm not going to let you, I'm not letting you off the hook. And if you play g5, which is a bad move, by the way, I just tell you, you're just helping me. I'm going to play g4, and I'm going to tuck my bishop away.
Knight b3. I think there's going to be this activity of the knight.
Activity of the knight,
so
you
not
say.
allowing you to play rook c1, so a little bit locking the rook on b1.
Let's go. I'll take the 2 bishops.
Oh, no,
I'll take
I'm worried
the
about the queen trap.
I'm ready to play e4. I mean, you know, wild horses can't stop me from playing e4 on my next turn.
So this is the immediate problem, because I really have to move back the knight to d7, and then e4 is coming.
You don't want to do anything there. Maybe Nazi can jump in on this one. Is it? Oh, you got a different game teed up for us. This didn't happen. Maybe we'll have to check. Maybe a missed opportunity. What do you have for us, Nazi?
Well, Mark Heimann, international master who's having a great tournament and is trying to get his TM norm.
He's got the 2,500 rating.
Exactly. Well, let's not jinx it, but he's doing great in this game against Nico.
Okay.
We had a normal position. I'll show you in a second. There's the players. Okay. So here, he made kind of a questionable exchange with bishop d4, and now if Nico took with the c-pawn, it's black who has a tiny advantage. But instead, black played e takes d4. As you can see, computer doesn't like that. Now g3, f3, looks like very passive moves, but I think he was provoking f5 move.
Which is a bad move.
Which is a bad move, and it happened. And let's take a look why it's so bad. E takes f. Now, if g takes f, I'm guessing there is immediate rook e7, and we know once rook makes it to the 7th rank, that's a happy rook. And black's position is pretty weak.
So if black captures on g4,
you'll
right
play
now,
f4.
you play f4, right?
f4, your queen has to, well, it doesn't matter where the queen goes, but I have a lot of options. There's knight c7, queen e2, rook e1, like white is playing on the entire board, and black is very limited.
Okay.
So Nico took with the bishop. The idea is if you retake, then black is winning, because if you go here, rook f5, coming with a checkmate.
Right.
And even if you go to f1, rook f5 is still
no, I don't
checkmate.
No, I'm not happy.
Right, we can't defend f3. But after bishop f5, there are 2 good moves here for white. One of them was rook e7.
Love
similar
rook e7.
idea. But Mark actually played the engine's top line, which is even stronger than rook e7, and that was queen c1.
Wow, just offering to trade queens, because the pawns are otherwise very strong on the king side, guarding the e file.
That's what I'm thinking. F3, G4, G3 guards. And there's no bishop E5 ever, because I'll get F4. Queen C1, double
you have
exclam.
to trade, otherwise the bishop will be hanging, right?
Exactly.
I'll take the queen, and so queen C1. I'll take with the rook, and now your bishop's hanging.
Where's
Where do
it
we go?
gotta
If you go to d7, rook e7 comes with a tempo.
That's very nice.
Do you go back to e8, c8? Also very bad, obviously. Rook e7.
Well,
I mean, knight c7, knight e6 just looks very scary.
Well,
Yeah, also
you're
I want
saying
to maybe
rook f3.
double on the 7th rank.
I shouldn't worry about rook f3?
Should never worry about hanging pawns.
That's my whole life.
Wow.
But there's a rook on a8. Yes, a rook's matter
the
too.
rook hanging.
Yeah, well, that's bad news, isn't it? But at least I won 3 pawns for the rook.
Yeah, so after knight c7, if you play rook b8 or something,
Then
there's
just knight e8.
Knight e8, and this bishop is done. Wow, queen c1 was a very strong move. We have some moves. Let's take a look. This already happened. Bishop went to d7, rook e7, strong move, and knight c7 all on the board. Mark is playing a fantastic game.
Wow, and I can see he's just taking over the position. Once you get an f3, f4, yes, I am worried about that pawn. Once you get an f4, rook e1, knight e6, sign my score
By
sheet,
the way, I'm
please.
going to show you a cool idea. So let's say you play rook c8.
Yep. Rook's
I'm going to go knight e6.
Yep.
Knight e6.
You're going to play rook g8 to defend that bishop, and I play king g2. Because I want to go knight g5 and checkmate on h1, but the computer doesn't like it. Oh, I can start with knight g5. Got it.
Exactly.
Oh,
that is beautiful.
That's really nice.
Because now when you capture, I go king g2,
Anywhere.
f2.
Yeah, and rook h1 is coming. Bishop f3 only move to delay rook h1, but you can simply take check, king g2, and there's still rook h1 coming.
Nice.
That's a beautiful
that's
idea.
A beautiful checkmate on that h file.
Mark is playing a brilliant tournament.
Maybe it's time for Nyzhnyk to give up some material, maybe an exchange, play d5 and just give up the rook. At least now this bishop is kind of cut off and not getting checkmated on the h file.
The problem is I can try to double on the 7th rank, right?
Yes.
Rook e1, rook c7, rook e7.
Those are
White
easy
has,
moves for you to play.
White has extra material and the compensation. So.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
But for these two players, why is this game so important? We'll take a look at our standings.
Yeah, Nicholas or Mark, whoever wins is gonna
bounces on the trampoline.
Maybe gonna tie for the lead. But also we talked about Mark. He needs a GM norm, last GM norm to become a grandmaster.
Well, he's certainly on track for that. Very impressive position. Sorry to question that, but yeah, Mark's game. I think that the computer gives. Sorry, not the move knight c7 for a second. The computer gives knight c7 with an exclamation mark. You know, I'm thinking that White's grip is so good that if I could play 2 moves at once, f4 and rook e1, I mean, I'm thinking just sign the score sheet. It's just devastating.
f4 does allow rook e8.
And rook e1.
Rook e1. This is also looking very good.
Right.
g5.
G5.
Black has to create some counterplay. Can't sit and wait. Yeah.
That was the problem.
Now, if you go knight c7.
I get it.
Yeah.
But the point was I didn't see G5 because I just thought, oh my gosh, Black has no moves. I mean,
Why is G5 so strong? So if I
just
play
to give
F5,
some counterplay.
aren't you helping me?
Then I have the E5 square. I could maybe go King H8 and Bishop E5 or something.
There's the bishop.
There's also B5 option here, and if you step back, now rook is, there's some tactics now. C4.
Oh my goodness.
What is happening?
Here I thought
Black is very happy here.
Right, and bishops of opposite color.
And King G8, like Yasser said, and now bishop is finally free.
Wow, great stuff. Thank you, Nazi. Let's check the 2 Sams.
Right, and
How
the
do you
attack
like
on the king side.
That was board number 8.
By the way,
and
here
I
you see
didn't
the
like
playing hall.
Oh, that's
so beautiful.
Nice.
Players are very focused. You see, they are thinking at their boards, but also in the corner there is the TV with all the games displayed there, so players can also think about the games there.
Yeah, and just see everybody's games. When we left it, Sam Seirawan had made a move I wasn't a big fan of. He played the move knight on d2 to b3, more or less forcing Black's offside errant knight on a5 to trade. This was the moment that I didn't like this move, knight to b3. But let's catch up with the players. It provoked a5, rook e1, And, you know, it still feels like Sam Savion, white, has an advantage. If I can knight f1, knight e3.
By the way, it is an
G3.
interesting choice to go to h2 instead of g5. Right? How do we feel about g5? We are worried about the knight being trapped, or is
Yes,
the knight,
that's
is
exactly.
the knight active a little bit? No.
It's not that f7, f6 is trapping the knight right away. It's just that that's the constant threat, I would say, of threatening king g7 and prepping it. I like knight h2 because I thought that the ultimate destination was f5.
Got it. So you want to reroute the knight somewhere else.
Yeah, I was really thinking knight e3, knight f1, knight e3 is what it's all about. Now, you got to do something. Knight f6, got to do something. And let me just see here. Do I have to move the bishop? Let's say I play knight f1, just out of curiosity, what's going to happen?
So if I go bishop d7?
Yeah, what is my queen? I don't know what exactly my queen was doing on a4.
But now you allow me c6.
I'm a pawn grabber.
Oh, rook c8.
So c6, and you're saying you want to provoke me to playing d5, right? And you've opened up your bishop, and
Yeah, but I can also recapture that bishop. No, sorry, earlier, without rook c8 immediately, I can recapture the bishop.
Oh, I see.
And go the other rook to c8.
And in this case, you're targeting my pawn on c3. Gotcha. Okay, so I go away, and you munch. Okay, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? I'm still hoping to get my knight to f5.
Do you give me another pawn on e4? I might take that, Yasser.
Yeah, very good. No, seriously, that's a very good pawn to capture. If you can get away with it.
Queen b7.
Queen b7. Oh boy.
Cannot really capture with that d4 pawn,
I'm
right?
looking
Because
at
you are
g3.
just allowing me the bishop from b6 to be open on that diagonal, and then the bishop on g3 is in trouble.
Okay, but just a second. It feels like with my queen on a that I should have some tactics. So if I take on e5, you take on g3, right?
Correct.
I take on d6. And there's always a bishop f2 that's annoying. Yeah, I open up the bishop. Knight takes, rook takes e5. I'm trying to say that, look, you've opened up your king. You know, I should have some way of exploiting your open king. Maybe I don't. Okay, this is, we'll have to go back. What happened in the game is, this is the current position, knight h2. And
so black is thinking now, actually.
Yeah. Knight f6, I could just, maybe I should just post up and just say, okay, my next few moves are, I'm going to consolidate, play bishop c6, rook d1, knight f1, and just chill.
Yeah, and this is the situation which is very uncomfortable for me as black, right? Because you develop your pieces, you just activate them, and black's pieces are a little stuck.
Well, there's also a concept, and Victor Kortstein taught me this concept of strategic risk. Okay, so strategically speaking, when black played g5 and g4, he's taking a risk. So there's something inherently undermining your own position. So you've taken the strategic risk for dynamic play, for the attack,
activity,
for something. And you're right, if you don't get that factor of compensation, then inherently something's going to go wrong with your position down the road, because the pawn on h5 might be weak.
I even think in the future we can maybe bring back the queen from a2.
Yep.
From a4 to a2, maybe d2, and just look at, hey, I want to go to g5. I want to
h6.
attack the king.
Nazi, that game of Zhao, I liked what White was doing. Is still doing well?
Yeah, he's doing great. So we left the position around here. I think last move we looked at was d5, c5. He played knight f4. And as it turns out, here black had to play this very passive move, knight g8, but it is a good defensive move. The idea is you're defending against this sacrifice. because you can simply play knight h6 and black king is safe. But instead, he played knight d7. Who can blame him? No one wants to put the knight on g8.
No, yeah, not me.
So white played h6, g6, knight e6. That's the problem with knight d7. It blocked the bishop and allowed this move knight e6. Now we have a couple more moves here, knight d5 and queen d5. This is the current position. So I went a little bit farther trying to figure out what black should do. Rook f6 is the best move.
You got to get rid of that e6
pawn, absolutely.
Is right.
But then there's some very sharp continuations. Knight b5, I'm attacking both d6 and threatening knight c7. Bishop e6 has to be taken. I take care of the tempo.
Ooh.
Everything is hanging. I was looking at bishop takes, knight takes. Now e5 is hanging, but black has this in-between move. Takes, rook e8. But at the end of this line, I still have bishop e5.
Winning an exchange.
Even though knight isn't hanging, I'm still winning an exchange, and this looks absolutely winning. So if Zhao finds this move, I think black is in a big trouble.
And now queen
c6.
c6.
Bishop takes e5.
I'm not happy.
You can take the queen because of the check, so you have to take here first.
Right.
I'll pick this up.
Oh dear. I take on e6.
With the bishop?
Yes.
All right. And I can go knight c7 or start with the long castle. I think I have to play.
I'm stuck. I feel.
You have to play king g8. Right?
Okay. I got to get out of that pin. Yeah, that's
pin.
Horrifying.
And computer says even simply slow rook d2, rook d1 is winning.
The queen is excellent on e5, and I'm all.
Knight c7 is always threatening.
By the way, an idea, Nazi. If black doesn't go king g8, and let's say they play like a6 or something to attack the knight. We have rook d6, right?
Very nice.
Oh.
Crushing.
Oh.
Like you are just saying, take my rook because I'm taking your rook on f6.
Rooks.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
checkmate.
The pawn on h6.
That pawn is really strong on a6.
Alpha
That's
zero.
a great idea to be pushing that pawn so early.
That was why knight g8. It was actually pretty necessary to stop this. Nice play by Zhao with knight to e6, by the way, because you put your knight on e6, you lose your pawn on e6, you don't get any compensation, you feel like an idiot. People say to you, well, why did you play knight to e6? You play knight to b5 to c7 and you win brilliantly. And people say, wow, well done. pretty good stuff. Thank you, Nazi. Where would you like to take
I want to take a look at the St. Louis locals. Dariusz Schwert against Ray Robson.
All right, and that means I've got to go all the way down to board 7. And when we left it, it was like, we know the two players love to get into time trouble. The question is who's going to outduel whom?
Right.
Who's going to get in time trouble first? In this position, Dariusz was spending a lot of time debating between queen d2 and queen e2. Half an hour later, and the reveal is e2. Okay, queen e2.
But now look at Ray Robson. He makes two moves, g6, bishop g7, and he loses also 40 minutes on these two moves.
Impressive.
This game is going to be very interesting. Like we're going to come back in 30 minutes. We're going to see two more moves, but then the players are going to play really fast.
Exactly, and I like this decision, by the way, very much, because you said if white had some compensation for its double pawns, the half-open g file, go ahead, put your bishop on e7. Let me play rook g1, g6.
Right. The only reason why I was worried about playing g6 and bishop g7, because as you said, it's blocking the g file. It's
was
great.
The g6 pawn.
It's a d6 pawn. But you are right. Black just shouldn't worry about that pawn because black has a lot of dynamic compensation if white chooses to waste that time to capture that pawn.
And because of the double pawns, we were putting the white king on the queen side. We were putting the black king on the king side. We were probably playing either h4 or king b1 or a3 or something of this nature. And you were saying that your intuition was telling you, well, as soon as you fianchetto the bishop, you wanted to, as white, that is to say, you wanted to start targeting this pawn on d6. I know you wanted to take it with the knight, maybe doubling your rooks or something of that nature. Again, I'd also find myself attracted to the move h4. Before we go on a break, I do want to take a look at board number 1, because the game between Fabi And Emilio, not only is it crucial for our standings, obviously, is I wanted to see how Emilio was going to handle
that
your
A4
move, A4. Well, as you were mentioning, the queen is doing double duty on H5. It's hitting the pawn on B5. Also, just eyeballing the king side. Emilio said, queen trade? Queen trade?
Yep. Wanted to get out of trouble on the king side?
Exactly. If you do trade queens, then from black's perspective, at least I don't have to defend the pawn on B5.
Right.
Fabi said, I don't want to trade queens, queen H3. And this move, that was a very, very good decision, I think, by Emilio. He's just saying, look, I'm going to tee up the move queen G4, and I'm going to force
Yeah, he really wants to trade those queens.
Exactly. F4, queen G4, queen F3. The queens came off, and then this tempo, bishop B4. And at the end of the day, the nice part from black's point of view, the king on E7 with the queens off the board.
Is okay?
Perfectly okay. I think Emilio, funnily enough,
king D8. I was expecting
D8.
king E7.
Me too. I thought the king was going to be well placed.
Because
on
I like
E7.
your idea of placing one of the rooks on the C file.
Indeed. King D8, and I think at the end of the day, Emilio's going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. And for Fabi, the bishop on B3, how, you play F4, F5, congratulations, I ignore you.
And you are giving up the square on E5, right? So my
And
knight can kind of jump there.
The bishop on B3 is great for kingside attack if you had a knight on G5, a queen on H5, and everything like this.
No, with queens off the board, it's just completely different.
Absolutely. I don't know if we're going to go on break or not, but I think King D8 was a good moment for a pause.
Yeah.
Do we have anything to tell our
Yes, because we
audience?
have those 59 players, and there's a lot of great stories here at the St. Louis Masters. So let's take a look at some of the players you probably are not familiar with, and we will be right back.
With 60 players in our tournament, there are many great stories beyond the top players. Let's take a look at some of the faces in the crowd. Some of the youngest players, international master at 18 years old, Nico Chasen, 14-year-old, I am Rio Chen, Canadian master Aaron Mendez, all have a good shot at earning a grandmaster norm. This is an important tournament for this young group of players.
Local International Master Justice Williams, as well as International Master Brevington Hardaway, will be seeking Grandmaster norms. These players will also have a chance to become only the second African American Grandmaster in the United States, after Maurice Ashley.
18-year-old American player, International Master Kirk Gazarian is on the cusp of becoming a Grandmaster. Can he achieve the norm at the St. Louis Masters?
Abhimanyu Mishra, as a 15-year-old phenom, is part of the Young Stars program, a special joint effort of the St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Chess Foundation. Abhimanyu has distinguished himself early by becoming the youngest ever international master and grandmaster when he made those titles.
One of our favorite stories is 14-year-old Tani Adiwumi, a Nigerian-American chess player who currently holds the title of FIDE Master. Tani won the 2019 K3 New York State Chess Championship at the age of 8, after having played the game for only a year, all that while living with his refugee family in a homeless shelter in Manhattan. His personality is as big as his chess ability, and Tani will have many fans watching him here in St. Louis.
3 American women will also have our attention at the St. Louis Masters: Begim Togirjanova, Tatef Abrahamian, and 15-year-old Alice Lee, who are all fighting for Grandmasters norms. Newly crowned American women Grandmasters will be awarded $100,000 in the Cairns Queens Award. This tournament is a great chance at the title and the prize.
This tournament is an amazing collection of veteran and rising star chess talents. We'll be watching their stories along with you at this St. Louis Masters Championship.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. He's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. That is my boy. Look at that
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by grandmasters Nyzhnyk and Kevlishvili, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 6th round of the St. Louis Masters, and we have a few games finishing. So let's take a look at the updating standings, or I mean the results of the round. So we have the 2 draws, but now we have a win. Mark won against Nicholas.
And it was such an impressive victory. I'm going to throw it right over to Nazi to just jump into that game, because when we... Oh, in fact, we will put it on hold and we'll go to Sabina directly.
Hello everyone, I'm here with International Master Mark Heimann, who just won his game today. Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I literally have no words. I'm definitely over the moon right now, just with this whole tournament, with this game, so.
We had an interview earlier today, and you were kind of excited with your draw earlier against Grandmaster Aram Hakovian, and now you get the chance to take down Grandmaster Nicolas Theodorou, who has had a great performance in US Masters, the previous event that you played as well, and played against Fabi earlier. But yeah, tell me through your thoughts about the game.
Yeah, I mean, well, honestly, when I got this pairing, like, I was pretty scared. I feel like Theodorou is, I mean, indeed, every time I've seen him play, actually, he just is putting on incredible performances and incredible just, creativity and just overall quality of play. And plus also, at this point, I'm playing white. I'm on a good score. I'd be happy to play really conservatively. And Theodorou is also just a very ambitious player. And I feel like one of the people who, would not let me off the hook, even if he's playing black, even if I'm doing well in the tournament. So I honestly came in, I was I'd kind of love to just, make peace, but I was also expecting it to be a fight. And that's exactly, I guess, what we got.
And you chose the Rui Lopez?
I chose the Rossolimo Sicilian, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So again, I feel like this is an opening that is often a very strategically complex one. So again, like I said, even though I kind of would like to be peaceable, but I just figured that wasn't going to happen, so I decided we'd as well make a scrap out of it. I played D4 against Fabiano at the U.S. Masters, but decided we'd try something a little bit different here. So I wasn't really sure what to expect. I prepared for a lot of things. He surprised me as early as move 3 with the Knight of 6 move, which has become trendy in somewhat recent times.
And which moment do you feel that you started getting the advantage?
That's a really good question, and maybe the engine will just invalidate whatever I have to say. But Knight of 6, Knight C3 is pretty standard. After he played the G6 move, I was surprised. When he played, he would later transpose to what I knew when he went Queen C7, but I usually thought black goes Queen C7, tries to thrust a knight into D4 and closes up the center, which is eventually what he did a couple moves later, but he'd already committed to this bishop G7 setup, and then you'll see that he closes the center with E5, which to me feels like, I guess it's a very reasonable plan. It maybe feels a little bit contradictory to me, but on the other hand, this is a lot like, an anti-Sveshnikov line when people will play Knight of 3, Knight C6, Knight C3, trying to not let you set up the very solid Sveshnikov, and then you go E5 and close to the center. Here, black has already both committed the Knight to F6 and committed to a kingside fianchetto, and often sometimes I feel like you will, in those Knight C3, E5 lines, you either go Knight of 6 and Bishop E7 or Bishop G7 and maybe bring the Knight to the more flexible E7 square, but on the other hand, I've gone H3, Rook E1. My bishop is on B5, whereas usually you'd bring it to C4 and target that weak D5 square all in one go. So, I guess I was a little bit surprised, and his setup felt a little bit clunky to me, but then the more I was looking at it, I was like, actually, this makes more sense for black than I was originally hoping it would. So,
I believe it was around here that the engine was
agreed. Yeah, I think E takes D4 to me struck me as a mistake. I went Knight H2, G4. I was trying to exchange off a guard of the weak D5 square, and I thought my G4 would help clamp down on the F5 square, which is, of course, going to be a source of black's counterplay. But I kind of regretted doing this just because I then felt like, well, this G-pawn might end up being a target, and it doesn't actually stop F5 anyways. So I thought if he took back on D4 with the C-pawn, now he's threatening Queen H4. It's going to be hard to defend that pawn. If I go F3, he can just go H5, and I have no control over the F5 square. And he now
Where would you play here, though?
Probably C3 is what I was thinking, trying to immediately get the queenside counterplay started. Because if I just do nothing, he's going to go Queen H4. The G-pawn's already under attack. I go F3, weakening more dark squares. At minimum, black can go H5, exchanging off my control of this F5 square, and also opening up room for that dark square bishop to take advantage of all these dark squares I've now weakened around my king. Black could even consider F5 right away, although I like just going H5. So I would have to try to do something real quick over here, but it would definitely, I mean, it would be the fight that I guess we both came for. And like I said, honestly, against a player of Theodorou's caliber, that would have been a terrifying prospect. I was relieved to see E takes D4, and I think
he was probably thinking to open his bishop even with.
Yeah, and I think that's why, right? Because this would allow the bishop to exert more control over that C3 square when it's not blocked by the E pawn. Yeah, the bishop. So that kind of stops my plan of playing the queenside a little bit. The bishop could potentially come to E5 and try to take control of the dark squares. I think, for example, after a line like if I go F4, right, trying to roll my kingside pawns. Queen H4, just as an example, F5, and now Bishop E5, and I'm not getting mated yet, but you can see that the engine is really not liking how much dark square control he's just taking over. And I think maybe Theodorou had something like this in mind.
But didn't play.
No, I didn't play that, right? So the problem is, yeah, after this move G3, I think what Theodorou was just assuming is he can go Queen G5, which he did, and after F3, if he goes like h5 or f5, trying to chip away at this g pawn, I think he was assuming that I'd have to somehow exchange off this g pawn. But really what I can do is just, whatever pawn he attacks here, I can just let him capture on g4 with a pawn. If he gets a pawn g4, that's pretty irrelevant. I'll just go f4. His extra pawn is doubled on the queen side, and then I'm going to great light square control. When I go king g2 to defend this g3 pawn, I'll also open up my rook to come down the h file, and I was like, honestly, this position looks like it could be getting really dangerous for Theodorou right now. Already the computer says he needs to take drastic measures going b5 and trying to just like get counterplay on the queen side at any costs.
And it seemed like you're doing pretty well with the time as well, and
yeah.
you know, the tournament is going in your favor. You mentioned to me earlier in an interview that you have 2 GM norms. You're trying to go for your final one.
Yeah.
You have reached 2,500 live ratings. So, how do you feel your chances are right now?
Well, I have 4.5 points. If I play enough high-rated opponents to have a 2,600 average, I could literally lose the last 3 and get a norm. I don't know that if I lose the next 2 that I'll, continue playing opponents of that caliber, unless I play Fabi or something. But still, I mean, so again, right, I'd still have to not lose all 3, but
of course,
it seems, I mean, again, I don't want to jinx anything. It does seem the chances are really good, and I'm very excited about that.
I feel like you're a positive player, so you shouldn't think that you're losing, right? You're also doing powerlifting, which is something maybe the viewers have heard about.
Right.
How similar is that to chess?
Well, it's funny because when I first started powerlifting, I just assumed it would be the most opposite thing ever. But the reality is actually powerlifting is a pretty analytical sport as well. You're lifting weight, and at the end of the day, I mean, weight comes down to numbers, right? How much, how much weight you're putting on the bar for each of the lists, and you try to progress that over time. And you can't just lift one weight and then lift heavier the next time. So you have to say, okay, well, I'm going to try to I did this much weight for 5, so the next time I'm going to try to do a little bit more weight, but maybe only for 4 reps or something like that. And you have all these elaborate schemes for how you might arrange your training so that you try to progress in some dimension over time. So it actually attracts a lot of surprisingly nerdy people for something you might think is just a very meatheady sport. Actually, many of my gym friends some of them are incredibly elite powerlifters, and a lot of them are really into playing chess. They'll play online on chess.com. I don't know that anyone who compete in tournaments, certainly not at this level, but a lot of them are into it, and I mean actually a lot of them are following along with this tournament and have followed along with other tournaments. They get very excited. Things like the quality of commentary we have is really helpful, right? Of course, having the games live broadcasted, the engine evaluation is great for them because they don't have to understand chess. They can just see the evaluation bar that tells. They can listen to the commentary and they can kind of tell if I'm doing well or not well.
Well, this is great, Mark. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. We got to go back in the studio.
Of course, yeah.
To keep up with the other games. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Keep up the passion, Mark. We love it. Well done. Congratulations. Just taking quickly a look at the game of Andy Woodward, Sam Shankland. The players have reached this position after bishop d2. And I know in his heart of hearts, Andy is just begging, let me make the move. I really just want to make the move f2, f4. Mm-hmm. The knight on e5 trapped in the middle of the board. Sam Shankland says, no, I got you. I see what you're intending.
If you're going to play f4, it's not going to end well for you right now.
Exactly. Do it on my terms. I'm ready to sacrifice a piece, and oops, if you take the piece, you get checkmated. So rook b3, and Andy said, okay, I'm going to play bishop c3, and I'm still setting up that very, very same pattern of playing for f4. But with the rook on b3, with the pawn on c4, these are the positions that Benoni players are very, very happy to play. If you play f4, the knight would go back, for example. Another move you could play, for example, is queen a4. And again, you're just very happy to suddenly trade the dark square bishops. And with this rook on b3, it's looking over here. I like Sam Shankland's position. Nazi. You've got it. Oh my gosh, I'm stealing your thunder. I apologize.
I just have a little bit to add to the great analysis. So yes, some played rook b3 just to stop f4, but believe it or not, f4 was still the best and only move for white. Yes, it does get very tactical.
So what happens?
Rook g3, you have to play king h2. Important in between move. Now you can go back to b3.
For example.
And I'm not taking on e5. I'm not touching that. I don't want to allow bishop b5 and then oops,
Yeah.
bishop e5 and then rook h3 and getting checkmated, right?
Right.
So instead here, white can play bishop c3 now. And this knight is trapped, right? It doesn't
Right.
have anywhere to go. Again, I'm not taking it soon, but eventually I will.
Queen f5?
Right, queen f. If you go queen f5, I will take.
Bishop takes.
You can start with rook c3 if you like. That's
You're tempting.
Thinking about dark square.
Yeah, you know I can resist anything except temptation.
King g1.
Check
There's
some
only
more.
a draw, I believe. Oops. Bishop
Wow.
e5.
I would be
and
scared as
This
white.
is definitely scary, but it's not really a checkmate because when you play queen g3, I can
Go
king g1.
Okay.
And engine says it's just triple zeros here.
Okay. So f4 was playable.
Sorry. Yes, f4 had to be played. When Andy played bishop c3, now Sam actually has a big advantage. And he found the best move, queen c8. It's already -1.
And he's
So-
going to go queen c5 or knight
Right,
d7.
f4 now is bad. You can go queen c5 check immediately. You can even play knight d7. f4 just creates too many weaknesses.
Gotcha.
g3, e3, this whole diagonal.
Right.
So it's hard to find good moves here for white, while it's very easy for black to keep improving the position.
Because black may want to
Wow.
play b5, a5, b4.
Right.
Right? Just
Yeah.
push the pawns to kind of ask you what are you going to do with your bishop on c3.
Absolutely, yes. I can even play h5, h4 as well. I can play on both sides.
Can you go back to the position with bishop d2 for just a moment? Because f4, rook takes g3, king h2, rook b3. You bring back memories of like Korchnoi versus Kasparov. Kasparov in an Olympiad in Lucerne had a knight on e5 that Korchnoi didn't take for like 5 consecutive moves, and the players were leaving. And it was a great. It was the game of the Olympiad actually. Kasparov ended up winning as black. That is a
I've seen that. I'll have to
remarkable
check it out.
conception. So the point here is queen f5. The engine is saying triple zeros.
Triple zeros. There's some other moves for black as well. You can start with knight g4.
That was my next question. Can I play knight g4?
Takes here. You can take on g4 or c3 first.
Okay.
Doesn't make
I was
a big
thinking
difference.
of g4 most.
And this is very tricky because white has to make very accurate moves. e3 is the only move that keeps equal position.
Okay.
And here you have a check, king g1, then you take on c3, and you have,
3 pawns or?
is it 3, 4 against, yeah, you have 3 pawns, e3 and a3 are both hanging.
Wow.
And
The line just goes on from here.
yes, I'm guessing even c-pawn is something to worry about. No, I think practically black might have better chances here.
The bishop on g2, very passive. The pawn on d5
it's
blocks the
very
bishop.
easy
By the way,
for white to
that
blunder.
move e3 is extremely important, right? Because if I don't do that,
Right. I
just look at that, because I was thinking, well, do I have to
F4.
do it?
Yeah,
And if
but-
instead of e3, I capture the bishop first, let's say try to trade,
Bishop G7?
I think you just have rook g3 immediately,
Yes.
right?
Very nice catch. And it's checkmate in 3 moves.
Because if I play rook g1 to defend that bishop, there is a checkmate on the h file.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
rook g3 is beautiful.
So I totally understand
Very nice.
Andy not playing f4. I think it's really very, very scary.
Well, especially on that variation,
Yeah.
if you see that one. But after queen c8, the problem that white has is how to play. Black's next moves might include b5, queen c5, and in the meantime, you don't want to play e3 and allow knight d3. That's disaster.
It's
So can
very
I
hard to
try
find
something
moves.
like king h2
Perfect.
and bishop e4, bishop c2?
Bishop e4.
And bishop
It looks
c2.
awkward, I know, but
I will probably be
F2.
ready to sacrifice that
because
rook.
even f2.
So you play king g2 or something?
Yeah.
I think I'll take here now.
Yeah, you almost...
Oh, I love this kind of sacrifices in Benoni
yes.
for the positional play, but also these pawns, and then black queenside just starts marching forward.
e4 is hanging, c3 is hanging,
Everything.
a3 is hanging.
No, everything. This is horrible.
this went south on us.
So let's catch up with the first board. Fabiano
Indeed.
Caruana and Emilio Cordova.
When we have left it, I kind of thought that black had equalized. I was very surprised by Emilio's decision to maneuver his king to the queen side. Actually, I thought his king was going to be perfectly safe in the center of the board, specifically the e7 square. King d8, let's catch up with the players. Knight f3, king c7, king f2, king b6, c3. I like this move c3 a lot because it's turning out that this pawn on d4 is actually hampering white, and the trade of the pawns, white could now start to think about moves like d3, d4, c3, c4, capturing on b5.
Or even like rook b1, right?
Rook b1.
Kind of looking at that open file if you capture these pawns, and you did.
And by the way, the problem that black is facing is black would probably like to play a move like b4, and if you capture, set up with something like knight takes b4, and if you can play a5. Problem that I'm seeing with this is, first of all, why did we put our king on the b6 square? Like, it's almost like, you know, aren't you just encouraging white to make a kingside attack, an attack on the king?
I'm also worried about that pawn on f7.
And also knight to g5 is on white's agenda. So for all of these reasons, Emilio played f6. And let me just double check. I refresh my board. We're up to date with players. I'm thinking it's more comfortable to play white.
Yes, absolutely.
And the crazy part is, like,
I'm thinking rook eb1.
Rook e1 to b1. Okay. Yeah, what should I do?
Because I want to play
this?
bishop c4 on my next move.
Yeah, I'm really, it's a little bit frustrating for me that I want to play, okay, let's do it. Let's have a look-see. I'll play rook c8. I want to target as best I can the pawn on c3. Do you want to take or play bishop c4 at once?
Let me take first on c5.
On b5.
On b5, pardon.
AB. Yep.
Okay, capture the rook.
Okay. Let's say, oh, sorry. I want to target.
Okay, bishop c4.
Knight a7. Ugh.
Knight d4.
Bishop c6. I'll hold that pawn for as long as I can.
Bishop b5 and then c4.
Yeah, I have c4 there.
Bishop b5, c4. I'm not finished with you guys yet. I'm holding b5
How's
for
that pawn in game in the future? If I start king g3, king h4?
Now, I was trying to hold a pawn. Now you're telling me I'm losing a king and pawn endgame? King g3. Oh, dear. I didn't consider that possibility.
Because you always have to be careful about playing some g5 moves, right? I don't think that's a move, because now I start trading on b5.
That's my question for you. You start with the knight.
Knight, yes.
Yeah, because if you started with a pawn,
you may not take back.
I could potentially play rook c3. Yeah. So yes, you take with the knight. I have to take with the knight.
I take with the rook.
Okay, and then there's no choice, right?
I take with the pawn.
And then we're in a king and pawn.
Yes, and now my idea was to play e5. Nope.
e5. Oh boy, the pawn breakthrough routine.
Yeah,
huh?
And I think this should be a winning pawn in the game.
I think so too. Wow.
Because this e5 is just so strong.
By the way, rook on e1 to b1, just as you've suggested. That was a very, very nice line, and it's a very, it has flow, yeah? And it feels like the move rook c8 is just
It just feels so
wrong.
natural. I mean, you place the king on b6. I want to put my rook just to attack the king there in the future.
Exactly. Okay, it means that really I don't have the time to do this, and I should, sad to say, seize the defensive. Could I do something really gross? Knight a7.
Really, Yasser, this move?
Well, he played king c7. I mean, it's a very legitimate threat. What you've set up is you really are threatening to play bishop c4 and exploit the pin. Nazi, jump in on this one. This is for first place. You got Ray Robson.
Different game, yes.
Of course.
Earlier, we were very harsh. We're judging it harshly, Dariush's opening choice and his position.
Yes.
But we have to take all that back.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Genius.
Yes, because now he's doing great against Ray Robson.
Ray allowed c5.
Yes. So they followed our analysis pretty far. We looked at queen e2 and bishop b2, long castle, and king b1. We had all of this on the board.
Exactly.
And yes, sir, your move was queen h4.
Right.
Which was amazing.
Take the pawn.
Exactly. Sacrificing a pawn, then playing rook d8. Black has great compensation.
Right.
But Ray played a6, and I think allowing c5 was a big mistake.
I think c5 is exactly the move you don't want to allow. right? Because now the pawn just can you can capture with pawn on d6,
No,
and
no,
that's
no,
a
I
big
can't. I
difference.
can't allow you to take.
Maybe he was hoping that he would have d5, but here I have this in between move a3.
Okay, knight c6.
That's a problem.
Go ahead.
If you go knight c6, I will win the pawn.
Knight
d4.
d4, yeah.
Right. Queen e3.
You don't even
I want to
defend
take
b3.
b3? This?
Yeah, you don't even defend b3. Yeah, you.
No. Apparently, I don't need to. I can take on e4, but this is just winning +3.
My knight is trapped, or
You
bad
can
things.
go to a5, but I think
Bad things are happening.
I capture bishop on g7 and queen c3. Those dark
squares.
squares.
I had a beautiful kingside a moment ago.
What happened?
It's no longer the beautiful kingside that it was.
So after a3, best move is to take on c3 first. But if you have to give up that bishop and allow white to dominate on the black squares completely, queen e3, this is very dangerous. Maybe
That's
Engine
an
can,
understatement.
maybe
But
Engine can still
practically,
defend it, but
I don't
right.
think you want to capture with that dark square bishop.
Of course not. So, well, if Ray doesn't play d5, what else can he do after c5? Maybe rook c8?
Can I go queen a5? Sorry.
Okay, let's take a look. Free pawn and pretty dangerous pawn as well.
Okay, can I pretend like it's a sacrifice and go rook c8?
Which one?
A8.
All right.
d7?
One defensive
If
move.
you go d7, then I capture the knight on c3.
Yeah, we need to defend c3 first, but you can't put too much pressure here. I always have rook c1 if I need to as well. And this is a very healthy extra pawn.
Yeah, we get to play rook c1 and
Okay.
chase you back with a3. You'll come up empty-handed
You can see Ray looks pretty stressed and not happy with the position.
after c5.
And yeah, if we check the clock, he has 17 minutes, while Dariush has 43. It's a big advantage. Very good chances for Dariush to win this. Let's take a look at maybe
Yeah,
rook c8.
rook c8 makes the most sense. I'm sure Ray had prepped rook c8.
Should we take the pawn?
Okay, well, that's the good news. I'm happy that you haven't been able to play
Yeah,
c5
we want to
takes
capture with the
d6.
rook.
Queen g5?
Queen g5 is good.
Let's kick the knight away.
The engine says knight a4 is stronger than rook d6.
Let's get give the knight away?
Kick the knight away.
Oh, kick the knight away. I thought you said give the knight away. I was like, what?
No.
So this is not an easy move to find, but engine says knight a4 is stronger than rook d6.
Okay.
And I keep the option of taking with the pawn.
Yes, and that was the one that bothered me the most.
And if you trade, I take with the queen.
Mm.
Queen g5 still maybe?
Well, you take on... Oh, you mean I have rook c2? That might be
But
exciting.
I can start with a3.
This looks... White is dominating
this
here.
is bad.
And now you
This is
capture
very
with the
bad.
pawn.
Yeah, no, white is dominating. This
But
is just...
Nazi, show us why we can play a3 immediately instead of knight a4.
Instead of knight a4, here. Let's
a3.
have a look. Ooh. In between move now for black, rook c5, and if we
you
take
take on
here...
b4, exchange sacrifice.
Oh,
Yes.
And you're going to be having that dark square bishop. That's very strong. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Katerina loves this position for black.
Me too. Sign me up for this one. Yeah, this is a great.
So a critical moment.
Dragon players rejoice.
Critical moment in this position. Definitely allowing c5 was a big mistake for black.
Okay. For all of those reasons, I kind of understand rook c8 is bad. Queen. I think we were looking at queen a5. Was it a3? Do you mind?
C takes d.
Just c takes d6 again. And
Yes.
there's nothing here. This is like
Queen's defending a2.
so annoying.
So you can't win any.
Okay, if I just go rook d8 with the idea of bishop e5.
Rook f.
Yes, for example.
Okay, now a3 again.
I'll go back.
Knight
Jump.
c6.
Yeah. Like, how good is this d6 pawn?
It says it's +2 for white, so.
Oh, that's pretty
that is-
good.
Because I want to go also just f4, e5.
I was trying to play bishop e5 before you get to play f4 and e5. I was trying to put my bishop on e5, but I think b4 is
Oh, your
an
queen
issue.
is trapped, so you have to sacrifice your knight. That's unexpected. Queen getting trapped on a5.
Yeah, that wasn't the intention. Thank you, Nazi. When we left, I just want to go back to the game of Fabi, if you don't mind bringing it up on your board as well, because Emilio is now also down on time. When we left it, we saw the move Rook B1. Then Emilio, recognizing the danger of Bishop C4, he moved his king back to C7 and Bishop to D1, and Fabi is playing to win the pawn. The engine's evaluation as these two players are vying for first place.
Engine says white's up half a pawn.
Half a pawn.
0.5, yes.
That's modest. I thought it might have been worse than that. Why? What is the top engine's line for? How does Emilio keep his disadvantage contained, if you will?
So two moves, G6 and Rook H to B8, and he can play either move order. Both are fine.
G6 is a very unnatural move.
Right, so let's look
That's
at
never
B8.
going to happen.
Wow, G6. Wow, and the idea is B5 is not hanging?
G6, if you take on B5.
Right, AB, Rook A8, Rook A8. I understand you're getting some counterplay.
Are you taking on A8 first?
Yes,
Okay.
I have to, don't I?
Right.
Yes.
Rook A8. It
Take
doesn't
on-
even take on B5.
But then there's Bishop A6.
Yes, Bishop A6, pawns hanging on D3.
Skewered.
Yeah.
Sorry. So, okay, B5 isn't hanging.
It's not
actually.
hanging. That's
Okay.
why Black has time to make an improvement, G6 or Rook H to B8.
Got you. Bishop A6.
Because White has to spend a
Zoned out.
tempo, let's say, after Rook B8. He has to play something like King E3 to protect this pawn.
And now, finally.
And even here says G6. So what if we take it now?
That was my question. But now we take with the bishop.
Yeah. So I'm not losing the pawn. Still slightly worse.
Okay.
For sure. And we know Fabi's going to try to win this for a long time.
Forever, yeah.
Yeah, and he does have a big time advantage, so
Yeah.
that works in his favor.
Yeah, the pawn on B5 is sticking out like a sore thumb. I mean, White's pawn structure is more homogeneous.
And Black has
nice.
less than 20 minutes, so it's one thing to be under pressure in the position, but also on the clock.
Yeah, a clock as well. So these two vying for first place.
So we're going to come back to the game later. We have a few really interesting games. So let's start with the games of Sam's. Board 8, Sam Seirawan against Sam Kanyin. Because there was this really nice move, G3.
Okay, so we're going to go back a little bit. Not all the way, but this is where we left it. Knight F6, Bishop C6, Bishop D7.
And we were saying that Sam has a big advantage, White, Sam Seirawan.
And he traded, and he's winning a pawn on E5.
Right, but once you capture it,
yes,
take your bishop.
Okay, so we drop back. Well, we wanted to neutral. I understand Sam Seirawan's idea was to neutralize this bishop and to take the sting out of G3, and he's
playing it anyway, and this is what I kind of like. It's a positional
well, that's two
sacrifice.
pawns.
Yes, but now I'm targeting the B3 pawn.
Ah. Nicely done. Okay.
And you cannot play Rook A3 back, right? Because I weakened that diagonal. So once you capture Knight takes B3, you cannot recapture with the Rook because we have a discovered attack.
And thanks to the inclusion of F takes G3, as you said, it's check. And we lose the exchange. Oops.
So after Knight C5, you suddenly have trouble with defending pawn on B3 because you cannot play Rook B1. In that case, the pawn on E4 is hanging.
Sorry, my rook is hanging, so what
oh,
should I
actually,
do?
you can do that either.
Yeah, my rook. So I was still here, right? And I was trying to make heads and tails of this. I'm not that unhappy.
I mean, White is still pawn up, but
if I can play
this pawn structure.
Well, that's the point. The pawn structure, if I could go E5, force you to take on G4, put a knight on F6, and then we're talking. I mean, we've got those checkmating patterns that we learned.
But if I capture, so let's take a look. Pawn takes G4, knight takes G4, Rook D8. I just want to get to the second rank.
I understand you. I want to get to your king.
Okay, Rook D2. We both get what we want.
I don't know, but who's happier? Who's happiest? Check.
Okay, king
Check.
f8.
King f8. Rook to
Okay,
e3.
so we'll come back to this game because Nazi has some breaking news.
All right, over to you, Nazi.
Do you guys remember the Zhao game?
Oh,
which
who could
was-
forget? It was e6 pawn.
Yeah, fireworks in this game. So queen c6 happened, knight b5. This is all on the board. And in our analysis, we were taking on e5, right? And then taking on e5 again, bishop b6 and long castle, white, huge advantage.
That was our analysis.
Instead, Zhao played queen takes c6, big missed opportunity, pawn takes. And here, he should have played knight c7, rook b8, and there's this sneaky move, bishop h4.
Winning an exchange.
Yes, this is so unexpected. We've been looking at bishop e5 this whole time.
Right.
And yeah, white just wins the exchange. I mean, black has some compensation. The knight on e5 is still pretty great.
Right.
But of course, it's white who is playing for the win.
Yep.
Instead, so two mistakes in a row. One was queen c6 and then knight takes d6. He was trying to make a different tactic work.
He wants to castle.
Oh, long castle.
And there's a weak back rank, and he's going to play bishop takes e5. Yay.
It looks great, right?
It looks great.
And if rook takes e6, then we have rook takes d6.
Genius.
Absolutely. So it looks like white's winning, but then Katerina found the only move, knight d3 check.
Oh, no.
Bishop d3, and now he has to take here first.
Oh, no.
Now, if Zhao's not careful and takes here on g3, he might
He's
even be
losing.
worse. Oh, yeah,
He's a
down
piece down.
I kept, I forgot the count. So here, he needs to play e7.
Yes.
In between move.
Threatening promotion.
This is, okay, it was
and it's
played
all
already.
been played, by the way.
And if, I don't know why not bishop d7, computer says bishop a6 is the right move. And here, fireworks continue, bishop takes e4.
Threatening
only move.
rook to d8 check.
Right, so only move was to drop back. Rook d7, we're continuing the attack. Rook e8, really? Wow. Isn't black still up a piece?
Yeah, but it's the worst looking piece ever,
There's rook
right?
d1. Wow, there's rook d1. So king being here is really bad. We need to bring it back as soon as possible. King f7. Takes. The computer
And
says
just b3. I like it. Because look at that bishop on a6
It's the worst looking bishop ever.
Wow. And somehow white is still, a little bit better. I don't know why engine's not behaving. Bishop c8, rook a8, king d7.
What a line.
What is happening? So if you go king d6, I can promote and take on
Take on
h7.
h6.
And
Yeah.
if you go back,
Then I have a draw.
yes. Or I could still try to play for a win by promoting first, then giving you check on a7.
How
And
many
getting
pawns?
that one on h7.
How many pawns do I get? I get a lot of pawns.
2 pawns. No?
Only 2, but this one is scary.
h6 is a
This one's-
h6
Oh,
and
it's
a4.
3 pawns, actually.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is 3. Wow,
You
what's
get more Yasser. I know that makes you very happy.
Very good. Very
At
good.
least players have some time on the clock. They both have more than 25 minutes.
My goodness, what a crazy
So they
game.
can calculate these crazy
But
lines.
it's one of those things that I'm sure if you go back to the position before knight d3, from afar, Zhao probably saw, he had this mental picture in his mind. He saw this move castles, and he thinking to himself, wherever you move your bishop, I'm taking on e5 and I'm playing rook d8, and I've
Game
got
over.
you. If you play rook takes e6, I'm going to play rook takes d6, and I've got you. And I mean, the move knight d3 is the cold shower, and then you think, oh my God, I'm lost. And then you think, well, maybe I don't have to resign. Bishop takes d3, bishop takes g3, I can continue playing.
This doesn't work. Why? I want. Oh, here
You're
you have
losing a rook,
e6.
right? Yeah, rook takes e6. So, I mean, you have this cold shower when you see the move knight d3. But then you start bringing yourself back to life with all of these
can.
calculations that you...
It's sometimes for a chess player, it's good to have a goldfish memory. 10 seconds, just forget what happened.
That's the goldfish memory.
Goldfish memory, yes. Because this is a whole new game now.
Totally.
He has a tiny advantage and he needs to make the most of it. If he keeps thinking about what he missed out on, he won't be able to keep pressing for a win.
Also, this game shows how mistakes, they don't walk alone, right? You make one mistake and it's a big chance the next move is going to be the next one.
Right.
So once you realize you are making a mistake, you want to make sure that the second move is actually a good one.
In my life, when it rains, it pours. One after another. Show us the current position, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Nazi, and just...
They're following our line, e7 now.
Bishop A6 was a crazy move. Why did he have to play bishop A6?
Do you want to look at bishop D7 or bishop B7?
I don't know. Bishop E6.
Bishop E6.
Bishop E4.
Bishop E4 with the tempo.
Because the problem is you are kind of taking away also the E6 square for the rook.
But I can't protect the bishop on E6. So I was thinking bishop C7, but now I'm waking up to the fact that bishop takes C6 covers the promotion square with a tempo. That's why you had to play this awful, ugly move, bishop A6.
Right, and if we go this way, let's say, F takes G, this is also winning for white because...
That pawn on H6 is so strong.
Wait, I'm tempo behind. So I don't have rook E8 and king G8, king F7 anymore.
Right.
Wow.
Oops.
So white could still win.
Wow. But knight D3, what a shock.
Yeah.
That's a stunning. So once again, bishop A6. How would it...
It's a very difficult move to find.
Truly.
So bishop takes E4. White has to play. Every move here was the only move for both sides.
C7.
Rook D7.
Takes.
Rook E8.
Or, yes.
Takes. Rook D1. King G8.
Right.
Absolutely necessary.
But can we play here just B3?
So not trade rooks.
F2 is hanging.
Okay, still king F7, E7's hanging.
I don't think you can capture on F7, on F2.
Yeah.
Take
so
A7. I go bishop C8.
Rook D8.
Right. And maybe just move the bishop now.
Feels like I should have something there.
You also have an A pawn now, right?
Right, a runner.
But according to the engine, let's say you play A4, rook takes C7. Wow, we do have this beautiful move, rook H8. I love it. But black has G5.
Why did I play bishop F5?
To defend H7, of course.
Of course.
But isn't this pawn still promoting really fast? Because the bishop can go back. Wow, this is...
No, but rook F8.
And then you're right on time, right?
No way.
Incredible.
That's still the ugliest looking bishop I've ever seen.
This is still unclear, yes. Computer says equal, but it's white who's point.
You say 000.
Crazy.
Yeah. You're off the Christmas
Very
A-list.
exciting game, and the players have only 25 minutes on the clock, so finding bishop A6 in this situation, very tough.
Very, 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 very tough. Remind our viewers of the results so far.
Right, let's take a look at the results of round 6 so far. So we had a very quick draws, Isikan against Grigory Oparin, then a draw, Alexander Donchenko against Robbie Kevlishvili, and then a very important win of Mark, who is, by the way, having almost 2800 level performance here. So far is 2797, really doing great on his chances to clinching his last third GM norm.
And for Nicholas, that was a tough defeat because he's played so well, both in the U.S. Masters as well as St. Louis. We're going to go on break. What are you going to tell our audience?
So as we go on break, Sabina had a chance to talk with International Master Brevington Hathaway, who is also a Grandmaster-elect and on his way to becoming the second African-American Grandmaster in the United States. So let's take a look and we will be right back.
Hello, Brew. Thank you so much for joining me today. First of all, I want to say congratulations on recently completing your Grandmaster title. You will get it very soon. How exciting is that?
Yeah, it's been a childhood dream of mine to become a Grandmaster. So when it happened a few weeks ago, I was really happy and relieved that I finally managed to get the title.
Tell me a little bit about your story, how you got into chess and what made it special to stay in the game.
I got into chess in kindergarten when I was 5 years old. My sister went to the chess club in my school, So I decided to see what was going on. At first I didn't understand what was going on, but eventually I asked how it worked, and I actually found it really interesting, and I started doing a lot of puzzles and getting them correct. So at that point, I really found a passion for the game, and ever since it's just been my favorite thing to do.
Do you spend a lot of time working on chess?
Yeah, every day, work for about 3-4 hours.
And you recently got your IM title, I believe it was last year, and just 1 year later, your grandmaster title. What did you change in order to be able to get from the international master level to grandmaster level?
I think for a long time, my openings have been a big weakness of mine. I didn't really memorize my openings too well. I didn't play great openings. So I decided to spend a lot more time playing more solid openings, and I think that really helped because I could score better results for strong 2600 GMs. So I think that was really important to change my openings.
And has Maurice Ashley influenced your determination to be the next African-American grandmaster?
Yeah, he's a big inspiration of mine, and also actually talk to him sometimes, and he's really, really helped me. Like, not just on the board, but also just mentally. Like the challenges off the board as well. He's really been helping me with that. So yeah, I really appreciate him for that.
I want to ask you, what are your future goals in chess?
Well, I'd obviously like to become a 2600 and 2700, but we'll see what happens. Just all I can do is just keep working hard, and the results will come. And if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, it is what it is.
Okay. And you have recently competed in the US Masters, right? And that just finished yesterday. And now you're here getting ready to play for the St. Louis Masters. How do you feel about, playing back-to-back tournaments, and is the schedule at all overwhelming?
I'm used to playing two games a day. In the US, it's very common in all these open events. And I think it's just a battle of like stamina. You need to really have the energy to play 2 games a day, 2 tournaments back-to-back. US Masters didn't go the best, but I'm still motivated to do my best here, and I'm really excited to play in the St. Louis Chess Cup once again.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate your time stopping by and talking to me. I wish you good luck, and looking forward to you having a good tournament here.
Thank you.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. He's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
That is my boy. Look at that kid.
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back to round 6 of St. Louis Masters, and let's take a look at the results so far of round 6.
It's been an exciting round. We've had a few draws, but then
we have 2 draws, but a very important win. Mark won against Nicholas, and he's getting closer to clinching that third GM, Norm,
absolutely. And his TPR is through the roof. His tournament performance rating is at the 2,800 mark. But I tell you, we have a crazy game going on between Jinchao and Nicolosi. Those players in this double-edged position are finding all of the moves that our chess engine has found, including an up to bishop c8 to a6. This is
which is like, really difficult move to find.
Seriously.
To understand the intricacies of this position, to play move bishop a6, very good job.
Exactly, and apparently both players are riding the back of the tiger. Bishop takes e4, bishop to c7, rook has to come down to d7, we capture, you capture, we go rook over to e8, you go rook to e1, and all of these moves are forced, and it's this entire consequent line that the players have to go down in the chess engine ends up saying it's even. Wow, what else do you have for us, Nazi?
By the way, we have a result.
Oh,
So
we do,
Benjamin
another
Bog
one.
drew against Guillermo Vasquez.
Apologies for those players. We hadn't actually paid enough attention to their games. Apologies. We've got Ray Robson and Darush.
Yes, I have some updates. So Ray seems to be surviving now.
Oh,
Played
what
d5,
happened?
and Dariush had to play this move a3 to get that advantage. Maybe he wasn't sure that after knight c6, e takes knight d4, he had any advantage, but this queen e3 move and computer gives huge plus for white.
Gotcha.
But instead, he took back immediately with the pawn, and now looks like, I don't know why this move is getting double exclam.
It's a beautiful turquoise, by the way.
It is. But it seems like everything is being traded off, and it's going to be very easy draw. White still has an extra pawn, but
yes,
double pawns. Black has an active queen, good rook. Maybe white king is weaker than black's king.
Continue the line just for a little bit. If I go Queen David 4, let's just say Queen D4. Trade. I'm assuming you play Rook E2, Rook to the 7th. I'm assuming you take, or very important.
Yeah.
Because if we get into a race, I was thinking that the pawn on C5 was further advanced.
Right, especially when it can be supported from behind, right? Rook
Exactly.
C1.
These are such ugly moves.
Right?
B8, Rook F1. Yeah,
but it is a pawn, right?
Yeah, what wouldn't we do for defending our pawns?
Right, but okay.
I don't believe in this position for white. Maybe with the queens on, there is a better chance.
That's what I'm thinking. What if...
Whoa. Look, I'm a pawn grubber. B4, let's go.
B4, let's go.
B4. I've got a majority. I'm going to put my bird. Rook to D4. Threatening to play Rook E4 check, I guess.
I want to trade this rook, my bad rook, on B8 and keep this active one.
So Yasser, you can
do this,
continue with your Rook E4.
For Rook E4, but then you get an active rook again. Oh.
I think I'm just going to take and Rook D4.
I could have played Rook to D3, same idea of undoubling my pawns, but yeah. Okay, fair enough. Equality.
What if I go F4?
This is the current position. If F4...
And I just want to double rooks now.
Right, so maybe let's start trading. Rook D1.
Yeah.
We get rid of one pair. Takes with the rook.
Well,
you have to be a little bit careful. Your king is not very safe. King C2 only move.
Right.
I guess I don't have anything immediate.
Because if you go Rook A1...
I go B4. Haha.
Oh. Very nice.
I thought you went Queen D4, to be honest, to trade the queens, but...
I do.
I like B4.
I like my pawn.
That's still an option, yeah.
Yeah, it's not running away yet.
But instead of Rook A1, black can play simply, let's say, just H5, and white is struggling with making progress here, because if you trade queens, I have Rook E2, right?
Okay.
Well, actually, black is better here. All of a sudden, Rook H1.
Because you captured the pawn H2.
Ooh,
I have a
fast.
passer.
A fast. Ooh.
That's tricky.
Very, very tricky.
So white needs to be careful. Maybe H3, Rook H1, and just drop back.
D3.
Yeah. I can play Rook F1 or Rook H2. I'm starting to like black a little bit here.
It's strange, right? When we went into this ending with the extra pawn, we were optimistic. Our optimism is fading fast.
Very fast. So
Oops.
Ray's definitely out of danger, except on the clock. He has 8 minutes against 26.
8 minutes is a lifetime
for Ray. That's lifetime. Yes, you're right.
No problems whatsoever.
So we have Sabina, who caught up with Benjamin Bog. Let's take a look at their interview. Sabina.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Benjamin Bog, who just drew his game. He's a very famous grandmaster and commentator and streamer. Thank you for joining me, Benjamin.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
How are you feeling?
A little bit disappointed. I mean, I felt like I was better after the opening. I mean, I had 2 bishops, but I wasn't quite able to do much with it, so yeah, I'm definitely disappointed with that.
The tournament, yes, has not been your best. What do you think was the reason for it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not been terrible or anything. It's just, yeah, I've had my chances, but I haven't really been able to take advantage of that. So that's a bit disappointing. I mean, especially in the third round against Akshat, I really should have won that game. But I let it slip. Yeah, other than that, I mean, I feel like I'm more or less playing okay. Just hopefully I'll be able to take advantage of my chances in the last 3 rounds. So yeah, that's sort of my attitude right now going into the final 3 rounds.
You've been in the US for some time, so you're used to the double rounds. Did you do a lot of preparation for this tournament? I see you commenting a lot, so...
Yeah, and I did try to do a bit of preparation before this tournament and also before the US Masters, which I played right before this. So it's not always easy to find time in my schedule to study because, like I said, I'll also commentate from time to time. I stream, I teach. So there's a lot of things I do. So sometimes I really have to, take time aside and actually study.
And I'm told that you're going to compete in the World Rapid and Blitz as well. Mm-hmm. Did you do anything special to prepare for that?
I'm definitely excited for that because, like, every Tuesday I'm playing in Title Tuesday, like early in.
To hear more.
Exactly. Benjamin Bog playing in the Title Tuesday, preparing himself for the World Championships. How exciting. And then he faded. I want to turn our attention to Fabi, and we are hoping that we'll get Sabina back. Fabi versus Emilio. When we have left it, we were at this point, Bishop to D1. Let's catch up with the players.
G6 on the board. I thought he's not going to play that move, and he actually played the move G6.
He took on B.
Okay, first took.
He could have played G6 or Rook B8.
Mm-hmm. So we have Sabina back. So
do we? Oh, wonderful.
Let's hear the rest of the story. Sabina?
We're back. So could you please tell me again about the Title Tuesday? How does it help you with the World Rapid and Blitz?
Right. So, yeah, no, like I said, I mean, I've been doing well in my Title Tuesday. Also, sometimes BT cover from time to time. So I'm hoping to also be able to show that level of play in my tournaments, but I haven't been quite able to do so. But the World Rapid and Blitz, since it is Rapid and it is Blitz, like I've played a lot online. And yeah, that's just going to be my preparation. I'll just play like every Title Tuesday, every Arena Kings. I'll also try to play the over-the-board Rapid and Blitz tournaments at the St. Louis Chess Club.
I was gonna ask you about that because it's different,
Yes.
You gotta be ready. So.
No, absolutely, I'll try to play like every single Rapid and Blitz tournament I can play, like especially over the board because it is different. So yeah, that will be my preparation, just playing a lot of Rapid and Blitz, especially over the board.
Any particular partners you're gonna get? Someone that you can share with? Someone that you usually play to train?
Well, rumors had it that VAR is trying to organize some tournaments to get everyone ready, including the SLU team for the World Rapid and Blitz. And he said that some big names might show up because everybody wants to get into shape. So I don't know any details yet. It's just still a rumor, but
it's not. I'm told that it will be next week. VAR is VAR.
The VAR Blitz Cup. It's happening.
I guess so, next week.
Oh,
so
well.
I don't know if anyone else is invited.
He told me some big names. So yeah, I mean I'd happily play. Yeah, because again I want to get myself in the best possible shape for the World Rapid and Blitz.
Are you willing to do 10 hours a day?
10? No, that's a bit much. But I think if you just play consistently, like if you play every day for a few hours, that should be great preparation.
I think they were messing with me, but that's okay. It's going to be great for social media posts later. So awesome. Well, this is great. I think St. Louis is the place to be if you want to train for such a strong tournament because there are a few universities having, great, chess players, and then there's the club where you can go train, prepare, and well, I hope you do well. I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of you streaming too. Do you stream after this tournament at all, or?
Yeah, no, I definitely plan on doing some streams after this tournament.
After, okay.
And yeah, maybe during the World Rapid and Blitz I'll have my own coverage on my own channel. So I'll see. I mean, that's kind of what some of these big streamers do these days. They hire a commentator to commentate for them. So maybe I'll do that as well.
Okay. Do you have anyone in mind?
No. I mean, I have someone who usually commentates for me, but I don't know if he's available. So I'll have to figure out who I'll get for commentary.
So you can use this opportunity to try to get people to.
Yes, actually, if there's any streamers who would want to commentate on my channel for the World Rapid and Blitz, feel free to reach out to me, and Yes, so see if we can make it work. It would be a great opportunity for you and for me. So feel free to reach out.
All right, so I'm okay. Hopefully, I don't get fired after this. But thank you for the interview. Back at you guys.
Thank you, Sabina. We're rooting for you, Benjamin. Do play well in the Big Apple. But I like what she asked. She said, Benjamin, what are you gonna? Anything it takes, whatever it takes, I'm going to do. In the words of Mario Draghi, whatever it takes. So Var said, okay, 10 hours a day. Well, wait a minute, 10 hours, that sounds like work. Wait a minute. I like that. Just looking at the game of Fabi and Emilio for a moment, we do have the moves Rook C4, King D8. Now, it does appear that Black is passive and under a little bit of pressure. Remember, the king was on E8. It could have been happily on E7 7 moves ago. It went all the way to B6.
You know, we see the Valbar saying it's equal, but look at the clock. Emilio has actually only 4 minutes left for the rest of the game.
Exactly. On the other hand, look, Black has this very active rook on B2. Give Black a move or two, rook B8, rook B1, trade a pair of rooks, and guess who's got the passer? There is a pass pawn on A5, and you can almost see the vestiges of the seeds of defeat. You play D4, I play A5, I play rook takes E2, I play bishop A6, and there we go. But the clock is a factor.
And I think this is a position that as Fabi you want to have.
Yes.
Right? You have strong center, you have good pieces. It's not like you are better right now, but you're going to keep pressuring your opponent. And with 4 minutes on the clock, like you're likely to make a mistake.
Yeah, easily. And I would try to keep my opponent under pressure. What other games are going on that are exciting? Where's the excitement?
Well, excitement is in this game between Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland.
Okay.
As you can see, the Valbar Black is doing very well. Let's take a look where Andy made a mistake. It was here, King G1. He had this opportunity to finally play F4. Remember, we've been trying to do F4. Now, after knight D7 trade. And look at this tactic.
Ooh.
It's not winning anything, but we're trading pieces, which is what we want here to have some
rid of the
breathing room.
Right.
E4, and yes, we're still worse, but this is much better position than what he got currently.
A manageable disadvantage.
Exactly. So he played King G1, and now A5, very strong by Sam. He wants to push B4, and if you take the pawn, I take your B2 pawn, and
that's not a good trade.
Protected passer is too strong now. After this, Queen B6, we have a lot more moves on the board.
I'm so sorry, can we just go back a little bit? Because instead of capturing on B2, we had a chance to capture on G3. Is that a trick? I cannot capture it, or is that also a good move?
You can. It's also very good. I'm guessing Sam had a choice and decided to have a guaranteed protected passer.
Right.
Because with this...
could the rook get in trouble after, for example, E3?
Well, knight F3 is coming.
A knight F3 is
H1.
coming.
And just rook takes...
the rook's hanging on.
Yeah, the rook is
takes
hanging.
G2, maybe
Apologies.
just starting.
No, apologies. E3 was wrong.
But we could do something like bishop B4. So you have to keep the queen on this diagonal,
Queen
maybe
B6.
queen B6. Then I come back. So you have to move the rook eventually.
Right, right. That was what I wanted. I was trying to...
Yeah, black is still better, but you don't have an easy path to winning on the queen side like he does now. While Engine says this is just as good, maybe practically speaking, rook B2 is a bit easier.
Let's see what happened.
And in the current position, so yeah, they played a lot of moves here, and is a little bit in time pressure. He has 7 minutes. They traded rook A3, rook A4. Oh, rook A4 was a bad move.
Supposed to go back to A8, perhaps?
It's not a bad move. He just had better options.
Okay.
But in the current position, it's -2. So Sam is doing great.
If you continue, just if you don't mind, from this
I think we're looking at the live board.
Yeah, we're looking at the live board. And we see that the clock difference, right? 29 minutes for black, 7 minutes only for white. So, and it is in time pressure.
And okay, so the rook is currently left high and dry, right? So we're going to play rook to B3 or rook to A3.
But that's giving up a pawn on D6,
That's
right?
what I was about to ask. So we take the pawn on D6, and now I mean, we've got these two connected passed pawns. I'm assuming we're happy if we can play knight to d3 and rook to b2. We're going to be very happy.
Can you just run with the pawn, even c3? Just let's go.
You know, it was funny. I was a little bit worried about allowing rook to c7 and maybe rook to a7. Sorry, and maybe I should not have been. c3, you suggest? Yeah. I like black. He's reaching.
Wait, you cannot play c3 right now. That rook is hanging. So he's probably reaching for the rook.
No, reaching for the rook to play rook to d3. You could play the move c3. I was just anxious to get a position. Yeah, he's played rook where we trade queens.
White is capturing the pawn on d6 immediately.
Exactly, Andy.
Because that's what you do, right? You need to try to at least get some material, because just being passive and not having anything for that, you're just going to lose.
Exactly. Also, when you are in time trouble and you do have these like forced captures, like there's no better move than queen takes two. Don't hesitate. Just do it immediately and then try in this position to guess what Sam might do. Sam might play c3. Sam might play knight e5.
Or even b4.
Or b4. And to, as best you can, prepare your answer. Now, once again, what would you like to do? c3?
I like c3. Maybe it's premature. And I think actually he's playing your move, knight e5.
Knight e5. Yes.
Just asking, yes, to trade the queens and then get the knight to a very active square. And also there on d3, the knight is supporting the c-pawn to promotion.
That's exactly it. That's pay dirt. Knight d3, c4, c3, c2, and win a rook.
You're not even using the b pawn to help the push.
Push him, baby. Sorry, I shouldn't promote my single.
So you kind of have to trade the queens here, right? Because are you going to play queen a6?
It looks offsides, doesn't it?
Because then the knight d3.
Yeah, and knight d3, and who knows. So if we are obliged to trade queens, at least let me put my rook behind the pawn. Okay, while you're not looking, I'm going to go d6 and rook a8, and
So queen trade.
Queen trade. Would
and
you
I would
play
just
c3?
push c3, yes.
Yeah. Well, Sam recaptured.
It's also a rook b2, knight d3, but
I
would start with knight d3.
I wanted to play bishop e4 and try to get to some rook ending, but no, I think that Sam Shankland is well on his way to bouncing back. Again, he's coming off of 2 losses.
Very difficult losses, because with Fabiano, he was equal for the whole game, and then just 2 moves. First spoiled any kind of equality, and the second move just completely lost.
By the way, Andy just played a much superior move than my move, rook to b1. This is a much better attempt. If I could get you to trade rooks, well, wait a minute, just a second. It's not going to be so easy for you to advance those pawns. My king is close. My bishop can cover some squares. On a good day, I could even go d6 and use it as a decoy, my pawn. This is not trivial.
So what if I take on b1, go rook b8, and then put my king on d6?
Let's see how fast you are to do that. Okay, rook to b8. I want to play d6.
King f8.
I want to play f4. And I'm dreaming of being as disruptive as possible with bishop to c6. So for example, knight d3.
Knight g4 is also interesting. But
Knight g4 is also interesting.
But
bishop to c6.
b4.
b4. Let's go. King up.
b3.
b3. And now... I'm holding deep breath. There is a knight c1 check.
But I have maybe c3 now. I'm just winning.
I was going to take your knight.
But then c2 and b2.
I don't see it. Sorry.
Okay.
c3. Take the knight.
C2.
Cold shower.
Oh, you don't play rook c1 because that would attack. Got it. Well, but still. Actually, rook c8. Oh, rook c8 is also not working because you have d7.
Oh, cold shower.
So things may be working.
Well, just
I do have to be careful.
Well, it's not that you can just claim the contract like in bridge. It doesn't work that way. It's still a little bit tricky, and Andy's rook b1 is giving him some hopes here.
Good for Sam, he has 26 minutes on the clock, so he can really calculate. And we know that Sam is a very strong player in endgames, in rook endgames especially.
Right.
So this may be his good chance to win the game.
Yeah, his forte. He's eyeballing, because there's also another idea of using your c-pawn. You know, you could go, for example, rook to c8 here, not necessarily defending the pawn on b5 with the idea of c3, c2.
Right, you need just one pawn to promote.
Yes, exactly. I don't know, I'm finding myself more attracted to move rook c8. I'd rather have my rook on c5 than b8. Here we go, rook takes b1,
Could he
rook
also
takes
start
b.
with c3 instead of rook c8?
Ooh, c3.
If you take on b5, then I'll go rook c8.
And that's the same, that transposes to what I wanted, which was to be able to play knight to d3 and c2 and win. So c3, small difference though, you are...
Knight c4?
Uh-oh.
That's what I was hoping for.
Knight d2.
Wow, this is...
Oh, this is nasty.
Is a strong move, knight c4.
Oh, that is nasty.
Looks like Sam is ready to make a move.
Well, let's see. Is he reaching for a c-pawn?
I'm always worried when Sam has a huge advantage on the board, on the clock, but he keeps making like moves too fast.
Yes. Yes.
Because we know from the U.S. Championship there were a lot of spoiled games.
My friend Jeremy Selman often said, you know, you see a really good move like rook b8, and you think to yourself, I should play it right away. And then you think to yourself, well, what are the drawbacks of the move rook b8? Well, your rook is not the most active square. c5 would be a better square. Do I have another option? You know, take a moment, especially when you have the time, and see if I have a better move. c3, as Nazi proposed, rook, c8, caught my eye. Yeah. Are all of those moves, and we like Sam's position. Nazi, I'm going to throw it back over to you. What's caught your eye?
Well, it looks like Fabi's advantage is completely gone.
Completely gone?
Yes, only advantage left is on the clock, but position is so equal that maybe that won't even help Fabi. Let's take a look what happened. So after rook b2, instead of playing knight d2, he played rook c4, king d8, rook c5. So he maneuvered the rook all the way to c5, but the computer says that was not the right thing to do. Now after knight e7, maybe he was, no, if you take on a6, you're giving away g2.
Correct. I'm very happy to trade off my weakness.
Knight e7 is very good. So let's say if you defend the pawn first, I can now play f5, and I have a good outpost for the knight on d5.
A beautiful outpost.
Can I start with knight d2 to kind of transfer the knight to, instead of g3?
Let's have a look.
Knight, I want to transfer the knight to c4, maybe d6.
Okay.
I was about to say, the rook on c5, isn't that a little bit awkward?
Awkward piece, and if you move away, I have another tempo move. Be careful, you know, I want two rooks on the second rank. Yeah, this is starting to be unpleasant.
Careful,
I mean, it's still equal, but yeah.
No,
well,
this could easily
I don't
go
want
wrong.
the two rooks to be on the second rank. Then I'm starting to be worried.
Yeah. We don't like that one.
So this is the current position after knight e7.
But I think that's a very important point, is to recognize your opponent's threats. I would say black's threat, and it's a genuinely powerful threat, d6, move the rook, rook c2, and rook b2. That's what I want. So Fabi has to suddenly have an awareness.
Maybe he has to start trading pieces.
Can I actually take bishop takes a6? Oh, you're not going to recapture.
I'm going to take on g2 right away.
Okay.
You can take on c8, and yep, it's equal.
I just want to jump back to the Sam Shankland game because something really important has just happened. Guess what?
So Sam did not play rook b8.
He went for the c3 line, and bishop e4 and knight c4.
Nazi predicted this
happy I
move.
found
From
this
move knight c4
without the engine.
Yeah, and this knight d2 move is just coming, and it's brutal because
Yeah.
I'm gonna attack the king, the rook, the bishop, and if you move with one of the pieces, I'm still gonna attack the rest of them, and that's a big problem for white.
And if you move with your king, then I'm going to attack. So king e2, knight d2, and after rook to b4, this is where Sam Shankland's book on rook endings comes in so very useful. Two connected pass pawns do win very nicely at that.
So let's take a look just after the move c3. So Andy played bishop e4, which looks like a natural move, right? We want to stop that pawn, but because of that move knight c4, do we have something else here?
It's, Nazi, after the move
e2 was the best.
e2.
Bishop
Okay.
e4 was a mistake, actually.
But it's still -2, so black is winning this.
Right. So king e2, would it then have been rook c8?
Black has a couple of options after king e2. Oh, sorry, I had the wrong position. So after king e2, we can play rook a8.
Rook
Now we
a8
see, now we
even.
see this fork, by the way, knight d2.
Wow.
And I think we're gonna see resignation very soon.
Ooh, okay. So we do have knight to d2 on the board, rook to b4. It's just been played.
Now we capture the bishop,
Yes,
capture
we do.
the pawn. And
Chess is an easy game, isn't it?
when you start capturing pawns, yes.
You're just ready to play rook check, rook to b2, and
And the great thing is you're cutting off the king, right, as well. So
and
yeah,
there it is.
and here it is.
Handshake.
Good game for Sam. He
Yes.
surprised Andy in the opening, and it worked out well for him.
Yeah, a risky choice of the Benoni, but as we saw, we paid off. And for Andy, this is going to be a very, very good experience. It's a learning experience. He's dreaming of U.S. championship,
Right.
and glory in U.S. championships. Well, guess what? There's a Sam Shankland that's waiting to play you in a U.S. championship. So get that experience, what it's like to play against the very, very best in the United States. Sam Shankland, many-time member of our Olympic teams, bravo. I want to go back to the game of Fabi for just a moment because we do have G3 on the board, and it was that had Emilio played D6, rook A5, rook C2.
After G3, F5 was the best move.
Was the best move. Okay.
Because you want to kind of control that D5 square, right? You want your knight from E7 to jump to D5.
Of course I do, but at the same time I was wondering.
After knight D2 was D6, rook C2 the best.
Okay, so G3, D6, we know F5 was played. Rook would have gone to A5, right? Rook comes here. I'm assuming you have to defend A3. I don't care, right?
Right. Yes.
Something like this. So I've got my rooks on the 7th rank, and I'm assuming you're moving your bishop.
Bishop D3.
And my rooks are on the 7th rank. And
Rook B1. I can force a trade.
Not for long, Yasser.
Okay, now we understand why it wasn't that impressive. But F5.
I really like this positional move F5 because this knight is ready to jump to E4. We need that pawn from E4 to disappear. So I'm challenging it with F5.
Makes a lot of sense. And at the same time, you want to take on E4, not to mention that the bishop on E2 is hanging. But that bishop could pop back to B7. And I know that Emilio has less time, but his position is
it's becoming
very, very,
more
very
easier
challenging.
to play.
Yeah, but could Fabi be in trouble here? I mean, this could easily go off the rails.
I don't think Fabi is in trouble, especially he can capture on A6 at any time, right?
Only if he overpushes.
Okay.
But the position right now, objectively, he has no advantage. So if he tries too hard, then yes, it can backfire. But otherwise, it's even.
I think let's just take a look. What if Fabi now captures the pawn on A6?
And by the way, I like that because the reality is the bishop on E2 is at the moment a tactical target, right? I want to take on E4 and then take the bishop. So you get your bishop out of the way. Bravo.
Also, after G3, I'm already defending my pawn on H2.
Okay. So let's say I take. You're going to take, right? And let's say I take, you're going to take. Yes?
I'm thinking if I start with knight e5, but okay, let's say I take.
Knight f5, maybe?
Knight f5. And I'm just wondering about this rook e2 check. Like, I can see how easy it is to go wrong, right? This is just immediately resigns.
Yep.
That's a blunder. So, knight f5.
Well, does it resign immediately, actually? Because I can double on the 7th rank.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say it's not the
It
greatest
loses
thing anyway.
a piece. Yeah, it loses a piece.
Now I was thinking maybe to go king e5, but after king e5 you just go king e7, and maybe that loses the game actually.
Right. I mean,
because
we
you're
all
threatening rook e2 checkmate, some d6 stuff.
Exactly.
So king e5 is too ambitious.
That's one way of putting it.
So let's say I play knight e5.
Knight to e5. Okay. Wow. So rook check. Where do you go?
King d3. King f3 would be very scary.
Rook e2. Okay. I'm trying
Whose
to.
king is getting mated?
Yeah, I'm angling for d5 and rook e3 mate.
Yeah, but I'm gonna play rook a8 check. I think this should be winning for me now.
Good.
And rook c7.
And I think I have mate in 3. Check.
What? Oh,
Knight
that's
d6.
Check.
That's brutal.
And I don't take on c3.
Wow. Nice.
Oh.
So actually, white king is in danger.
Okay, but
So
let's
we'll
give
get
ourselves
back
a break.
to this game because Sabina, she's with the winner, Sam Shankland. Sabina.
I'm here with Grandmaster Sam Shankland. Sam, thanks for joining me.
Sure.
You had a great start in the tournament, 2 tough losses, and today you just won.
Yeah, I mean, the loss to Caruana, I mean, obviously I don't like losing, but it didn't bother me that much. Like, I was just about equal, but like sort of under pressure the whole game, and then I had to find a very difficult sequence to save it. But this morning when I like lost a completely winning position in one move to the only trick black had, that was really painful. But yeah, so here, okay, I played this knight a6 move, which does not equalize, but I was kind of tilted and I didn't really care. So rook e1 is correct.
Come on, Sam, you're not the kind of guy that gives up. I know you're not.
No, I mean, okay, I fought like hell today.
I know.
mean, I understood. I just gave up on trying to like equalize. I just want to get a fighting position.
Okay, that's what.
So yeah, here the way he played is fine, and here the best move is knight e4, and after knight e5, bishop g2, white is better. For example, after knight c7 and queen d2, there's some weird ideas like white can even. White even sometimes is playing g4, g5, but like, I mean, basically white's better, but it's sort of a game, was what I thought. But so very quickly, Andy started to play kind of weird with this bishop. Okay, bishop g2 is fine, but yeah, rook b1 felt sort of off, and then a3 I just didn't get at all. Like rook c8, it's not really a subtle move. I clearly want to play c4. And then when he plays a3 and just weakens his position even further, like already here.
Was c1 the better placement for the rook?
Yeah, sure, but also a3 just, I mean, a3 was really the one that just stuck out. So here, c4. And already here I thought I'm playing for an advantage. And the real question, there was some interesting position I was trying to evaluate here if he gives me knight f6 check. My thought was this should be good for me. Something like this, queen f5, bishop h4, and I'm sort of one move away from being in trouble to f4 and d4, but I go g5, forcing him to play g4, which now means he will not get f4 so easily. And I was trying to figure out this position, and I thought I was better, but it's not like that easy, for example, here. If he just like f4 and then plays like, just starts throwing rook f1 and something like, I mean, okay, I thought I'm better, but it's at least a fight. But oops. The way it came, I think this was just very bad for white once I got rook b5. I mean, there was a little bit of calculation. I mean, nice point is queen f4, I have rook takes b2, and the tactics favor black because after queen d7, knight d7, my rook is now defended.
This is a beautiful way that you brought your rook to b5. I don't think I've seen this kind of idea in the Benoni.
Well, he didn't give me much of a choice. What do he want me to do? Like, just go back and let him take my pawn? I mean, like, I guess I could go to a5, but it looks pretty dumb. But
No. I love the idea rook c5, b5. You usually see the b pawn pushing.
Okay, so here, but one thing to just know is that Fianchetto Benoni, the rules are just different from normal Benonis. With the pawn on e2, it's a completely different position. But so rook b3. And this, I thought for a long time on rook b3, and critical was f4, where I'm sacrificing a piece. So I calculated takes. I believe if king f2, rook h3 wins. Bishop h3, takes, and I did not see a defense for white after takes, rook g1, and then either bishop d4, or I thought even bishop f6 was good here.
Yeah, these three pieces are not.
But this should just mate. So he has to go king h2, and I was calculating some interesting line. Here, there comes bishop c3, and now I wanted queen f5, and this one I was really struggling to figure out because I have a few interesting options. I can, for example, go just takes, king g1, and then here I was thinking I can go take, and rook e2, and I thought this endgame would probably be better for black, and I guess he sort of has an only move a4, but at the same time, a piece is a piece. I mean, I like my 3 pawns, and his bishop is not great. I was also considering here to start with queen f4 check, ask the king for a square, and for example, after king g1, queen e3 check, king h1, I actually was thinking I was not sure about this one, or at least I did not see how white stops an attack. It's funny, because like I don't have an actual mate threat right away, but at the same time, like, he can't untangle, and I always have a perpetual. I was trying to figure all this out, and I sort of somehow just thought, I'll go for something. And then when he played bishop c3 instead, I was quite happy, because I thought this was not particularly challenging.
But for those of you who don't know, and they must know, because you had a lot of books that you wrote, you have some chessable courses with calculation, and you're working with a famous grandmaster, Jacob Agard, a lot. So you're doing amazing with the calculations. So
not today, I'm not.
No, this calculation is quite impressive.
Okay, but I blundered all the tricks. I blundered a trick earlier today, and I blundered a trick this game as well. But Quincy, it's a very strong move now.
I was just trying to let them know about your courses, I know you're very famous, but I just want them to know more about it.
I have both print books and books on Chessable, and basically whenever I create content, it's all for the same reason, just so I can do my own training. I don't ever create content for other people, I just do it for myself, and people seem to like to come along for the ride. But so queen c8 was a very important move though, because I want to be ready to meet f4 with, because here, if he gets to play f4 here, it's not so easy if he gets the queen to d4. So what I want to do is bring the queen to the c file so that after f4 I have queen c5 check as an in-between move, but it's very important to specifically choose c8 because otherwise he will go bishop e4 to c2, but here I made him is the point. So that's why I go to c8
That's
instead.
a very, very cute idea, queen c8.
Yeah, so here and now I just start sending the pawns and there's not much to be done.
And then he blundered, I guess, with king g1.
Okay, I mean, the computer wants f4 and it wants to play this endgame, but I just don't believe white's going to save it. After takes, and takes, I cannot imagine white's actually saving this position. Okay, the computer thinks he should have tried it, but it just looks lost to me.
Well, Sam, I appreciate your time.
Wait, you don't want to see how much of an idiot I am?
I do.
So here, all this was fine, and I don't know why I don't just take on b4 like a rational person. This is just totally winning. I thought, okay, might as well just dribble the ball into the goal. We did this, rook b3, so this was fine. And here again, I just thought, why don't I just go sacrifice on a3 and the pawns should just go straight through. But somehow I just wasn't wanting to sacrifice material, so I did this stupid move. And of course, still I'm totally winning. But I don't know how I just blundered queen a3 completely. Now, I guess it's just good for me anyway, but I just completely missed queen a3 and all of a sudden he has a pawn. If I just, I don't know, queen a8 or something, I should just win. But now it's unclear. And actually,
the computer seems to like what you did, Sam.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, this is still not so easy now. Here, I had to find c3. Is this only winning move? Yeah, c3, and then point is if takes, I have knight d3 is very important.
Chess.com did not give you a good move for that, c3. I like it.
Okay, and then bishop e4. I was expecting king e2. When it was not so easy. I actually missed rook a8 completely, which Andy pointed out to me after the game is completely winning. That's the best way, but I was trying to figure out something like this before, and now, okay, he cannot take it because of c2, but king d1, it looks bad, but maybe he can fight.
Okay, and we got to go back, sorry, we got to go back to the Fabi game.
Okay, I'll see you later.
But,
oh, you want my input?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts about?
It's a tricky position. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind black's position at all. It looks totally fine to me, but it's a 3-result game.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time,
Sure.
Sam. Go back, prepare for the last 3 rounds, and I hope I'll see you again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Back at you guys.
Thank you, Sabina. Thank you, Sam. You beat yourself up too much, Sam. I think you played a really good game, and I agree wholeheartedly with your knee-jerk reaction to the Fabi position. I think it's a 3-result game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could easily swing. You want to stop knight d5 check, and you're thinking to yourself, well, I'll just take and take and take. And I'm telling you, when these positions where the knight gets to f5
The knight is
and rook
very
takes
scary
eight,
there, and the king. I mean, I got checkmated by you, right?
hey, look, I think we've all been checkmated in these types of patterns with a rook and knight combination. So I don't think you're allowing any of this. I don't think you're taking on e4, and I don't think you're taking on a6.
By the way, Fabi just played bishop c4.
Kind of recognizing, wait a minute, things are not that good. He's just taking away the threat of knight d5. Nazi, jump in on this one. Again, 3-result game, time trouble for the players. Sum it up. What's going on?
Yeah, now Fabi's also catching up on the clock. He's down to 6 minutes.
Ooh.
And yeah, position is completely equal. But the players, of course, don't know this, right?
Of course not.
They're estimating.
It's an imbalanced equality.
Exactly.
It's not like it's an easy.
It's not crystal clear at all.
No.
So we can't be sure who is even playing for more.
Who's thinking they're better even? Yeah.
Right. So computer says there's 2 good moves for black. Well, more than 2, but rook c2 is the best. Bishop c6 is also possible, but rook c2 is very logical.
Of course. Give me the pawn on c3.
You can trade. King takes e4.
Wow.
And here I can take c3 or h2 or play knight f5. I'm starting to think black might have better chances because this knight is better than this bishop.
It feels that way.
It's such a close position. You like the knight jumping around.
I like the knight to f5 especially because, again, if I can go rook c3, rook e3 mate, like Simon
We
Scorsese.
also know in time trouble knights are very tricky.
Right.
It's very easy for white to blunder.
Very easy.
Do we have any moves? No, I think Emilio's still thinking.
Okay, let me just...
So Emilio has only 1 minute on clock.
No, we do have rook c2. He did play rook c2. Go ahead. Yeah. Rook c2 was played. Knight takes e4. F5 takes e4. King takes e4. And we've got this position. Tell me about the clock times. It's hard for me to see the clock.
Yeah, so Emilio has less than 2 minutes and Fabi has a little bit less than 7 minutes.
Well, you can't blame rook takes h2. I mean,
capturing a pawn, why not?
Capturing a pawn is it's good. Again, black is thinking, if you capture this pawn, whose king is more at risk? The knight will come to f5, the king will be on a7.
But if you don't capture the pawn, what do you want to be doing in your position? Because my plan is very easy. I want to double the rooks on the second rank.
It's an easy
and then
plan.
just go after your king.
Perfectly stated.
So let's try rook takes a6.
Okay.
Because maybe I'll try something on the back rank. Because if you go rook b2 right now, black is actually in big trouble, right? Because I go rook a8.
Yeah, I have to make room, a square for my king. So knight to f5 is ideal. First of all, I am hitting this pawn. Again, I would love to play rook to b1 to e1.
What if bishop b5
Checkmate.
here?
Which one?
Bishop b5.
That's a very good move because that stops my intended rook to b1 move. I don't want your king to escape.
So,
h4.
But you can capture a pawn on g3 with a check, right?
Well, I have this really great idea that.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
And I was going to take on G3 and then go G2, G2. But you would
Very
probably
nice, but,
play
yeah.
G4, right?
Rook A7 immediately.
Rook A7.
Oh, white is now attacking the D7 pawn.
White's
So
winning here.
Just a second. I don't have Rook E2 check. I
No,
don't know.
then I'm escaping.
Takes. I guess you have king back or
Rook B8 check and Rook B7.
I'm going to checkmate you on the back rank.
How are you going to checkmate?
So Rook B7.
And check.
King. Yep.
Doesn't matter, right?
Check.
It actually matters a lot.
Oh, it does?
One of them is winning, the other is draw.
No way. Oh,
And Rook A7.
Which one? Like this, yes?
I thought H7.
H7, yeah.
I don't know if it matters.
Probably.
Probably a lot. Nazi is going to say.
It does, it doesn't. Yeah, sorry. Okay. That's the way to lose. By the way, Rook H3. Emilio is still angling for that opportunity of knight f5, rook takes g3, rook e3 mate. So he did it by not moving the knight, but by first attacking the g-pawn with his rook. Looks good.
You know what computer likes here for white?
What?
I like bishop takes e6.
Exactly, Katerina.
Yes, I think this is just really strong.
What?
Bishop takes
e6.
Bishop
I'm
takes
gonna trap
e6.
your knight. Or kind of push the pawns forward.
Okay, so...
Rook takes.
Check first.
Check first.
Oh, actually,
Even
yes,
better.
because I want to
Yeah.
pin.
Okay, check first. I have to walk into this very unpleasant pin. And you're angling for rook c7, right?
Yes.
So I better stop you with
And I
rook
just
c-
go d5.
And then what's going on here?
Check on f6.
I got to go to g7.
d6.
Yay.
Rook c7 coming.
This is scary. And he's played it. Bishop e6 on the board.
Double X slam. Dang. D6.
Wow.
What a move. And I mean, Emilio is just one move away from playing rook takes g3 and knight f5, but rook c7. Okay.
And perfect.
Perfect
move. Rook
timing.
d6 first check.
And
So look at the clock. Emilio has 2 minutes. Fabi has 6 minutes.
so the players have played to our position. King e8, rook takes e6 on the board. Sorry, the clock times?
Emilio 2 minutes. Fabi 6 minutes.
And I was about to say, how close are we to the time control? There is no time
No
control.
time control. That's it.
Oh my gosh.
And this pawn on d5, d6, it looks very scary.
Okay, so tell me.
I see the bar says equal, but how are you going to defend?
I'll go king f7,
Okay, I'm going to start with check.
king e8.
I'm going to go d5.
I'm hoping. Rook takes.
Okay, now I go rook e6.
Just be.
Rook c7 is also very good.
Rook c7 is also.
Oh, that's the same idea. I just want to kind of pin the knight, so maybe rook c7 is better to start with.
I was so.
I know.
I'm crying. Please let me. Why is it equal, Nazi? Jump in on this one.
How
I
do you
mean, it's
defend?
very,
This is
very hard
crazy.
with
It's
2
not-
minutes on your clock.
It's definitely not equal, right? For humans.
No, but
And even the engine says white's slightly better.
how?
So
How does
rook-
black
Rook
defend?
b7 is the only move.
Rook, sorry?
b7.
Rook boy 7 and
d5.
Correct. King f7, only move.
Rook
Check.
f6.
I got.
King g7, only move. Everything else is +3.
d6.
But this is where I got hit with a rook
Rook
c7.
takes g3. Give up the knight.
I was trying to hold on to the knight when I should be just accepting the fact I'm worse in a rook and pawn endgame. I'm a pawn down,
Got it.
but maybe I have chances of holding this with.
By the way, Emilio only 40 seconds on his clock.
This is not easy.
But rook b7 is, yeah, you have to do that. You cannot allow rook c7 to be played. Wait, it
By
looks
the way,
like he's
we
not.
just have another result coming in. Ray Robson and Darius have made a draw in that major piece ending. No king f7,
No, but king d8, that's probably a big mistake.
2 question marks.
Yeah. And Fabi's just winning, I think, after d5, d6, right?
Yes.
That's it. Like,
Very straightforward.
Sorry, boy, maybe it's late, but even in my eyes, why is this so straightforward? Rook takes g3, d6, knight f5?
Rook f6.
Rook f6. Egads.
Just rook c7.
You're ready to play king d5? I mean, I was going to play rook e3 check, but you're ready to play king d5 and king e6, and you just hide.
And if you go something like h4, I just play rook c7, and I want to checkmate you on the back rank.
Okay, just to show you a terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Knight g7, nice one.
Okay, I mean, at first I'm with Emilio. I can't believe I'm losing. d6, knight f5, and you played this amazing move, rook f6. And your pawns are overcoming my knight. Here I'm trying to checkmate your king, and I'm just driving your king into safety.
But again, I think I also want to play just rook c7, just to guard the 7th rank, and then rook f8 checkmate.
Okay, once again, Kate, just tell me why I'm losing.
Well, now rook f8 check, and I'm just
that's
getting
simple.
a rook.
Yeah, that's simple. That's why I had to play. That's why I wanted to play rook b7. But you do the same thing. You skewer me.
Yeah, there's a skewer. Rook f8,
yep.
King d7, and rook f7.
That's it.
King e6.
Oh, now I'm wait. Now
Sorry.
I'm not capture immediately.
Sorry, I was trying to influence you.
Then maybe I'm just gonna first give check. I'm gonna go back to f6, not to get checkmated with your rook e3 trick.
Sorry, what would you like to do? I play rook b7. I was trying to coax you into winning my rook and allowing
a d5 move.
My,
no, this is, you have to be careful.
Yeah, after rook b7, just king d5 to get out of that checkmate.
He played d5 immediately. Was this a good move?
Yes, that's a good move.
Yes.
Because we want to push the pawn to d6.
Okay, so one more look. Rook takes g3, and he's reached for it, Emilio. Rook takes g3, d6, correct?
Absolutely.
Knight to f5, rook to f6, right?
I think so.
Rook to b7.
King d5.
King to d5.
I just want to hide on
It's going to c6 now also.
Oh, also on c6?
Oh.
Maybe even c4, right?
Maybe even c4. But c6 is...
Checkmate.
Nice. Who is checkmating whom? Well, in this case, Fabi is winning. Well, when Sam Shankland was asked, he said 3-result game. And I think he was right, but the time trouble was huge here for Emilio. I mean, this is such an easy position to misjudge.
Absolutely. And Emilio has only 20 seconds here. He needs to make a move.
And for Fabi, a victory in this round nets him clear first with 3 games remaining. d6 on the board. And what did he do?
Rook b7?
He did not move the knight. So it's the same rook and pawn endgame we could have had, and the king would have been much safer on g7 or f7 than now. So now it must be, easily winning. We always... Well, I'm going to take.
If you can resist the temptation and go rook f6, it's the easiest way.
That's what I actually think.
Is that it, right?
Rook f7, yeah.
Well, rook f6, maybe with the idea of e6. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh,
good job.
Bobby.
Wow.
He shows why he's the #2 player in the world.
Incredible technique.
I mean, so many grandmasters, myself included, would have been reaching for that knight with both hands, But rook f6, saying, look, the knight is not what it's all about. It's about playing for the checkmate. e6 and rook f8 is on his agenda. And the clock, those seconds,
13
are
seconds.
ticking fast.
Actually, 7 seconds.
7?
3 seconds, okay.
He made his move with 3 seconds on the clock.
But this is losing immediately because after king e8, I wanted to go rook c8. I would lose
Losing
this game.
immediately, you were correct. But
losing immediately after rook c8, but
maybe e6? Ideas of d7? Am I being too clever for my own good?
E6 looks great.
E6 looks very nice.
I mean, it's the move you want to play.
Yeah, and here it is.
Oh.
Fabi, listen to you.
Well, there's going to be these books on tactics, and you're going to see that this is going to be in that puzzle book.
But you know, also it's very important to be very patient, right? Not capturing the knight immediately, improving the pieces. I mean, we see rook f6, e6, just putting more pressure on black.
The knight cannot move because rook c8 is mate in 1, so the knight is frozen, and rook has come to g1.
Yes, now we can capture the knight, I think, because we have skewer either way. Either checkmate on the back rank or skewer.
I see what you're saying. But so something of this nature, right?
Yeah, king d6 actually check.
Now you take on e6.
No, rook. Oh, wow.
I take, there's a check.
Easy, no.
I've messed things up. Sorry.
Easiest way is to not touch the knight again.
Leave the knight alone.
Rook a5.
Okay, rook a5. That's a very visual move. You're just prepping the very resolute rook
At some
a8.
point, you might start doubting yourself, though. It's like the pieces hang in.
Right. But it's strange because black is king f3. Black is in a kind of a zugzwang. You can't
what happened?
move
He played
anywhere.
d7.
Winning the rook.
Which is, yes,
you're
also
forced to take the rook. And he's done it. Rook takes d7, pawn takes d7, king takes d7. I would have been reluctant to play d7, I must say. And now he's played rook a. He's still looking for those skewers. But with no. This
King
knight
is really bad.
The king is,
Yeah.
Okay, this is a really, is a powerful exchange.
It's a great technique by Fabi.
It's funny because it just felt to me like black was out of moves. For example, king f3, just to avoid these rook e1 checks. I just didn't even see a move. It just felt like, oh dear.
But it was really that bad to just capture the knight? It's not winning?
No, of course it is, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was winning too. By the way, d7 was played. We've seen after rook a5, now the move h4.
So I think we can just predict rook a7 check.
That's a good, I like it too. Rook check, something still, I find king f3 somewhat attractive, but okay.
But don't you want to first force the king on the back rank?
Yes. I love pushing my opponent backwards. Rook a7, king e8, king f3, with the idea of rook e6. Looks very, very convincing.
If I go knight f5 there, you just move rook b6 or something, right?
Yeah, to set up the lateral check.
Yeah.
Mate.
Wow, very nice.
While
we're
mesmerized by this game, are there other games still going on?
Yes, Sam Sevian's about to win his game. Well, he was close, but if I can show you.
Kind of don't want to leave this. Just describe Sam Sevian is winning other games going on.
There's also Aram Hakobian, who I think maybe winning a knight endgame.
Okay. Just want to keep up with the scoreboard. Tell us the results.
Yeah, we have a number of games already finished. So we have a bunch of draws, but very important 2 games that finished decisively. Mark won against Nicholas and Andy lost against Sam.
We're thinking that Sam Sevian is going to win, and we're thinking Aram with an extra pawn and a knight and 4 versus knight and 3 is winning as well. But we're keeping our watchful eye on that all-important fight for first place between Fabi and Emilio, as Fabi is an exchange to the good, and we think he's winning with the move rook a7 check, followed by king f3. Rook f7.
So he's immediately pinning the knight.
I hate being in pins.
It's actually smart because now if you play rook e1, I made you waste the tempo, and now I go king f3.
Yes, right? Yeah, you forced me to
Also,
play
I
the
think
move
after
I want.
something like h3, let's say black plays h3. No, this is the game. This is the move.
he actually played after rook f7, king e6. Sorry, and I think Fabi's intention, obviously Fabi is threatening rook a7 and winning the knight, but the intention was also to meet h3 with rook h7. But in the meantime, king e6 on the board, rook h7, and now we're threatening both rook check e5 as well as rook check a6, picking up the knight. Engine says...
Oh, it's winning.
I understand, but plus
+4.
+4. That's big. By the way, just a kind of a
The
picture.
problem is that actually if we remove the material, the rooks and the knight, it's also a lost pawn in the game. With the king on f3.
Right, because we have the passer.
Yes.
So if we go, for example, don't ask me how we would get here, but rook e1 check. Somehow if you end up capturing everything on e7 with the king on f3, then we're in a winning king and pawning game. Yep. And again, clock
We don't have
times-
to switch, but Samsavian's not winning anymore.
Oh no.
It's an absolutely crazy position, and both players in time trouble. So.
Oh boy, I can't wait to go over there. But knight f5 on the board, and boy, talk about... He was so ready, was Fabi. He's already, sometimes when you play these 2,800 rated players, it's sort of like you have the impression that they've seen everything already. It's like, and you feel like you're 5 moves behind them. Rook a6, king d4, Fabi played a la tempo. Rook to d1 check. I'm assuming we're going to see king c5.
If you play king c5, maybe rook d5 check.
And king c6, right? Just kind of snuggling up.
But then rook d3 and targeting your pawn on c3.
Good point, good point, good point. So
I kind of liked the king on f3.
So maybe it's time to come back. King e3.
Yeah, I would just go back king e3.
Now, this is not going to happen, but if we get rid of c3 pawn and h4 pawn, it's still winning, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You're that sure?
Yes, yes.
Because one day we're going to transfer to pawn in the game, and
and
always
you won't be
going to have
able
that active king, and you're going to have that king recapturing on d6 or something.
Exactly. Just saw there that Fabi was reaching for his king, but did he make the move?
No, not yet. He's thinking. His clock is still ticking.
By the way, just for the young players.
Oh, actually, it seems that he did make the move. No, that's your analysis, right?
No,
No,
that is
actually,
the board.
okay. So king c5 went, rook d5 happened as well.
Maybe king b4.
Yeah, I don't like this king c6 because that's really...
Yeah, I like keeping the pin, pardon me, I like keeping the knight pinned as well. I just wanted to say for those young players in our audience, young and old alike, I should say, one of the things you don't want to do is hover with your hand. So a lot of players just kind of keep their hands on the board, right? You don't. Like, you should have your hands behind the board, and only when you're absolutely certain you're about to make the move, then go ahead and play. But with your hands, it feels amateurish, you know. You want to feel like you're the professional.
Yes, you need to feel like you're in control in making your decisions.
When I'm seeing the move king c5, I think Fabi wants to play the move king c6. I thought king e3 was a little bit safer. Nazi, jump in on this one. How does the engine like Fabi's technique thus far? And he has played a move, by the way.
I think only winning move here is king b4.
That's the only winning move.
Right. And he has played it.
Okay.
You want to be guarding that c3 pawn.
Yes.
Even in time trouble, we shouldn't doubt Fabi's technique.
I don't know. I don't know. Can I be crazy and play rook h5?
We'll take and then go back king c5.
Oh, because that knight is still pinned.
Oh, but look at this. Emilio says, okay, well, let me first chase your king.
This is a critical moment. The logical looking move king a4 is much worse than king a3.
Is
Don't
much
ask me why.
worse.
Yes.
So you're saying king a3 is markedly better.
King a3 plus 4, king a4 less than +2.
Amazing.
I think the idea is that if you play king a4,
yes,
then I have rook b1.
Exactly.
Huh? Oh,
So I want to get
and
your
now
rook. And you don't
you're
have no
threatening
right.
the skewer.
Okay, good job, Fabi. King a3 is very important because then after rook b1 you have king a2. You're kind of
So
forcing.
with our king on a4, we would have this nasty threat rook a1, but with our king on a3, we can meet that with king a2. And our next move, rook takes, munching a very important passer. By the way, the current position, if I play rook, is this completely crazy, stupid, rook h5? I mean, it's not like your king is anywhere near the h-pawn. You're going to have to defend.
It's winning, but it is scary, right? 'Cause
Right?
I take on h5, I have to play c4, but
You have to play c4.
I would be worried about the h-pawn.
Wow. Okay, so I am worried about c5, so I guess I have to move my king.
So now king
C5?
b4? No, c5. Okay.
King
Then
b4,
rook
I
can
was
jump.
going to go h3. Crazy stuff, but all right. Fair. I understand I'm losing. I was just thinking, desperate measures might be called for.
Desperate times.
Yeah, rook h5. King a3 on the board. Could you tell me the
30
time?
seconds on Emilia's clock, 3 minutes on Fabi's clock.
By the way, there's a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah.
There's been a dramatic game.
And remember, it is a second game of today.
By the way, rook a, he's gone for the
Fabi captured
desperado.
immediately.
It was like, I think Fabi felt that Emilio was going to go for this as well, and it was his calculations. So c4 followed by c5
But
is
I
the
feel
engine.
just c4, king b4 is winning as well. I'm not scared of your h3.
Well, I was thinking, okay, let's do it a different way then. King b4. Let me just do it in the worst possible way for you,
King
okay?
c5?
If you don't mind. Yeah,
Here-
I know. So the worst possible thing that I could imagine happening is this. And then I'm thinking, I will win your rook and I'll
Right.
make a draw. So that's what you have to avoid. But you're right. King b4, and after h3, you do have king c5.
But I like to start with the c4 move.
You do.
Yes,
Yeah.
because then I'm threatening that c5, so I'm forcing also your king to move.
But king b4 threatens king c5. Not to be contrarian with you, but yeah, there you go. Okay, well, let's make a bet.
So Fabi just made a move. What did he play? King b4. Okay.
Okay. Don't tell me this was markedly worse.
No.
Than c4.
This is over. Yeah.
This
I'm
is
going to be
over.
stopping the pawn after rook a2 anytime, and that's just like picking up the pawns.
Right.
Once
But
you go something like king e7.
for the moment, king c5 is a massive threat. That would be followed by rook takes d6 with a check, and then the rook would drop back and deal with the passer. So king c5 is the massive threat. We have to move our king.
Yes, but you cannot go really to d5, right, to be kind of active because there is rook a5.
Yeah, and then you just start
I'm going to
munching.
pick that pawn, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's bad
That's
news for
winning.
me. So king e7, and
now I think I can just go rook h2.
rook h2, fair. And that dream I had of playing king f5 and king f4, that got squashed. King d5, okay, he's missed rook a5.
Now rook a5.
It makes it simple, yeah.
Just game over.
Yeah, it makes it simple. Wait a minute. Am I certain about that? Check, king e4.
Yeah, rook takes.
Knight f5.
Oh, yeah, I think this should be winning. So
Start
c4.
pushing the c pawn. Yeah.
Give me the pawn.
Okay, let's go. c5. What?
No, I want my king on g4 so I can play knight to d4. See, I want this.
You want too much, Yasser.
And I want you to go here. And I wanted to go here. And I wasn't sure. But can this happen? Can can
I can
go?
take on F5, right?
Yeah.
Take, C6, king.
Ooh, king e6. I was not
Yes,
looking at
I'm
that.
in the square, right?
Yep.
And
I'm losing.
3-result game.
But wait, why can I do just the rook h5, rook h8? So rook a5, check.
Check.
Here.
Here.
Captures.
Rook takes. This is knight f5.
Go.
Go. Munch.
Let's go.
Go. Go.
Okay, rook h8.
And now I want to give up my knight for the pawn.
Right.
Okay. So I'm not exactly sure how I should do that. Should I go
E7 maybe?
knight e7? Should I go?
But that's going to be very difficult, right?
Knight to
Because I'm going to
d4.
kind of keep attacking with my rook too. So after knight e7, I'm going to go rook h7.
Okay, so if I go h3, you go here, right?
Mhm.
I go here, you go here.
Yes.
I go here.
Wait. You tricked me. I was
Yeah.
listening to you and you tricked
So
me.
I go h3. You can't go here because I got knight e7.
Got it. So I go king. Can I go king c4?
Yes. Yes.
Because I want to get closer to actually not allow you to
Okay,
promote.
so I have to go here.
All right.
Isn't this a little tricky though? You kind of feel like you wanted something simpler, didn't you, in your life? By the way, we do have this on the board, rook a5. We're expecting rook takes h5. Fabi has done that move. Rook takes h5.
It is maybe a little bit more complicated than I expected. I will admit
For me
that.
as well. For me as well. C4. Fabi still believes, as do we, that he is winning. But by the way, the clock times?
So now they're getting some more time because they're playing fast. So Emilio has 2 minutes and Fabi has also 2 minutes. You see, they're following our line. Rook h8.
Right.
We are expecting that.
Rook h8.
Unless you want
Just
rook
not
h7.
rook f5, right?
Rook h7.
Actually, rook h7 looks very nice because now you are not allowing the knight to be active.
Oh, I like it. Well done. Kate, that was a really, really good move.
And Fabi played it immediately.
Did he really?
It took us, a little bit
Right. Well, we had to
more moves to
understand why
figure
rook
out.
h8, why knight e7 was a really good, tricky move. As Grandmaster Joel Benjamin has famously pointed out, oh, those tricky knights.
By the way, a really nice position right now. Maybe can we just jump for a quick look? Gergely Kantor against Aram Hakobian. Knight endgame.
That was knight and 4 pawns versus knight and 3 pawns. And I thought the 4 pawns were winning.
And if you go back a little bit, 2 moves. Look at this. So king e3 and king b4.
Dominating the
Dominating.
knight.
You cannot capture the knight because pawn and game is lost. So I'm forcing your knight to retreat. And now knight f3 and the knight on b1 is trapped.
Absolutely.
And black
That's
is winning.
very, very, very nice because your next moves are as
Just I'm
simple
gonna
as
pick
king
it up.
b3, king b2.
And anytime you're forced to trade the knight, that's winning pawn and game.
Looks like
All right,
Aram
let's go
is
back
winning.
to Fabi's game. What's happening there?
Absolutely, let's do it. And we have, after the move rook h7, h3, what else is black supposed to do? c6. And Fabi's reaching for his queen.
Yeah. Pawn is running quickly.
c6, king g3, c7.
Wait.
Right.
What if, can we start with king c5 actually, not allowing the knight to even get closer to the pawn? How brilliant is that?
But h2? c7, knight h4? It's probably lost, but queen and rook against
I
queen.
don't know.
Oh, you even have knight e7 maybe. Oh.
But I like knight h4.
Knight h4. Well, no, now I take the knight and I promote.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
You try to trick me, I'll trick you back.
Oh boy, oh boy. My Jedi mind trick wasn't working. Just a second.
Knight e7 was not the only move.
I need more practice. That is a nice skewer. Well done, Kate. You got us. Well done. C7.
So C7.
Just going for the gold.
It looks like the bar is still up, so it's winning.
Well, I'm thinking the knight is kind of dominated, isn't it? King c5. The knight has to go back to c8, right? Rook a8. Rook H8.
But an H2.
H2.
And take the knight.
Oh,
Well, do I go check first?
Oh, so you're gonna play rook and queen against rook. I'm always worried, like, is the king gonna hide or not?
Usually I can hide, yeah.
And I have to
so
trust
what
myself that the pieces are
What
strong
we're
enough.
looking at is king goes after the knight will drop back, the rook will attack the knight, black will make a queen,
We get the
but
knight.
so will we. And then at the end of the day, we will have a queen and a rook against a queen.
And we believe the king is gonna be able to hide.
It's not so easy well, we have to start with
So queen c1.
the most obvious check, right? We rush towards the queen.
You want to hide on b8, and then you're always gonna block with your queen.
Precisely. That's exactly.
Well, but I'm gonna be attacking your rook. All right, so queen b2.
Queen b2. King. You're going to go queen c2 or queen c3.
I'm gonna go queen e5.
Queen e5. I thought you were going to go here so you could go check. Okay, queen e5. Why do you want to go queen e5? Tell me.
I don't know. Just active.
King
King
d8.
d8, queen d5 now.
Queen d5.
But king e7, right?
King e7.
Yeah.
And I drop my queen wherever you go.
Even no stalemates here, nothing.
I think the way Emilio just played his last move, I think he's recognizing that.
And we are getting into that variation. Because
boy,
Fabi
did he.
just captured the knight. We're going to see both queens on the board.
Right.
Wow, what an important win this is going to be for Fabi.
And for, again, this high tightrope kind of game is so typical of the Swiss systems. Both players playing for a win really from the gate, and draws are forbidden.
So I'm actually curious, where did Emilio go wrong? Because we were saying it's equal.
Yes.
And then it was like one move lost, or?
Well,
I don't
he
remember
could
the
have gone
draw there.
into a rook and pawn ending. Remember, he went king e8.
King d8 was the mistake.
Or king d8.
Oh, right, just
choosing
a wrong side with the king.
Exactly.
But that was a very difficult decision, yeah.
For sure. I mean, so many difficult decisions in this game.
But allowing bishop takes e6, that was still necessary? You know, the sacrifice of the bishop?
That's also questionable whether or not that was necessary. By the way, because Fabi is thinking exactly at this moment, I'm guessing he's considering including a rook f8 check.
He just made that move.
Yeah, and he might be saying, you know what, my rook is on the wrong square, and maybe in that queen versus the queen.
Maybe you
rook.
want the rook as close to your king as possible.
There you go. There you go. That was what I was thinking. And indeed, Fabi considered it to be an improvement to include the check.
And the game between Sams, Nazi, I think you have an update too, right?
Well, 2 pawns up.
Yeah, this game has been going back and forth for the last hour. But now Sam Savian's definitely winning.
Yeah, he's got the 2 extra pawns. We do expect a handshake soon after a few spike checks.
Yeah, I think we're going to see resignation very soon, so we may stay with this game.
Well, I would move my king to e3. I'd let you... Well,
then I give you I give you another check.
Oh, be kind. let me get a couple of checks in before I check out, right? Check.
Well, rook f5.
Yeah.
That's your last check out.
Yeah, that was it. Now we have a hearty hand clasp. Yes. Wow. Okay. Well, that takes care of that. Well, that means I have to play king g3, queen c1, and then you make a beeline towards the rook. So you can put the rook or the queen in the way, right?
Yeah.
Check. So now, check.
Do you have a move? Emilio moved the king. So we are expecting another check.
He went king to e2. No, he just went
he's
for the
promoting.
Queen. King e2, queen. Yeah, and we're just going to make a beeline towards the rook so that we will be able to interpose either a rook or a queen on a check to our king.
That will be it.
Wow, very, very, very hard-fought game. Kudos to both players.
Maybe can we see just the game from a close-up?
Queen
You see
E7
how
check.
confident Fabi should be very confident now.
Yeah, queen to D2 check, king to E6, or king to E7. I don't think it's that big a deal, but I just don't see any queen.
You're just gonna move back with the king, right?
Exactly.
And then just block.
Exactly. Yeah. Queen E3 check, king over.
But it's still worth trying, right?
Definitely. So this is what I meant. This is kind of like an ideal position for white. It's sort of like whatever check you give, I'll block with a piece. If you give me this check, I'll block with the queen. If you give me this check, I'll block with the rook, or check on G5, I'll block with the rook, and so forth and so on. So there's no perpetual, bottom line. Remarkably enough, if Fabi didn't promote to a queen but promoted to a rook, it'd be an immediate perpetual check. Just saying, just saying.
If he promoted to a knight?
It might be worse. Yes.
So Fabi's thinking maybe he's considering to go to, what, C7?
Well,
no.
no, for sure it's E7 or E6. He's just wondering which is the simplest path.
Right, because you go to E7, maybe then the queen can go to B4. Okay, so he's choosing queen E7, king E7.
Yes.
Black has to go queen B4.
I think so as well. Queen B4 check, and Emilio did it right away. By the way, I just wanted to say that for me, when I lose a game, and you play chess, you're going to win games, you're going to lose games. That's the nature of the beast. When I lose games, I don't mind losing a game like this, because I was in the game, I was fighting, it was great. I hate those games where I lose out of the opening. My opponent I walked into a preparation bus. I never had a chance.
I'm the opposite way. Because if I lose quickly out of the opening, I didn't waste,
But you feel bad if you put up a great fight. You feel bad.
Of course, if I fought for 5-6 hours and then I lose, that feels absolutely
really.
terrible.
I always thought that
Losing straight out of the opening. Okay, forget about it.
You're good with that. I've always wanted to have I was always proud of myself when I lost a really good game, and I felt that my opponent had to really work hard, for it. Then it was okay. How about you? You're happy to lose quickly and run away?
I don't like to lose quickly.
No. But you want a good fight.
I mean, a good fight.
I'm just saying for Emilio, he's playing the #2 player rated in the world, and Bobby had to use all of his resources to win this game.
Right. One thing that I am sometimes very unhappy is when I have a good position and I'm playing well, but I'm just losing so much time. And then I blunder just because I have a little time.
Exactly.
So that is uncomfortable to just maybe make sure that the time management is good. So let's take a look at...
We're just to update on the other two games. We do think that Sam Sevian is going to win.
And Aram is winning as well in that.
So those two players will be a half a point behind Fabi. We're expecting that Fabi will win this game. We're just wondering who his opponent will be for tomorrow's round 7.
It's going to be Mark, by the way, because the colors match.
Mark mentioned that in his interview that, if he can continue to play high-caliber opponents, I think he will be satisfied with the caliber.
Where can you get to play the second-ranked player in the world?
I know, it's just quite an opportunity. Queen G1, King H5.
Check
this out.
The king is still trying to hide.
Well, the point is once again, after a move like Queen H2, King G5.
So we have a result. Aram Hakobian did win his game.
Congratulations indeed. After King G5, whatever check you give, I get to interpose a piece. So if you give me a check on E5, I get to play Queen F5. If you give me a check on G3, I get to play Queen G4. And that's with a check as well. So that's really easily winning. So the current position, king h5, coming to a close, I would say. Great game.
So once again, sorry, queen
h2, king g5.
Queen e5.
Queen f5.
Queen g7.
King h5.
That's it.
Your turn.
I want to set up like a stalemate trap or something, but it's not working. Yep.
No.
There's nothing.
And there we have it. Queen h2, king g5. Wow. What number move are we on, by the way?
It's like 76.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 76.
Yeah. It's not, in snooker, they love the century when they make 100 points in the frame. But in chess, we don't celebrate the century, Mark, like they do
as
in
commentators,
snooker.
especially.
No. we get our pitchforks.
We like those early wins out of the opening.
Yes, as a commentator, yes. That's correct. Check. And we're expecting queen f5. One more spike check, whether it be on g7 or e7. And then king h5, and no more checks. You're out of checks. Did he play queen g3?
Queen g7, yes.
Or queen g7, sorry.
King h5 on the board.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see handshake here.
Exactly. We deserve it. We stayed here till the very, very end. We deserve a handshake. Come on,
What
Emilio.
a beautiful game.
Really? And there we have it. Wow. Wow. Well, Ben Underwood. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat. I was taking the field, but Fabi's taking clear lead with 3 rounds to go. Quickly, if you don't mind, tell us about the current positions of the other games, Nazi.
Well, Sam Sevian, we have rook endgame. He's up 2 pawns. He's giving up one of them, but it's a very easy win because this king is too far off. And
do we close it with rook e7?
That's what I want to play. Engine doesn't suggest that, but I think that's the easiest.
That's the easiest way.
And then we just build the bridge.
Exactly.
So not much left here, and he's gained time back. He's almost up to 2 minutes, which is a lot.
And Aram has already won as well.
Yes. So this is the last game.
All right, and we're going to pause, and we're going to toss it over to Sabina.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Grandmaster Aram Hakobian, who won his game. Congratulations. I know it's been a tough day for you, so take me through your thinking process, everything.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing against my ex-teammate from Webster. We actually shared an apartment once for a year. So I think about the game, I think, well, this was theory. After knight d5, my plan was actually, I was thinking after d4, I will go knight c7, and I was thinking that if I get to play b6 and then bishop b7, or maybe rook a7, and then bring the rook to c7, I will be fine. So yeah, that's why he captured on c6, and
but that helps your rook, right?
Yes, I believe here I already equalized, and I think things started to get bad for him at this point. Yes, I mean, here it was still fine. I think queen c6 was probably an inaccuracy because I believe he just missed knight d7. Now if queen b7, just queen d4, I believe. And after queen f3, I just had to be precise and calculate that f6, knight c4, and b5 here takes. And after queen b7, queen c5, I'm pawn up, and basically I had the position to just push. I mean, obviously, it's still a draw because I think it's just the white is too active, but I mean, I had chances, so yeah, and I think I just got lucky.
And Aram, last time we had an interview, you had another position with a knight, playing against an isolated pawn, but that one your opponent tried to get rid of it. It wasn't here. But do you like to play against the isolated pawn?
I think I like both, actually.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think I like both. It depends on a position, yeah.
growing up, I spent a lot of time studying these, and the first time I studied it, I saw these attacking ideas, so I always wanted to play them. But
I think it's challenging to play with both. That's why I like
that's
it.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. When you finally think that you know it, you get a game where you don't understand anything anymore.
Yeah,
Well, I don't.
Yeah, when you have the isolated pawn, you have to create an attack, so it's challenging. And when you are playing against isolated pawn, you kind of need to simplify the position.
Of course.
So in this case, I kind of managed to simplify, and it was much easier for me to play. And well, essentially, I captured the pawn, so.
Yeah, so then
it worked out quite well for me.
Yeah, after that, it's just a matter of technique to figure out how to get more advantage.
Right.
But I wanted to ask you, so you mentioned you were teammates, of course, and also roommates. Does that...
We used to be, yes.
Used to be, yes, you were, in the past. Does that affect in any way your perception of how you're going to play against someone, or if you play against a friend, is it more difficult to prepare?
I mean, it was not really about difficult to prepare, but it was, I mean, I don't really like to play against friends, and yeah, I can say that I wanted him to do well as well, but of course, I mean, yeah, it's a fight, so.
Yeah. This is the problem when you're not playing in a team. Like you're playing individually, you have to think about yourself. And you're 4.5 out of 6. What do you think are your chances to try to catch up with Fabi, who just won his game, actually?
Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't think about it. I just want to play well myself, and I mean, if he wins all his games, so be it. I mean, yeah, what to do?
You'll try to finish on top.
Yeah. I mean,
always fighting.
Sorry. Yeah.
Always fighting for a win.
Yes.
All right. Our last question that I have for you: are you going to play in World Rapid and Blitz?
Oh yes. I'm going to play. Yes.
Are you going to train before that? Anything specific?
Yeah, I think so. I think I will go to Webster University, the Spice office, and I will probably have some blitz games with Coach Lim Le, who is a quite strong blitz player. I mean, he's been the world champion, so yeah, I hope to have some trainings with him and our other teammates as well. So yeah.
Awesome. There are a lot of universities here in St. Louis or in the near vicinity. Looks like a lot of the colleges are getting their entire team ready to prepare for the World Rapid and Blitz. We're looking forward to seeing everyone compete. I appreciate your time. I wish you good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Our congratulations as well. Liam would be a good coach to train in the Blitz. I mean, as Aram just mentioned, former world champion. But tell us about the results, Kate, as we're wrapping up our show here. We're hoping to get Fabi in an interview.
Yeah, so a lot of decisive games in round 6. Fabiano Caruana won against Emilio Cordova, and this is really important win for him because he is going to be leading the tournament. But then Gergely Kantor lost to Aram Hakobian. Mark Heimann won against Nicolas Theodorou. Sam Sevian won important game against Sam Kanyin, and Andy Woodward lost to Sam Shankland.
And we're thinking that for round 7, Mark Heimann may be Fabiano's opponent. That will be a very interesting tussle. That would be round 7. We have 2 rounds coming up tomorrow. Our broadcast will begin after round 7 is more or less ended. We'll come in for round 8 and of course on Saturday as well. As we're buying time is what we're trying to do here, folks, for Fabi, hoping to get an interview. That was a great game by Fabi. I mean, he played, it was
tough. How does he have the energy?
That's a good question.
It needs to be studied.
Right.
He might even win this tournament with a game to spare. That would be my bet.
Going into the last round, he's something like that.
And for me, it's very impressive. Like in the key moments, he finds this bishop takes e6, like those critical moves. He just finds them even when he has like 2 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes on the clock.
And why isn't he exhausted? I mean, he's an Iron Man. He goes all around the world. He plays game after game after game, 2 games a day. Can you play 2 quality games a day?
Apparently you can.
Okay, could you tell me how accurate his game was, if you don't mind, against Emilio? I mean, that was pretty impressive.
Let's take a look.
Wow.
95.9% accurate.
For a 76-move game or something.
78 moves. Wow,
he played with
incredible.
that kind of accuracy.
No mistakes at all.
That's remarkable.
That's
That is
incredible.
really,
And
and a
remember-
couple of double exclams in there as well.
Remember in the interview with Sabina, I think around day 1 or day 2, he was saying that he's starting to get actually exhausted from the US Masters, that he came back from Charlotte. We talked about Singapore. It doesn't show on his
It's
game.
so obvious.
He got his second win.
I would guess so. Well, he has been very, very impressive. And again, folks, we hope Sabina's been able to grab him before he rushes out the door. As
And
let's
here we
go.
Sabina.
Please, Sabina, don't.
Of course, we got. We were very thankful. I know you had a very tired day, Fabi. In the morning, you had a tough day, and now you won. Take me through your thinking process and.
Yeah, it was such a tough day. Both games were very long and very difficult. These both in the same kind of style, like long and with a lot of tactics and a lot of calculation. And it was interesting to play Emilio because we're kind of the same age, more or less. He's a bit older, but we first played like 1989.
He mentioned that this morning in an interview. When you're 7, 9 or something.
Something like that. Yeah, and like probably the first time was in Argentina. We played in '99. We were both kids, and he was younger than me. He would always win these tournaments with the perfect score.
Wow. Okay.
I would always get 8 out of 9, losing to him, and he would get 9 out of 9.
Oh.
This was like a few times it happened. So I don't know if we've played online games, but we haven't played on the board literally in like 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was fun to have this pairing. I mean, he's having such a good tournament as well. I mean, he beat both Sam and Sam Shankland. It was very tough. Then I moment, bishop e6, and then I'm pressing to win. King d8 was the final mistake. Like if he plays king d7, if d5 rook d3, I don't get d6 anymore. And if rook d6, king d8. Actually, I was counting on this from before when I sacked the piece, but then I saw rook d8 is probably a draw. So I didn't really see how. I mean, I was thinking about I would definitely play on, try to play for a win, but I didn't exactly see how. And then he played king d8. Now my just go forward, because knight f5, f6. I guess he overtook this. My king escapes to e6. So and then with king as well. Actually, king c4. But I was planning king e6. Really converted too well because I probably had like a very easy way to convert.
Let's go back to Sabina.
And then it got. But king c6 is not winning? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I was like, maybe. Because I realized then, like, king a4, rook b1 is very difficult to win. It's like a weird position.
You were both really low on time, Fabi. Tell me a little bit about how you train in order to be able to calculate fast in these types of time controls. Could you share?
I don't train.
That's hard to believe, Fabi.
When I was a kid or even a teenager, I would do a lot of calculation work, and I don't do that anymore. I did my time. I'm not going to go through that again. So I'm kind of done with my trying to improve on chess part of my career. Now I do opening work and practice, playing training games, but I don't like solve puzzles anymore.
But you a few years ago, I remember you're solving studies. You love studies, right? Do you still?
It wasn't because I liked it. It was because I was forced to.
Oh, okay.
By people I was working with. So now.
You choose your coaches wiser so that they don't give you the kind
I took inspiration from Mickey Adams because we were working together, and we would put some position on the board. Everyone was supposed to solve it, and he just refused to solve it.
Okay.
So and then I realized that this is a valid strategy as well. So now I also refuse to solve studies. No, I mean I'm not like. It is good to work on chess, of course, but in general. With the amount I play, there's also not so much time to train. And yeah, of course, maybe it's better to try to keep your calculation skills sharp, but it is also very...
Oh, Well, we got the most of it. We got the gist. The gist is very clearly that the cadet championships are really, really tough. That's where you get fearsome rivalries like Emilio, who wins all of his games, and Bobby scoring 8 out of 9.
And also, if a coach forces you to solve tactics or puzzles, just
I refuse to work. Okay, one more time. Results as we are getting ready to close the show of today's. What has happened today?
So let's take a look at standings. After round 6. We do have a sole leader. Fabiano Caruana won an important game against Emilio Cordova, and he is with 5 out of 6. And then we have a two-way tie for the second place. Aram and Mark Heimann with 4.5 points. And then a lot of players with 4 points.
We just want to make sure about Robbie, right?
Yeah, I think he is. I'm unclear because earlier he had 5 points.
I thought Robbie might have 4.5 as well. We'll just double check on that one. But we do expect that Fabi will be playing against Mark come tomorrow. Join us.
Because he already played Aram.
Yes, he has already played Aram. So, folks, thank you for hanging in there with us. Thank you both, by the way. That was really a lot of fun. Great day. Loved it. We'll see you all tomorrow, and good night from St. Louis.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.